and the game's best finish under our gasometer. We've won 7 in a row thanks to Surrey, May, Barrington, Locke, Laker and the Bedser twins. In fact, we're well known for our famous siblings, but there's always been one family who've stood out. We saw the West Indies grip a nation on our doorstep, and a pioneer set records galore in the women's game. The end of the century brought a fresh take on Ik Dien, as Holyoake and his England teammates transformed us on the pitch. The changing of the oval skyline brought the greatest of finales.
There it is. England have regained the Ashes.
And an era of final test triumphs.
Alistair Cook has done it. A century in his last. Well played.
On our way to our own red ball century. We're one half of the game's oldest rivalry and its only London derby.
Can you clear the pavilion?
Local players are always the lifeblood of our side. But the world's best are attracted to us too. We've come through tragedies. Now we're home to world champions and cricketers of the year. 175 years have passed. There's much more to come. This is Surrey County Cricket Club, heart of London, pride of the county, the grandest stage in world cricket.
Very good morning and welcome to the Kia Oval here on BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Kent and the Surrey live stream. And good news for you. Good news is that the rain has stopped and the covers are off and we're getting underway in a couple of minutes' time. Ben Watts is alongside me from BBC Radio Kent, looking young and trendy on the Surrey live stream, and the Surrey players are down there in a huddle alongside Messrs Compton and Denley, because of course 121 without loss following on Kent, trail by 221. There are 83 overs now left today, and Messrs Compton and Denley did a terrific job yesterday, got through the 44 overs of the last session last night, and Surrey getting those 10 wickets in the Kent first innings, enforcing the follow-on as we expected. But Compton and Denley, as I say, played very, very well last night for those 44 overs. So good morning to you, Ben Watson. It's a pretty simple equation today, which we always knew it was going to be. Kent just have to bat the day, really.
Yeah, they do. They've basically got to do what they did yesterday in that evening session twice more, and that'll be a draw. So yeah, still a little bit of cloud cover around. We think it's going to be better weather-wise for the rest of the day. So yeah, onus on Denley and Compton to pick up where they left off. Surrey will certainly be hoping that an early wicket can change the momentum and set them on course for a victory, and or maybe they'll feel like they were on course for one at Beckenham in the reverse fixture, and rain of course got in their way. So they'll be hungry to maintain their very, very strong record this season in the County Championship, and Kent will want to walk away from this one with another draw against Surrey in the County Championship. Yeah,
there's two things here. Surrey will obviously be hungry to get the win, but also with what happened yesterday at Chelmsford, with Hampshire losing, Essex getting themselves on a bit of a roll, Surrey would be quite keen if they could pick up the 10 wickets in many ways here, just to get another win under their belts with that result down at Chelmsford yesterday. But the players are out there in the middle. I just wonder as well, not a huge amount happened in those 44 overs yesterday. Messrs Compton and Denley played very well. Tom Laws, of course, his 4 wickets in the first innings, got the older ball to swing. Just wonder in these conditions, covers have been on for probably, I think the covers went on about 10 o'clock. So they've been on there for, let's say, an hour and 20 minutes. Everything dried up now. Bit of cloud cover. Might be the old sweating.
Sweaty.
I never like saying that, but the old sweating under the covers. And let's see what occurs, because we could have an absolutely fascinating day on our hands. Kent will be hoping it's a really boring day. Surrey will be hoping it's an eventful day, and we will have to wait to see. But 83 overs is still a lot of cricket to be played today. It's going to be Dan Worrell to get us started, and the light's good enough without the floodlights on that we're out there in the middle, but you never know, the floodlights could come on. Compton, oh dear, now is it raining now, or do we need the floodlights on? Because we're coming off. We're coming off. We've got all the way out there, and I think there's some drizzle. I think there's some light drizzle now. So we've got all the way out there, and the players are coming off. And the little bit of matting is being brought out. Dan Worrell is sort of stood with his hands on his hips. Rory Burns is sort of saying, well, why have we come out here if we're going to walk straight back in? Because actually it's not changed much since when they walked out there. I think there was a bit of drizzle when they walked out there, to be honest with you. But yes, Messrs Compton and Denley are already in the dressing room. Surrey is still out there in the middle, but I can sort of see Surrey's pointed away. Is why have you bothered bringing us out here? And why are you still stood out here now?
Well, if you're watching on the live stream, you'll see that Ben Compton and Joe Denley have scarpered and are already going back up the steps to the changing room, whereas every single Surrey player has, well, not really moved.
I think their point is, this is no different to when we walked out there, because there was a little bit in the air when they walked out there. So I think that the point here from Surrey is we're actually not going anywhere here, because A, why did we wander out here, and B, this isn't going to take very long anyway. I wouldn't have thought, because it's not going to be a massive downpour, this, by any stretch of the imagination. So sort of at the moment on the live stream, what you're seeing is Messrs Compton and Denley, and I don't blame them at all, are already back in the dressing room, and Surrey are sort of just standing out there, and Rory Burns is chatting to both umpires and Lee Fortis and sort of saying, well, look, you got us out here in this, why, we're not going anywhere at the moment, because this is not going to take long. You know, I'm not even sure, I think it's spitting.
I think it's stopped already, to
yeah,
be honest.
Absolutely. And I think the thing is, it was like this when they walked out there. So I think probably the argument is, well, why did you bring us out here then? So again, this is a strange look for cricket. We have got 11 Surrey players, ground staff, 2 umpires, just stood having a chat out in the middle at the moment. And
no batters.
Let's be brutally honest with this. Even if it's spitting at the moment, it's not very much, is it really? But I absolutely see what Compton and Denley are up to it. Get as far off the pitch as you can, because it's going to take them a while to come back out again.
By the time they come back out, it probably will be raining again.
Well, here we are. Again, it just does not do itself favours at times, cricket. So you've got crowd in here at the moment. We are basically, we might be waiting. It could be one of those where we're waiting for the rain. But it was raining when they walked out. No, it was spitting when they walked out. So this hasn't changed at all. I think that, here we go, they're coming back on.
The umpires are waving.
Yeah, well, that was fun, wasn't it? I just, at times, I give up. I really do. And I feel for the umpires, because they're going by the letter of the law here, but really and truly, everybody, we've all just wasted. We're never getting those 5 minutes back, anybody. We're never getting those 5 minutes back. But anyway,
I hope Compton and Denley have got some sort of step counter on.
If I was Compton and Denley, I'd have taken all my kit off. I'd be in the shower now, having a quick shower. A bit cold out there it was, got very wet. Having to change, due to it being wet, I've had to change my jumper and my shirt up. So it might take me a bit longer to get out here now. Here they come. Here they come.
So Compton and Denley are on their way out to the middle. Fabian Cowdery is on his way to the ground as well.
Oh, excellent. That's good news.
Yeah, exactly. He's coming.
I do apologise, everybody, if I sounded a little bit, but I do at times wonder. And the umpires are going by the letter of the law, but we've basically wasted 5 minutes there.
Yeah, that was slightly farcical.
Poor Compton and Denley have basically walked back to the dressing room and then walked back again. Shall we try again, everybody? 5-2. Have we lost overs there? We probably lost overs as well, haven't we? Just to add to the excitement. But at times, it doesn't do itself favours. It really doesn't. But we're going to try again. So, out come Denley and Compton. And Compton will be on strike. And Dan Worrell will get us started. So I'm just checking. Oh, we've lost an over. There we go, we lost an over there. 82 left in the day. A minimum of, so 82, but all slightly farcical, really. So we've lost an over there, everybody. We have actually genuinely lost an over.
That was well batted by Kent.
They've got through that brilliantly. Sat in the dressing room. So Dan Worrell
didn't have to play a stroke.
Didn't as yet. Dan Worrell is getting ready to get us started. 2 slips gully, backward point, and a leg gully as well for Ben Compton. Here we go then, 82 overs left in the day, and over the wicket comes Worrell to Compton, and Compton is forward and pushes this one up towards Hashim Amla. Stood up there at mid-on, and there is no run. So yeah, still, even with losing an over, it's still battle day. From a Kent point of view, battle day, very simple equation for them.
Lewis on Twitter, can't believe Surrey are getting away with this again. Weather stopping Kent from another victory push.
Yeah, well, it was the same at Beckenham.
Exactly.
Saved twice. As in over the wicket comes Worrell once more, and this one's left alone outside the off stump by Ben Compton, just going across him a touch, and Compton's down to do some gardening. Jamie Smith still doing some touching of toes and warm-ups. Imagine if you'd just arrived, or you'd never been to cricket before, and you sat yourself down there at 10-2 and saw everybody walk out, and then 2 people walk back, and then some more people come out to stand with the people that were already out there.
Maybe they would think that the batters have forgotten something.
It could be. As in over the wicket once again comes Worrell, and in behind this goes Ben Compton, plays it up the ground towards Hashim Amla. On a serious point, I think at Beckenham that there was always talk of rain, and it could be terminal for the day.
And it was quite wet.
It was very wet at Beckenham. But all I'm saying for today is I think forecast now is that might be it, rain wise. I think that it's meant to be brighter as the day goes on, from what everybody's told me.
Is this ugly cloud over the pavilion not coming this way?
No, it'd be raining in Croydon. As in, round the wicket goes Worrell, and forward goes Compton, thickish inside edge, and they will pick up a single. I reckon it's probably raining at your beloved Selhurst Park at the moment. That's what I reckon. I think it's probably raining at your beloved Selhurst Park at the moment. And first run of the day, 122 without loss, and Compton moves on to 48. And Joe Denny, who played very well last night, which I thoroughly enjoyed, of course, is 63 not out and getting ready for his first ball. So yes, I think that way. Can you see the old Crystal Palace antenna there?
Oh yeah.
So I think at Selhurst Park at the moment,
I think you're right.
If Patrick Vieira opted to bowl, he might like it. As driving is Denley. Oh, that's a big shot first up this morning.
That was a massive shot.
Cool. It's gone past his edge, and it's taken by Jamie Smith. Well, Surrey won't mind seeing that. First ball of the morning, Mr. Denley's down on one knee, looking to drive down Worrell through extra cover.
Is he sure he wants to play that shot first ball?
It's the new way, isn't it? The memo's gone round.
I mean,
this is the new way. There we are. There's the Crystal Palace antennae. Or antenna, not antennae.
What part of South London?
As in over the wicket once again is Worrell driving again is Denley. That's off a thick edge. That's flown past Ryan Patel in the gully. Well, positive start from Joe Denley here, and wasn't completely in control of that one either, but it whistles off to the boundary rope. Denley's on to 67, 126 without loss. We are underway, and there are a minimum of 81 overs left in the day, and Kent are 126 without loss, still trailing. That's the other thing, of course, still trailing by 216.
Has Joe Denley got his days of the week wrong? Has he woken up and thinking it's Friday? The T20's a few days away. He's had a massive swipe at his first ball. Thick outside edge second ball that's flashed past gully. But there we go. Four less runs. Well, for Kent to trail by, and after that very brief hello, I'm going to...
Oh yes, of course, you've got to go and do your updates, haven't you? So Mr. Watts is going to go and do his update. Be back in a couple of minutes' time. Fabian Cowdery is on his way here as well. And Sam Curran is going to get us started down there at the pavilion end. Tom Laws, who took his 4 wickets yesterday, is being deposited in there at short extra cover. So Sam Curran in over the wicket to the left-handed Compton, and Compton pushes out into the offside, and there's no run. Now, he got Ben Compton in the first innings, Sam Curran, with a ball that Compton, I think, was trying to let go in the end, but he plays it pretty late and hit the toe end of his bat, went down and went back into his stumps. So Ben Compton went past 1,000 first-class runs yesterday. What a season he's had. And this is 48 off 152 deliveries thus far. Rory Burns and Sam Curran having a bit of a chat about everything. 3 slips in there. Messrs. Worrell Jackson and Ryan Patel, and the catcher is Tom Laws at short extras. Curran is in, and this is left alone expansively by Ben Compton. I think the other thing that Surrey have to do today in one of these situations is every edge that comes your way, you have to take your chances. Have to take your chances. And Ben Geddes yesterday pulled off a spectacular catch at short leg yesterday. So they need any chances that come your way, you sort of have to hang on to them in these situations. Can you create 10 chances? That's the thing. If you're the bowling side, as Sam Curran is into Compton, and Compton is forward to a good length ball, plays this one straight back up the pitch, and there's no run. Good morning to Liam and Freddie back at Canterbury, and everybody back there. Hope you're all well. I think the sun's absolutely cracking down there at Canterbury. Sun always shines in the Jardin de l'Anglaise. They're getting a leg gully in as well now. So Conor McCurr being popped in at a finish leg slip really now, off the hip of Ben Compton. Taking the short extra cover out now as Sam Curran is into Compton, and that's wide outside the off stump, and that's left alone by Ben Compton. He doesn't, well, he's sort of proved this season he's not one to be tempted to go driving outside his off stump. Extremely patient player is Ben Compton. 155 deliveries for this 48. And as I was saying yesterday, against the spin of Will Jacks, he played any shots really. He played it one sweep later on, but was quite happy. As Sam Curran is in, shout for LBW, got him! What a good bit of bowling that is from Sam Curran. Now he's got that to swing, and Compton has played round that front pad. It's late swing from Sam Curran. Really good bit of bowling that from Sam Curran, and Ben Compton's looked to work it leg side, and it was one of those, and I can't say it properly, cellar peels from Sam Curran. He was already celebrating before the umpire's finger went up. So that's an early wicket for Surrey, and it's the man who can bat all day, Ben Compton. So Sam Curran with the wicket. It's the early one for Surrey, exactly what they would have been looking for. 126 for 1 Kent now, but played very well yesterday, did Ben Compton, but good bit of bowling that from Sam Curran. And Daniel Baldrum, the Centurion in the first innings, is making his way out into the middle there. I saw Mr. Baldrum last night and said hello to him, shook him by the hand and said, well bowled. And then I said, oh, I meant well batted. And then I said, oh, but you did bowl well as well. So that all went well. But he's out there now in the middle after that early wicket of Ben Compton. But that's a big wicket for Surrey in so many ways. It gets them going, and also Compton can bat all day. So Baldrum perfectly capable of doing that, and so is Dendy. But that's sort of what he's proved himself to be, Ben Compton, this season. Of course, a man who just loves batting and facing deliveries, and that's exactly what Kent need today. And also, as I said, just get Surrey started early this morning. So Again, that leg slip in for Drummond as Curran is in. Oh, and that one has just climbed off a goodish length from Sam Curran. He started very nicely here, Sam Curran. And Drummond just had a little nibble at that one. First up, unsurprisingly, but it's a wicket maiden from Sam Curran. He's always enjoyed bowling against Kent. He made his debut against Kent, of course, did Sam Curran, but that was an excellent piece of bowling to get rid of Ben Compton. Ben Watts is back, and I was just saying there, from a sort of bowling point of view, A, it gets you going, and B, Compton, as we've been saying, he likes batting, he likes balls, he likes facing, he likes just to be there all day. Now this is an interesting field for Joe Denley now after the way he started. They're leaving cover completely open for him. They've got 2 gullies and a reserve gully that we discussed yesterday over the right shoulder of the second gully, as Worrell is in and Denley's letting this one go outside his off stump. So they have completely covered off that area through, if you can imagine a wide gully position down to third man, there are 3 there now. Ryan Patel, Connor McCurr, and then Tom Laws in this, well, I described it yesterday as the reserve gully, just over the right shoulder of Connor McCurr, as Worrell turns again, comes in over the wicket to the right-handed Denley, and Denley drives. His feet have gone nowhere there, but that's what they want him doing. There's nobody in the covers at all, and Geddes comes round, slides and picks up. So the good eye of Joe Denley, and just driving, but Surrey don't mind that at all. As I say, they've sort of got men in positions where that could fly to, and they've left the tempter for Joe Denley way there through the covers. Interesting start to this morning. 128 for 1, Kent, as Worrell is into Denley, and Denley check drive. That's nicely played. In complete control of that is Joe Denley. Round goes Gus Atkinson to do the fielding. Now they're changing the field again, so Ben Geddes is being pushed out from sweeping on the extra cover rope to the cover point rope, and now they're getting the extra cover in. So the extra cover is in there now. Tom Laws, 128 for 1, trail by 214, Kent, as Worrell is into Denley, and Denley's letting him go outside the off stump. Are you with us, B. Watts? On one of your 3 phones that you've got, you're doing correspondence.
You've had a couple of emails in, one from Lily. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Lily.
Yeah, you're right, bad start for Kent. That loss of Compton, as Churchy was just alluding to, a man that just loves to face bowling and bat time. So on a day where you need to stay out there for 80 overs, to lose Compton so early, a real blow for Kent, and a good start for Surrey.
Worrell, wearing number 40 as always, goes wider of the crease to Denley. Denley is forward here, punching up towards mid-on. Amla comes round to do the fielding. The other thing it does, it just gets Surrey going as well. Early wicket just gets the bowling side going, and you can look to put a bit of pressure on. And I think that one did swing from Sam Curran as well. That's the other thing there. More correspondence?
Yeah, Kester's been in touch.
Kester.
I thought he was having a go at first, and then I read the rest
Probably
of his email.
If it's me, it's about, as this is driven by Denley up towards mid-off.
Well, it is about you, actually, yeah. Because he points out that yesterday you repeatedly said that I was off to do an update for the good people of Kent.
Yes, indeed.
And he said, but what about the bad people of Kent, or the fairly good, or the morally neutral people? Isn't cricket a game for all?
It is, but there are no bad people in Kent.
Well, there you go. There's the answer,
So there's
Kester.
your answer, Kester.
Absolutely. And thank you to everyone else. Phil, Peter, I think you had some correspondence too, who got in touch to say it is indeed about loosing an arrow rather than firing.
Thank you, yes indeed. I used that myself last night, as I loosed myself on my new novel last night.
Excellent. Here comes Sam Curran from the pavilion end, bowling widely off stump to Daniel Drummond. Taken nicely by Jamie Smith behind the stumps. 2 slips, gully. It's kind of slip 1, 2 and 4 almost Patel's not quite wide enough for Gully, and then there's also a leg slip too.
Yeah, again here, this is just pressure.
Leg slip, short mid-wicket, who's got some shin pads on. There's a deep backward square, backward point, mid-on and mid-off, and no extra cover. Here comes Sam Curran once more. Forces Beau Drummond into playing that one with a bit of late swing, and he defends competently there. Beau Drummond looked like he had a good bit of time. He should be still in, if you like, after his 100.
Well, this is what Warren Chopra was telling us yesterday about David Hussey. He used to say that if he got runs in the first innings, the second innings was a bonus. So he'd just go out and pick up where he left off in the first innings. Which is not a bad way of looking at it, really.
From a mentality point of view, that's a splendid way of thinking about it, really. As Beau Drummond lets this one go outside the off stump.
I think about that about every day in life these days. If I'm still there for the next day, that's a bonus. That's a bonus.
Yesterday was a good day.
Yesterday was a good day. I'm going to ride that through to today. Yes, indeed. That's a good cricket-wise. I've never heard that before, but brilliant way of looking. You have to be quite good though, like the Hussey.
True. Here comes Sam Curran. He's pretty good too. Oh, and he almost gets an outside edge, because that was the one that didn't swing back into the right-hander, and it just went on with the arm. And so close to getting a nibble through to the keeper.
It's a lovely start, this, from Sam Curran this morning. As I say, he likes all this stuff, does Sam Curran. That's just gone straight across. He's so aware of the one that comes back in as well, Beau Drummond, that he's playing at something he doesn't really want to be playing at. So it's a very good bit of bowling, that, from Sam Curran.
Real purpose and intent, by the way. He's running in here, hurrying up to the stumps and bowling again to Beau Drummond, defending this one into the offside, but quite late to bring the bat down there in defence.
Well, I was saying, and you modern generation, the old Celebrappeal.
Celebrappeal, yeah.
Thank you very much. He was doing that, wasn't he? Didn't even wait for the umpire, knew that Compton was out, and was already celebrating before the finger went up.
Along with Stuart Broad, he's probably the main culprit in that sense, isn't he, Sam Curran? Does the umpiring himself. He's in and bowling. Oh, that's a Yorker, which is defended by Beau Drummond. It's done well to get out of the over there. The Kent number 3. End of it, Kent 128 for 1. Is that Mr. Cowdrey in the back of the box?
He's here. The great man's arrived. Excellent. Good to see Mr. Cowdrey this morning. On air with Mr. Chopra at 20 past.
Oh, splendid.
20 past, so 5 minutes time. That one from Sam Curran, it's almost round arm. Straight in the block hole. Absolutely. That arm came round very fast. It's got that whippy action anyway. But that one just straight in the block hole, and it was well played by Daniel Beau Drummond, as Worrell from the Vauxhall end continues his battle with Denley. Denley is forward, pushing a good length ball out towards the covers, and there's no run. But interesting, this it'll feel a bit claustrophobic out there, I would have thought, at the moment for Denley and Beau Drummond, both hugely experienced, but just a bit the conditions feel a bit claustrophobic. And now you've lost an early wicket, you've got sort of players round it. Surrey's tails will be up.
And it's not their natural game either.
No.
We go back to that was what Compton was there to do. Face deliveries.
Worrell's into Denley. Denley forward again. He's playing this so solidly at the moment, but you know what he wants to do. He wants to unfurl one of those gorgeous drives through extra cover, but there's 2 gullies in there now, and this is as much sort of Joe Denley at the moment, just reining himself in a touch.
Going back to those England days, those Dentury days, he's faced 129 deliveries so far in this innings.
And Worrell is into Joe Denley. Lets that one go. That's the tempter from Dan Worrell. Just leaves it out there for Joe Denley, but Joe Denley just lets it go outside his off stump. Even the thing with Joe Denley is, even that first shot of the morning where he played that amazing one-need drive and got nowhere near it, that looked great. And even the one he edged looked great. Whatever he's doing, it looks great.
Yeah, one of those that if you took a photo of it from side on, it would look outstanding.
Magnificent. He is. I love watching Joe Denley bat. I really do, because everything about it's very stylish. As he waits again, as Worrell's into him. Oh, that's got to be very close. That's out LBW. And Joe Denley was on the walk there driving, and Worrell's got him, and both the not out batsmen overnight are gone. So there's 2 fresh batsmen at the crease, and you've got to say it's been very good bowling from Sam Curran and Dan Worrell this morning. That is as plumb as you like. That's it, the bat leg on the walk. And Joe Denley goes without scoring, and Kent 128 for 2.
Joe Denley, LBW, to Worrell for 69.
Yeah, disastrous start for Kent. To lose those 2 not out batsmen overnight. Did such good work yesterday to bat 44 overs, see out an entire session without losing a wicket, but Curran and Worrell have come out all guns blazing on this final morning, and wow, 2 really good deliveries. That one from Worrell just that little bit fuller, and that's what almost tempted Denley into thinking he could drive at it, rather than what he should have done was just try and get behind it and defend it. Cannoned into the pads, as you say, as soon as it did so. No hesitation from the umpire, because even from 100 yards away here up in the commentary box, it looked absolutely plumb.
Well, and the guttural roar of delight from Dan Worrell, like a gladiator there. I mean, do you remember that bit? Are you not entertained? In Gladiator. It was a little bit like that, wasn't it, from Dan Worrell? But good bowling. Good bowling from Sam Curran and Dan Worrell this one. They've been right on it this morning. They really have. And now Surrey have 2 fresh batters out there. Leaning. Played very nicely in the first innings, of course. 76, but then played a slightly injudicious shot to Tom Laws yesterday. His first wicket. Tom Laws, thick inside edge. Now here we go again for Leaning. We have got 2 slips split, then first gully, second gully, reserve gully. They're in a line behind each other really at the moment, those 3 for Leaning. First ball for Leaning, stands tall with that bat raised as Worrell's into him, and Leaning's letting him go, and Worrell's got his tail up this morning, and that's taken by Jamie Smith, tumbling away to his left hand side. At the end of this over, Aaron Chopra can come in for me, and then Mr. Fabian Cowdery will come in for your good self, Mr. Ben Watts. Half an hour of Cowdery and Chopra, who actually, to me, Cowdery and Chopra do sound like a high-class firm of solicitors or removalists, unlike some that you hear about these days. As in over the wicket once again comes Worrell. That one's going the other way. Leaning's played the line of that. Nicely bowled. So, end of the over at the wicket of Joe Denley, and I'm vacating, and in my place comes someone who knows what he's talking about, the former Warwickshire Essex, bit of Middlesex as well, England A. What else did you play for? Everybody really, didn't you, Mr. Chopra? Mr. Varun Chopra, and in a moment Ben Watts will vacate at the end of this over, and Mr. Fabian Cowdery will join him.
Yeah, so Denley out for 69, Compton out for 48, the 2 wickets to fall so far this morning. And from Kent's point of view, now with Bell Drummondon leaning at the crease, Cox and Robinson to come, we know that there's a long tail as well. Linda Milnes, certainly useful, but then Duffy, Singh, Petman, well, we call them 3 number 11s, as this one's driven away by Bell Drummond out towards mid-off. This next one from Sam Curran out towards Rory Burns for a dot ball. So yeah, it's a situation where Surrey have got their tails up, and will think, Varun, that they've got 2 big wickets. They just need probably 2 or 3 more, and they really fancy their chances of skittling Kent here on the final day.
Yeah, morning Ben. It's been a dream start for Surrey, hasn't it?
Certainly has.
The two guys in.
As Curran is trying to add some more. These 2 batters on naught. Bell Drummond defending out towards gully. In a way, I feel like, you know, Denley and Compton did so well batting those 44 overs yesterday that you can't really begrudge them for departing so early today, but probably one of those where they'd have rather kept batting last night than have to, you know, go home, get some sleep, come back again. Then there's the delayed start due to rain. Then they've come on and off because there was a bit of rain in the air again. And soon enough, they're both headed back to the changing room anyway, as Beau Drummond tries to just about hang his bat inside the line of this next one from Sam Curran.
Yeah, good bowling there from Sam Curran, just using that left arm angle. Beau Drummond just wary of the in-swing, and then just reaching a little bit for the ball that goes across him. So good use of the angles from the wily left armer.
Yeah, it's a good start.
He's a very clever bowler already, although he's still early 20s, I believe.
Yeah, Sam Curran looking good.
Still looks 17
at the moment. Yeah, fresh-faced as always. This one's driven away by Beau Drummond. A little bit of width, less swing on that occasion, but straight to Rory Burns, who, as we identified yesterday, is the chief ball shiner for Surrey and is giving it a good scrub on the back of his trouser.
Yeah, it's always difficult to start again as a batsman. The next day, obviously, conditions have changed. Nice batting conditions yesterday. The end of the play is probably the best time to bat, and now wicket's been under covers. It's just done a little bit, and fortunately, definitely in Joe's case, he just didn't quite look set this morning, did he? Wasn't quite moving as well.
Yeah, that fuller length from Worrell getting him, and Curran bowling another one that again doesn't really swing too much. Beau Drummond again playing inside the line, but wasn't quite as close to the outside edge on that occasion.
Yeah, obviously Joe's a very fine player, but there's a few kind of uncharacteristic drives early on which just kind of let us know he wasn't quite in the groove just yet. He just needed to try and get through that Worrell spell, and then, you know, he might have found his timing and rhythm again. But Worrell's been superb, been unlucky really throughout the whole game.
Yeah, he's a high-class bowler, isn't he, Dan Worrell? As is Sam Curran, bowling to Beau Drummond, who's off the mark in the second innings. The first innings centurion nudges this one away out towards deep mid-wicket. Had a quick chat with him last night, and he said, you know, plenty of praise for Denley and for Compton, and you know, said if they can follow on in that way, there would be hopeful, or they'd be hoping that they could get a draw. It's going to be a stiff task here for the Kent boys. You're listening to BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Kent, BBC Sport Online. A word from Varun Chopra, and then we'll hear from Fabian Cowdrey.
Yeah, you feel that there's quite a lot of pressure now on these two Kent batsmen. Captain leaning, joining the former captain Beau Drummond at the crease. Two guys with the experience and some runs in the first innings as well. So you feel that they would have to try and take a large chunk out of these remaining overs of the day to try and get that draw for the Kent side.
Yeah, there were two solid players for Kent in that first innings. They'll have a big job to do. 129 for 2. Dead ball. So I'm passing with dead ball.
Yeah, Beau Drummond just pulling away. They're not quite set. Worrell just sneaking up on him.
I'll leave this over to you, Varun.
Yep, I'll go from the Vauxhall end.
Beautiful. He's looked good, Worrell, hasn't he? Skillful.
Yeah, very fine bowler.
First time I've ever seen him bowl was on day 2 this week, and Worrell's good speed and good shape both ways.
Yeah, running away from us from the Vauxhall end into leaning on the length into Beau Drummond. Sorry, just left alone straight through to Jamie Smith, the keeper. No, he's how you describe as a proper bowler. He's got all the skills. He's quick enough. You know, he's not a medium pacer. Bowls a heavy ball. You can swing it. You can nip it. He's equally good to right and left-handers. So he's certainly a very fine bowler, and shows why he's always in demand really from all the teams.
You mentioned you faced him in some of the white ball stuff actually, didn't you?
That's right. In again. Beau Drummond gets set. And again, just a bit too wide. Safely through to the keeper. Yeah, actually faced him in at Bristol when he was at Gloucester in a 50 over game a few years ago, and he showed his skills then with a white ball. And we know that Kookaburra doesn't swing for very long, but he was still able to make the ball do something on a pretty good wicket. And you just felt that him with a red Dukes in his hand would be a handful.
He's going to have to be good to get rid of Beau Drummond, often quite susceptible to an LBW early on in his innings. Beau Drummond, so we'll be keeping the ball up to Beau Drummond as much as he can, try and bring in the slips, bring in his front pad.
A little bit closer that time, tempting the drive on the length. Good patience from Beau Drummond again, just letting the ball go through to the keeper. Got 2 slips, 2 gullies, and a man at a deep point, which I'm not a huge fan of, to be honest, when we've got such a big lead.
What do you think the thinking is behind that? Why would you have a deep point when you're leading by so many runs?
Yeah, I'm a bit perplexed, to be honest. You feel maybe you can sometimes defend a little bit square and kind of open up the face and potentially nick it. Worrell comes in again, strides in. That's Fuller and a bit straighter, going for the LBW that you mentioned, but it's just been tickled a bit too straight on this occasion. Tickled nicely down to fine leg for a boundary.
Yeah, well, it's certainly been a dilemma for Bell Drummond early in his innings in the last few seasons, but his championship form has been much better this year, so I imagine he's gone away over the winter and realised that that was a problem for him. And interestingly, his white ball form over the last few years has been superb, but this year has been down, so I'm sure he'll be looking for sort of a balance across the formats in terms of his performance. But
definitely been there. You're seeing one ball well, and then you change format till it's not quite the same. But that's just the challenge of county cricket, isn't it? Moving formats.
Yeah, what trick would you give a young player in terms of jumping from format to format and doing it successfully?
Good question. Worrell comes in from the end, all bit Fuller. Daniel Bell Drummond just thought about a little drive then, but safely pulled his bat inside the line. Tempting delivery. Tip, I think a lot of it depends on the techniques that guys have and how much of a change there is between the formats. If you're someone that doesn't actually have to adapt his game a great deal, then obviously that's probably easier. But it's more a shift of mindset, isn't it, really? Or moving away from us. Again, a full length delivery, just left alone, so it's gone a little bit wide and then straight that over, just trying to perhaps set him up as you spoke about for the LBW. But no, it's not easy to do. Sometimes when you're on a wave in county cricket and things are going your way, it's quite nice. You just want to keep playing, keep the formats coming. It doesn't really make a difference. But similarly, if you're struggling for form in the red ball, the county cricket stuff, and then white ball comes in, it frees you up. It allows you to get a score, and then you can take the confidence from a 50 over comp or a T20 game and get a couple of scores there, and you can bring that into the red ball format. So it's a good way to get in and out of form.
Yeah. All right, here we go then. Sam Curran will continue 133 for 2 here at the Oval. Cloudy Oval, has to be said today. Bell Drummond 5 not out. Jack Leaning yet to score on strike. So after he won the toss and put Surrey into bat, watching them score 673, he'll be hoping he can dig Kent out of this hole today. Play a miss outside the off stump by Jack Leaning. 2 slips and a wide third slip. You'd probably say a 4th slip in there, so a gap between 2nd and 4th, and a leg slip next to Jamie Smith behind the stumps. And I suppose they would have done a bit of research on Jack Leaning in order to put that leg slip in there, just in case he gets a little tickle down the leg side. You often see that actually at test level now, the leg gully or the leg slip often employed, and I wonder why it's being used a little bit more recently. I've noticed that. It's
more of a just to get in the batsman's head, I think.
Curran again, left arm over the wicket, bowls to Leaning, who blocks into the offside, so his account is away. Rory Burns give chase, they'll push hard for 2, won't get there, so 134 for 2 here. Bell Drummond back on strike.
It certainly creates the perception that there's a little bit of in-swing from the left arm, Sam Curran out there, but I haven't really seen too many balls swing, have we? But he's beat the outside edge on quite a few occasions where the Kent batters have kind of played for the in-swing and the ball hasn't swung, and maybe that leg slip is just in their mind. And square leg actually just drops back.
Yeah, almost brings in the outside edge if they're playing that in-swing. That's interesting. Curran again, left arm over the wicket, bowling to Bell Drummond. Play a miss outside the off stump, I would say. Try to drag his bat away late. That was quite tight to off stump. Now there is that in-swinger that Curran is trying to set Bell Drummond up with. Away, and then try and bring one back quickly. As a batsman, was that a leave or was that a player miss? What would you go for there?
There's 2 types of leave, and you know, you have to say it was a good one in the end.
2 types, yeah.
Didn't quite look as comfortable as he would have liked, but a late decision, but a good one.
Curran again, left arm over the wicket, balls to Bell Drummond. It's a player miss outside of stump. No, it's a stifled appeal. Thought for a moment Bell Drummond had got a tickle on that outside the off stump. The umpire decides to keep his fingers down, so Bell Drummond survives. Good ball from that, just dragged his length back, did Sam Curran there. Brought in the outside edge of Bell Drummond, who looks like he's a bit nervous about the in-swinger, and again that leg slip bringing that into his mindset.
Yeah, it looks a little bit unsure, doesn't it, out there at the moment. Good bowling again, challenging both edges of the bat. And, you know, he's quite fresh. He didn't bowl too many overs yesterday, so he's come in hard there this morning.
1 for 27, Sam Curran. He bowls again, blocked into the offside, so he's been very consistent throughout this over. It's been a good spell from Sam Curran, who I'm sure will be taking a bit of confidence from the way that he played in Surrey's first innings. An incredible maiden first-class 100 off 64 balls, and sort of backs up what England are trying to do in terms of mindset and approach at Test level.
Yeah.
And it was interesting to hear what Ben Stokes said at the end of that match in his interview, saying if anyone does want to step up and play for England, that's the sort of mould and sort of mindset that we're looking to create, and hopefully that can filter down into the county game.
Yeah, it's not just about the stats.
Curran round the wicket now, changes his angle, and Bell Drummond onto the front foot, drives nicely through the offside. Didn't get a full piece of that. Rory Burns will cut it off before it hits the rope, and they'll come back for 2 in the end. End of the over, 136 for 2.
Yeah, very interesting comments I thought from England, saying it's not just about the stats, it's about how you go about your cricket. And you know, they're probably onto something there. I think in county cricket you get some guys who, obviously, you know, Darren Stevens would be playing for England, wouldn't he? Yeah, boys, if it was on stats.
They'd have to leave a little bit of grass on the wicket.
Yep.
That's a great. We're going to have some Kent listeners listening in here, and they'd love to know what it was like facing Darren Stevens in his pomp. What was it like as a top order batsman when you knew that he was getting the ball going? And
Morlin again to the tall leaning. That's a good delivery, an outside edge which goes between the first gully fieldsman and second slip safely along the ground for 4. Steve-O, he's obviously a fine cricketer for how many years? I'm not sure if he's in his pomp yet. He still might find it.
He still thinks he's improving, I think.
Yeah, well, he still churns out, doesn't he, the results? And
he got 150 on the weekend in the league.
The wickets and the results. So yeah, he's getting back to fitness. I'm sure he'll be back in the Kent side soon. It was a bowl, especially if the wicket was green. Just had that knack of bowling at a pace where it nipped, like kind of slow, but then nipped quite fast. If that makes sense. And yeah, he obviously very accurate with his length. Very brought the stumps into play. Used the slope. Yep, keeper up. Used the slope at Canterbury really well with all that experience. Worrell in again. Short ball this time, ducked out the way by Jack Leaning. It's a first short ball of the morning. Nice change up from Dan Worrell.
An amazing wrist. Well, he still does. Amazing wrist, Darren Stevens. I remember I used to prefer facing some of the quicker bowlers at Kent in the warm-up than Darren Stevens, because he'd threaten your sort of mid-drift area quite a lot with the nip backer. But then you look at Essex and David Masters, and or the innie-outie used to call it. Used to have all the skills in the book, not express pace, but his first-class record was superb. And
yep, another former Kent man. Or over the wicket. Good delivery again, just getting the splice of the bat. Leaning, just keeping that one down again, but the fielders behind the bat will be interested, wouldn't they, with that delivery? Yeah, there's been plenty of them over the years, and I'll be in their pockets a few times as well. That kind of lack of pace seamer used to do me for fun.
Yeah, it's interesting why we don't see them at the highest level. But someone like a David Masters, whose record over so many years was so good at county level, you could argue should have at some point been given at least the opportunity. What is it about bowlers with that pace that they don't make it?
This one's left alone nice and easily from Jack Leaning.
It's tricky, isn't it?
It's tricky. I mean, I think the game is different.
Yeah.
Obviously, I didn't quite play international cricket, but from even Lions cricket and playing in different conditions, the conditions are different. The wickets are different. They are more prepared, but it doesn't mean you can't be successful. Tim Murtagh, 900 odd first class wickets, obviously played that one test match at Lords, got a fifer, was too good for England that day. So you know that they can do well. There's no reason to say they can't. These another good delivery there from Morrow, asking good questions, top of the off stump, but played nicely back to mid off. So there's no reason they can't do well. But I think the conditions and the wickets have to be in their favour. shall we say.
Which, to be fair, it was in Murtaugh's favour on that day at Lord's. It was green top, wasn't it?
Green top, overcast, perfect conditions for Mertz on his home ground.
Yeah.
But you know, the wickets that we've had this summer, the balls are believed to have been a little bit a lower seam, slightly softer seam. A lot of complaints from the bowlers. Rolled again. Good delivery. Is a big shout for the LBW. Perhaps just an inside edge, or perhaps sliding down leg stump there.
Well, you could argue when you said their complaints from the bowlers over the last few seasons in the county championship, they've had it all their way in the first couple of months of the red ball calendar, haven't they? With some of the wickets.
Certainly, yeah.
It's been difficult work for the top order batters across the country.
We both wouldn't mind batting this year.
It's been flatter, hasn't it?
It's been hard work.
Whether you mentioned the balls or whether you the pitches, what would you say it was?
I think the balls do make a big difference.
Yeah.
You certainly felt even that in previous years, even if you got in, you know, you were never really in because the ball stayed new for the majority of the 80 overs. But now you kind of do have periods as a batsman, if you do the hard work, the ball does get soft, it does get flat, and you know, you can then start to score and play some shots.
Which is how it should be, to be fair. You should earn the right to score runs.
And this is another good example, really. Okay, so it's a flat wicket, but it's a good wicket, isn't it? There's still enough pace in it where you can bowl short. It's taking a little bit of turn. Perhaps would have liked it to have spun a bit more.
Right, Curran replaced by Atkinson, whose right arm over the wicket to Bell Drummond, outside the off stump and punched out to that deep point area where Sam Curran does the fielding. Still persisting with that deep point. They're through for one of Bell Drummond and leading.
Yeah, I'll be quite happy as a batsman that Sam Curran's out the attack there, really. He looked in to be a nice rhythm, nice groove. I thought he's been quite fresh, wasn't really used too much first innings. I thought he could at least had another over, if not two, in this spell.
Well, Atkinson bowled pretty well in his first innings as well. Sam Curran was threatening both the inside and outside edges of the bat, though. That's driven through the offside. Beautiful shot from Jack Leaning on the up through cover, and that will beat Sam Curran at deep point and run away for 4. So Leaning moves to 9, 141 for 2 here at the Oval. Lovely shot.
Yeah, nice shot. He's got his big high back lift, and he's just lent on the ball there. Would keep the slips interested a little bit. Wasn't a long half volley, but good footwork. Got to the pitch. As I said, confidence from the first innings.
Yeah, important for Atkinson to come in and continue to keep the pressure on. So no loose balls, Roy Burns will be hoping. That was a good shot from Leaning, not quite there for the drive, but he followed through with it and got 4 for it. Atkinson again bowls to Leaning, full and straight, blocked down the pitch. Dot ball. Bit of blue sky coming through here at the Oval. If you're just tuning in, the score is 145 for 2. Kent bowled out in their first innings for 331 in response to Surrey's 673. I was going to say, as someone who has done a bit of captaincy in the past, and you know, when you put the opponents in and they get 673, you're thinking, oh my word, what's going on here? Jack Leaning has definitely gone through that in the last 2 or 3 days. Atkinson in, driven nicely through the offside by Leaning, just for a single.
Yeah, it's, I never like to win the toss and bowl first at the Oval, to be honest. I thought it was it was green on day one. There was a little bit of cloud around, but generally the grass at the Ovals is there just to keep the pace and the bounce and to make the pitch last for 4 days, just to hold it together. And I think with Kent's, you'd have to say, inexperienced bowling attack was quite a big ask.
Atkinson again, back of a length, blocked down the pitch by Bell Drummond, who just rocks onto the back foot there.
You'd have to say Kent's the team they've got out this week is a stronger batting side with more experience. So I think it could have been a good opportunity for Jack and sort of the senior players in the team to try and post 400 plus as a first innings total here, and then try and put a bit of scoreboard pressure on Surrey.
Yeah, Surrey going brilliantly this year in the county championship, putting a lot of pressure on their opponents with bat and ball. Here is Atkinson again, blocked into the leg side, but Drummond threatens to run through for a single into the leg side, doesn't. Hashim Amla picks the ball up, and that is the end of the 53rd over. 146 for 2 here, leading into double figures on 10, Bell Drummond on 8.
Yeah, important. Kent can just build another partnership here. These guys did play well first innings, so they'll have to, really, I think they'll have to be there throughout that middle session. Try and get up to tea, and then that Kent dressing room can just start to relax a little bit. As Tom Laws now, the debutant who bowled nicely, mainly from the pavilion end first innings. Took 4 wickets on his championship debut. Was unlucky not to have 5. Had an over of play and misses against Jazz Singh. But here he is now from the Vauxhall end, and will be bowling with 2 slips in the gully. That backward point, the man out again. Sam Curran's doing deep cover to deep cover. I'm sure he'll appreciate that.
100 in the first dig skip, bowled well. Just finished the spell, you're doing deep point to deep point. You're surely in your captain's ear there.
Yeah, got taken off when he shouldn't have done as well.
Oh well.
But Laws in, nice athletic run up into the crease. Straight away on the length, good spot. As leaning, just punches that back there to him, down the wicket.
Yeah, 4 for 51 Laws in that first innings. Bowled really nicely. I saw a bit of his first spell on day 2. And then you would have seen a bit of him yesterday, Van, wouldn't you?
Yeah, he bowls one side. He's quite, he misses off stump and wide, doesn't he? So he's kind of a line bowler with a bit of swing. Got the breeze moving from right to left here from the Archbishop Tennyson School across us. So that should help his outswinger, as this one's just played just off the back foot there for no run. So he's got the breeze in his favour. Let's see if he can generate that swing again. Dismissed Jack leaning in the first innings with actually had him drop twice in and over. Once off his own bowling, caught and bowled, and then a straightforward chance put down at first slip by Worrell. He comes in again. Good delivery. Little bit of shape, just finding the outside half of the bat. Played out to backward point for no run.
Yeah, good from Burns to bring him back into the attack after dismissing leading in the first innings. You often see that, don't you? The bowler who's got you out a couple of times in a test series, or whether it be in the county championship in the first dig, bring him back in and put the batter under pressure, remind him of what you did to him in the first innings. Good little mind game here from Rory Burns.
And again, bit straight this time, just worked off the pads nicely for a single to deep backward square. Backward fine leg, really, very square fine leg. Yeah, I think it would have been disappointing with that dismissal though, Jack. First innings he did the hard work, got to 70, had a couple of chances. You just thought it's going to be his day today, and then a loose drive, a big drag on edge, and a leg stump went cartwheel out the ground. A nice sight for any bowler. Bill Drummond into Laws. That's driven. Another thick outside edge. Played down to gully. But again, just finding a little bit of shape. We can see that lengthy bowls. He encourages the drive. And so far Kent seemed to be quite keen to play it as well, you'd have to say.
Yeah, I think I've seen Bill Drummond drive those beautifully for 4 on the up before, just by committing a little bit more. He's obviously worried about, of course, losing his wicket day 4, trying to bat through the day, but sometimes, would you say attack is the best form of defence in these situations? So you don't get caught in those 2 lines.
Safe left alone. A bit more discipline shown there. No, I think you have to try and put it away, really.
Yeah.
In these conditions, when the draw's the best result, you're going to get out the game, and the task is quite simple now. Back today for Kent. Runs are fairly irrelevant. Also, we lost a few overs with rain early on, so that helps.
Just from a mindset point of view as well, you don't want to get caught in no man's land in that sort of half stroke caught first slip sort of scenario, as opposed to just hitting through the ball if you think it's there. And I thought DBD there, Daniel Bell Drummond, was close to nicking off just by committing and then pulling back last minute because he was worried about getting out. Yeah,
you just fight that natural instinct a little bit, don't you?
Here is Atkinson again, bowls to leaning, who blocks off the front foot down to Roy Burns at mid-off.
But these guys are experienced, first-class cricketers now, and Bell Drummond's opened for many years.
Yeah,
just moved down to 3 now, but he doesn't know how to play an anchored innings, you'd say. I think he has got the attributes. He's having a good Red Bull season.
He's gone past 7,000 first-class runs as well, Daniel, in the last couple of days. Atkinson again, right arm over the wicket to leaning, hits him firmly in the thigh pad, I think. Just a dot ball, just drops into the leg side. 147 for 2, Kent. Just going to watch this on the replay. Looked like it was quite a painful little blow around the midriff for Jack Leaney. I hope it didn't hit him in the unmentionables, as they say. No, just to the left side of those. 147 for 2 here is Atkinson at the top of his mark. Leaning 11 off 19, Bell Drummond watchful, 8 off 28. Full of a length and blocked down to Rory Burns once again by Jack Leaning. Sorry, obviously hoping for a couple of more inroads before lunch. Give them a nice platform to go after Kent's middle order post-lunch break. Bell Drummond are leaning 2 men in the runs in this match, and then Jordan Cox as well, 47, so they know that if they can get 1 or 2 more wickets, they can really squeeze Kent in the middle of the afternoon session and beyond. Atkinson again, left alone outside the off stump. Good shape away through to Jamie Smith.
Yeah, that long tail's a little bit worrying for Kent fans, I imagine. And obviously we've got, is it George Linder at 7?
George Linder 7, Milnes at 8, who did, to be fair to him, got 29.
He applied himself well, but he's more of a 9 really, isn't he? 9.5. In a good side, that's where he'll be playing. So Surrey will be hopeful. Even if they're 4 or 5 down at tee, they'll be quite confident on wrapping it up.
Atkinson again, full of a length, left alone outside the off stump by leaning through to Jamie Smith. Deep square leg, deep fine leg, and a deep cover. The boundary riders here for Surrey. 2 slips, gully, point, mid-off, mid-on. Hashim Amla signalling something to the dressing room. They're waving up. I think they're going to get Will Jacks on, and they might want a couple of helmets.
Yes, they call for helmets. Jacks, the off-spinner, just going through some looseners there at second slip.
Atkinson, right arm over the wicket. Oh, sharp bounce into the mid-drift again of Jack Leaney. I think he's holding his hand. Actually may have smashed him straight in the gloves to finish the over. So good aggressive finish to the 56th over. 147 for 2. Leaning and Bell Drummond still out there. Bell Drummond 8, Leaning 11.
Yeah, good hard length, wasn't it? Just nip back. Made it a little bit awkward there for Jack Leaning. It's a little bit quicker than you think, Atkinson. Quite whippy action. Just rushes you. And after a pretty good first over, I thought, from Tom Laws, where he got the outside edge a few times, we're having a change. Will Jacks, the off spinner, coming in from the Vauxhall end, where he's operated mainly throughout the game.
Yeah, such a handy cricketer, Will Jacks, isn't he? Fantastic striker of a ball. To have him coming in at number 7 on a flat pitch in that first innings would have been quite demoralising for Kent, because you just know that if you bowl a bad ball, he's going to crash it for 4. Scored a brilliant 100 off 90 balls, and then combined with Sam Curran, who was going like a steam train as well. Not easy for the Kent bowlers in that first dig.
Jackson for his first ball, nice delivery, flighted outside the off stump, straight away on the length. And he's certainly improved, hasn't he, his off spin over the years. So he started off as a batsman who bowled. He comes in again, this one a little bit slower, a little bit shorter, played away to mid wicket.
Obviously the England white ball setup is full of talented individuals, but you'd think at some point, if Will Jacks can continue to develop, he might get a go at that level.
Certainly. This one's swept away nicely from Daniel Bell Drummond. That before, kind of like a cross between a sweep and a pull. Stood up on it and just helped it. The ball was slightly down leg side, and he's helped it behind backward square. No man out on the boundary, of course. Moves on to 12. The score 151 now for 2. This one back of a length, just chopped down on it. It's a single into the offside. Yeah, I'd fully expect Jack to get some recognition at some stage.
Well, brilliant that he can offer with the ball as well. You look at Liam Livingstone.
Yeah,
you could argue he probably doesn't need to offer with the ball the way he hits it, but I mean. Great if you can add that extra dimension to the side.
It's a difficult team to get into at the moment, that's for sure. You know, England got some great strength in depth. Jacks comes in again, good delivery. Played away nicely though by Jack leaning back down the wicket for no run.
Yeah, and obviously the news of Owen Morgan retiring, and you think the way the Test team are now going about their business, that perhaps Morgan's legacy isn't just in the ODI but actually crept into the Test match side as well. I don't know what you think about that.
It's just another dot ball to end the over, 152 for 2. Obviously Morgan was fantastic for English cricket. Real pioneer. Changed the game, didn't he? Really, changed the mindset.
Yeah, and then some say he was one of the first to actually play all these switch hits and reverse sweeps and change the game with the bat, not just as a leader. What an incredible final that was in 2019. I remember I was watching on TV. I would love to have been in the crowd. Some amazing, memorable moments that cricket fans will never forget, and what a career Owen Morgan had leading us to World Cup glory there. Blocked into the offside by Bell Drummond, start of a new over, and they'll get through for an leisurely single.
Yeah, I'm slightly confused about these bowling changes going on out there, must admit. I thought Atkinson bowled a pretty good over that last one. Seemed to have leaning in trouble, and it's you bowl a good over and you get taken off, it seems, at the moment.
What you're saying is you'd be delighted to be out there right now, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Here is Laws again, who has swapped ends. Left alone outside the off stump. Nice bit of a way shape from Laws. Through to Jamie Smith behind the stumps. Another dot ball.
Yeah, I certainly thought Curran could have bowled a little bit longer that first spell. He seemed to be in really nice rhythm. And Atkinson I think it was just 2 overs for him, was it, this morning?
Maybe Will Jacks just came on for an over to allow Atkinson to swap ends, but
potentially.
Yeah. Otherwise, yeah, I think 2 overs is a bit short, isn't it? He didn't bowl that badly to be taking out the attack. We'll see. Laws bowls left alone outside the off stump. Good carry through to Jamie Smith. Halfway through this 57th over, 58th over even.
Yeah, Surrey will be desperate at the 3rd wicket just before lunch here. It's already really their session, taking out the 2 openers, the 2 set batsmen, but if they can get that 3rd wicket, it really would be the cherry on top.
Yeah, Compton as well. Big wicket in both innings for Surrey, you'd suggest. Left alone outside the off stump by Leading. Good length from Laws. Obviously he's gone past 1,000 runs now in the championship as Ben Compton, and Curran's got him in both innings. Drag on in the first by Ben Compton for just 4, and then earlier this morning LBW to Sam Curran as well. So a good return for Sam Curran so far in this match. And if Farron was captain, he'd be in the attack right now, wouldn't he? Young Sam. Here is Laws, full of a length, blocked into the offside. Yorker length, only as far as Burns at mid-off, who gives the ball a scrub.
Yeah, he's a very good cricketer, isn't he, Sam Curran? Big fan of his. Kind of just makes stuff happen, doesn't he?
Yeah, I've been having this debate. Well, I had this debate on day 2. I'm sure you had it yesterday. But looking at that England setup, how he gets in is the big dilemma. I suppose you can't bat him above number 8 at the moment with that England middle order. I don't know what you think about that. Laws is in back of a length, leaning blocks into the offside. Another dot ball, ends the over. 153 for 2. How can you squeeze someone like a Sam Curran in, or is it just one of those situations where he's almost waiting for someone to fail as such, just to get an opportunity? And then you've got Chris Wokes. And
yeah, I was going to say there's a few guys who are injured at the moment, Archer and Wokes, who probably would be, you know, ahead of him in the pecking order. As you rightly said, a change of ends there. Good call from you there. Atkinson now switching ends, replacing that 1 over from Jacks. Yeah, he may just be a bit like Ben Folkes was for many years. He just has to bide his time, just wait for the opportunities, and fortunately for him, he can go around the world and play T20 cricket.
Make a few quid that way.
Atkinson there, change of ends, good delivery, nice length there straight away, but good judgment from Bell Drummond leaving that one alone.
Lots believe, though, having watched Sam Curran for a few years, that his game could turn into more of a batting all-rounder mould, and that he could be good enough in a couple of years' time to bat 5 or 6 in that England setup, albeit at the moment those slots are nicely covered, but
yeah,
good enough to.
Potentially, he's still very young, isn't he? Still
24, isn't he? 24, 25?
I want to say younger.
Let's have a look. Might be wrong. Where's Churchy?
Churchy? How old Sam Curran? 24.
24.
You're right, good call.
Lots of time on his side then, considering if you think of Sam and the amount of cricket he's played and the amount of things you could say about his career already, it's pretty astonishing, isn't it? Big IPL contracts, test match cricket, one-day cricket, T20 cricket. He's done most of it already.
So I mean, Ben Stokes is obviously going to be that 4th seamer now for England for years to come. That's driven firmly to mid-on, fielded by Hashim Amina with that underarm flick of his back to the keeper for no run. Yeah, Ben Stokes always going to be the 4th seamer, so can Sam Curran be the 3rd teamer?
Well, if he fancies bowling himself, I mean, last game he was very happy to give Jack Leach 30 overs, and it, to be fair, it paid off. But
yeah,
wonder why he didn't bowl himself, because the rumours were that he was fit, but just didn't think it was a good idea.
As in comes Atkinson, that squeezed away for a single to the leg side by Daniel Drummond. I think that's one of the issues that bowling captains have sometimes, or all-rounders, is when to bowl themselves. I think some guys they bowl themselves at all times.
Yeah, some captains.
I'm captain, I'm bowling. I'll get the best end, and you know,
yeah,
I'll bowl at best times, and others go the other way and actually under-bowl themselves. So, you know, knowing Ben as we do, he's obviously a 100% a team man, a team player. Perhaps he may find that balance of when to bowl himself tricky. Atkinson running away from us to lean in. It's a short ball. Got the leg gully and a short leg now. 2 men out on the hook. So we might get an over of chin music if we approach the lunch interval.
With the odd full one, I imagine. Oh, look, he's come around the wicket as well, so he's very much flagging exactly what he's going to do to Jack leaning.
Yeah, we see a backup point being moved to a fly slip, third man as well. So it's a slip, a gully, a short leg, a leg gully, and we've got a fine leg about 5 yards in off the boundary, very fine. Atkinson in around the wicket, and it's another short ball, but 2 leg side really. It's an easy duck, and that brings the end of the over. Getting me on to 154 for 2.
Not sure Jack leaning will mind that too much either, to be honest. He can just get underneath it, unless it's right on the money around his top of his chest or around his neck area. It's not going to give him a lot of problems. 15 for Bell Drummond, leaning 11. 154 for 2.
3 minutes now for lunch.
Yeah, just before lunch, I'd love to ask you what you think about, Zach Crawley at the top of the England's Test order. Would you make a change? Would you keep it the same for India, left alone outside the off stump? Through to Jamie Smith. You got Harry Brook in the squad. They've obviously added Sam Billings, saying he could open necessarily, but what would you do if you're in that situation where you've got a man who's just a little bit out of form, out of touch?
Yeah, I think with someone like Zach Crawley, who's obviously very talented, isn't he? You would know him better than I would. Left alone outside the off stump by Bell Drummond. You'd rather give him a game or two too many than pull him now. In that way, he hasn't got the weight of runs he would have liked all season, really, not just in an England shirt, even for Kent. But you still feel you'll get that Test match against India. That'll be 4 Test matches in the summer. So that's a decent opportunity, really.
Laws, right arm over the wicket. Again, left alone outside the stump by Bell Drummond, who'll be happy to just continue leaving before the lunch break.
Yeah, whether his game might be slightly better suited to number 3, where you can just look at conditions for a little bit, let the come in after perhaps half an hour when the ball just dies down a little bit. But obviously Pope's taking that slot now as things stand.
Laws again. One's down the leg side, nicely taken from Jamie Smith. Just a couple of balls to go here in the 60th over.
Yeah, but there's a lack of opening batsmen, isn't there, really, in English cricket? Well, there has been over the years. I think this year we've seen more scores and guys being able to, I guess, show what they can do, because the contest has been a bit more even, hasn't it?
Laws again, blocked into the offside. Another dot ball. There's players like Ben Duckett, who's been scoring a lot of runs in the Championship at the top of the order. You've got players who have played before, Keaton Jennings, who you could turn to again. Some have been calling for Joss Butler to be thrown up the top there as well, just to go after it. I think Kumar Sangakkara said that in the press the other day. Blocked into the offside by Daniel Bell Drummond, 154 for 2.
That was interesting there. Tom Laws came off a very short run. Rushing around just trying to sneak an extra over in. I think I would have been doing a bit more gardening there if I was a Kent batsman. Just your shoelace or a sweaty glove or something. Fly my eye.
He's a bit tight or something like that.
I think this is they might have just missed the trick there, Kent, and I think a wicket here you'd have to say it's bad match management. As Atkinson has got the extra over, leaning pulls away now.
Too late for that.
It's a bit late now, Skip. This will be the last over for lunch. Atkinson into Jack Leaning, the Kent captain. That's a good length delivery. Just played to Hashim Amra at mid-on. No, there's a few now. Obviously Sibley's back in the runs. Compton, of course.
It's interesting though with the Compton and the Sibley-like players who like to bat time. Now, over history, you'd say in Test cricket you want someone at the top of the order who can bat time. But with this modern mindset that Stokes and McCullum are bringing in, do they want a Sehwag-like batsman at the top, or do they want a Sibley-like batsman at the top?
Yeah, this is played off the back foot again for no run. I mean, conditions in India and Australia are very different to England, of course. And it all depends on the actual conditions, I believe. I think in India and Australia and other countries, you kind of know you're going to get flat wickets. The ball's not going to do a great deal for very long, and you know you can trust your hand-eye coordination. As we see a field change from Rory Burns at mid-off, move into square legs, and that's now five on the leg side. Six on the leg side, and it's a short ball. Just it's a little bit too much down leg again, wasn't it? Easily ducked under by Leaning.
This is a fast bowler when you take a risk and fire one full. Hope the batsman's sitting on his stumps, or is there just no room for that sort of behaviour? I
think he still hasn't bowled a bouncer well yet. Hasn't been well directed, so I think Burns has made it very clear what he wants. You know, a good short bouncer, you know, around that throat, neck area. Atkinson in again. This one's still again just back of a length, not quite short enough to get up, but a better line.
Yeah, so as you said, there are opening batters around the country in the runs. I think Hamid got another 100 as well.
Yeah.
I was just trying to work out what sort of mould of opening batsman they'd be looking for. You mentioned conditions.
I mean, Lees is not secure either at the top of the order, is he? He hasn't really
kicked on and got that 100.
Converted any starts, which he has got, and Atkinson, and that's a better short ball, but again easily ducked under by Jacqueline, who looks pretty unfazed by this little barrage here before lunch.
Yeah, just the one to go. One ball left in the over, one ball before lunch. Roy Burns coming over to Atkinson, just going to have a chat with him. Maybe just creating a level of pressure or a few mind games on Jack Leaning.
Yeah, a little bit of theatre going on here.
Yeah. Good to see.
Just making the Kent batsman wait. Just trying to upset the rhythm and the focus.
I'm about to find out if it's worked or not. Sankaran was also talking to Atkinson over there, so
here we are, last ball then before lunch for this first session on day 4. Atkinson in, and it's the full one. It is the bluff, not the double bluff. It's the bluff, and he's gone for the Yorker, and it's calmly played out. So good morning there from Surrey, taking out the 2 wickets, but a nice partnership building between Drummond and Leaning. Kent moves on to 154 for 2. Still plenty of work to do to save this game. See you after lunch.
40 minutes for the lunch interval, with Kent on 154.
Thank you to Farron Chopra and Fabian Cowdrey there, and they'll be both back with us after lunch. So yeah, lunch there, 154 for 2. Couple of wickets to fall. Ben Compton LBW to Sam Curran for 48. Joe Denley LBW to Dan Worrell for 69. But Surrey have those 2 wickets. 8 more needed by Surrey. And the weather at the moment is okay. So we'll be back with you on BBC Radio London and on BBC Radio Kent in about 40 minutes time on the Surrey live stream. Now yesterday, of course, Tom Laws on his championship debut, a 4 for 51. Bowled beautifully yesterday did Tom Laws. So on the Surrey live stream during lunch, those wickets of Tom Laws yesterday, and then we will be back with you at around about 20 to 2 for the whole of the afternoon session.
Obviously been called up into the England squad.
Oh, there we go. Laws gets his man. Good length. I think it's an inside edge, just dragged on to leg stump out the ground, and you have to say it is.
At the moment in Championship.
Oh, that's a good.
What time should we leave tomorrow?
I think about 8. What do you reckon?
Yeah, that sounds about right. What time should we leave tomorrow?
I told you, 8.
What time should we leave tomorrow?
We're leaving at 8, Jane.
What time should we leave tomorrow?
I think we should leave at 8, love.
Well, a very warm welcome back to the Kia Oval here on BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Kent and the Surrey live stream. Lunch break is over. Players are making their way back out into the middle with Kent 154 for 2. That's still trailing Surrey by 188 after being asked to follow on yesterday when they were all out for 331. Started this morning 121 without loss, Kent, and then lost the 2 not out batsmen overnight actually. Ben Compton LBW to Sam Curran for 48, and then Joe Denley LBW to Dan Worrell for 69. Messrs Bell, Drummond and Leaning got their heads down. Added 26, but that's a minimum of 65 left today, because if Surrey were to whistle through some overs, they could then bung the ball to Will Jackson, get some extras in if they needed to. And there is a new ball, it's worth pointing out, there is a new ball available in 19 overs time, which could be a key time. Fabian Cowdery is alongside, and from sort of Kent's point of view, that the way that Bell, Drummond and Leaning went about that is the way they've got to do it for the rest of the day, really, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just that sort of first hour after lunch that everyone speaks about, or after a break, or at the start of a day, which obviously brings in the bowling side more as you try and set yourself up again to build an innings. So as always, a big first hour after lunch for the Kent batters. Bell, Drummond and Leaning know that a lot rests on their shoulders. There's a long tail this week in the Kent lineup.
Here's Conor McKerr then from the pavilion end. First ball to Bell Drummond. He's forward and plays this one into the leg side. We'll get a single. Interesting fielding position here is Will Jacks. Now he's very close at a fourth slip and got the helmet on as well. So he's very close in there at fourth slip. There's no huge pace to this pitch, of course, but he's in there at fourth slip with the helmet on for both Leaning and Bell Drummond. They'd also left a man back at deep mid-wicket for Bell Drummond. They bring the man up for Jack Leaning, the captain, so it's a slip, this sort of four-slip close position for Jacks. Ryan Patel in the gully. It's Conor McKerr right arm over the wicket to Leaning, and Leaning's in behind a shortish ball, plays it back up the pitch, and there's no run. Weather-wise, it's quite nice now.
Gorgeous, isn't it, Churchy? Yeah. For Jack Leaning as well, this is an opportunity for him after putting Surrey into bat on day one, then to get 673, but then for it to rest on your shoulders as to whether Kent can save the game. It'd be nice for him to walk off at the end, so I'm sure he'll be feeling that sort of pressure as well. He's a good player as well, Jack Leaning.
Very good player, yeah, very good player. Well, he looked good yesterday, but was dropped twice and then almost immediately then played on to Tom Lords as Conor McKerr is into him. He's forward to a good length ball, just plays this one up the pitch towards Hashim Amla, and there is no run. That new ball's going to be key as well. 19 overs time, that new ball's going to be key.
Yeah, massive part of the game that. Particularly for Kent, if they can get to that new ball without losing a wicket, that must be the next step on the treadmill today for those two. You know, you've got from Linda down, it's just a group of bowlers, so Cox, Robinson, Leaning and Bell Drummond stand between Surrey and victory here.
Over the wicket again comes Conor McKerr. Up on his toes goes Leaning, just pushes this one up towards mid-off, and there's no run. Yes, I like that, on the treadmill. Sort of on the agenda. If they'd done a lunchtime agenda for Kent, it would have been 19 overs. New ball arrives, Bell Drummond 35 not out, Leaning 25 not out.
Well, I think Surrey know that if they can pick up 2 or 3 wickets before that new ball, it is going to be exceptionally hard for Kent to bat out the day. 65 overs is a long time to bat, regardless of whether the pitch is good for lower order batters and the bowlers. So a lot rests on these two for sure.
In again comes McKerr. Nicely played by Leaning, gets fully forward to Conor McKerr. I think Surrey would probably even settle for just one of these two, actually, with a new ball around the corner, because as you say, that's a lot of overs still to bat with a new ball. So I think Surrey would dearly love one of these two before that new ball arrives. Ideally both, but I think one of them they'd be fairly happy with. As in towards us comes Conor McKerr, Leaning's forward again. Solid looking defensive shot. There's not a lot there for the quicks at the moment. And as I said, this ball now 62 overs old, 155 for 2, Kent. And these two came together in the 49th over, so just to give you that idea, they've been together now for 13 overs and have added 27, so they've really set their stall out here of Messrs Leaning and Bell-Drummond.
Yeah, pretty solid stuff since the lunch break from Kent. Looks a really good pitch, slightly older ball now, of course, 62 overs bowled, so not a lot in the wicket for these Surrey bowlers.
Just explain to everybody sort of mindset as a player going out there, and sort of your natural game might be score runs, that's your natural game, but you know, you've also got to bat for time, so it's getting the balance right, isn't it, which is very difficult.
Yeah, it is very difficult. I think I was speaking to Varun just before lunch about Daniel Bell-Drummond, who looked like he was going to shape up for a big drive and then held back and almost nicked it through to third slip. Warrell in, more on that in a second. Bowls to Bell-Drummond, who nearly chops it onto his stumps, cannons into his pad and runs away on the offside, and they get through for a quick single. And I was just saying to him, it just looks like he's sort of half-heartedly going at a drive, because in the back of his head he's thinking of survival as opposed to thinking of just playing what would be a normal cover drive for someone like Bell-Drummond. And that's the danger, isn't it? He said that when the best option that you've got in the game is a draw, that actually his mindset would be, I need to continue to play positively. I need to continue to play my strokes, because sometimes attack is the best form of defence. You don't get in that sort of 50% zone where you start nicking the ball and playing a missing. And there's a good ball from Worrell through to Jamie Smith, play a miss from Jack Leaney, or he may have just played inside the line of that one.
But you'd have been in these positions before, so sort of when you went out there, was it you're just telling yourself, and how important is the bloke at the other end, that you keep talking to each other and keep reminding each other? And the other thing I always think in these situations is a rank delivery can pick you up a wicket.
Yeah.
Because you don't actually go and smash it like you would normally. You sort of, and might spoon it up to cover points or something like that.
You're looking out for the bowler's best ball as opposed to thinking, where can I score, which is a really dangerous mindset, actually. Worrell in again, wide outside the off stump, left well alone by Jack Leaning through to Jamie Smith. I think it's individual to each batsman. The one thing that you do have your head in this situation is, cool, I can't get out playing an expansive drive here, or I can't play a big cut shot, even if it's a long hop, and nick it to second slip when I've got 64 overs to bat to save the game. I mean, what is the coach going to think of that? What's the captain going to think of that? So you have all these thoughts going through your mind. But that's the art of batsmanship, isn't it? You have to put those thoughts to bed and think, right, if I'm clear as to my way of surviving here, if I get out, I get out, and there's certain things you can't control. Player miss outside the off stump by Jack Leaning, a decent ball that rose sharply away from Jack Leaning through to Jamie Smith.
That's not a bad delivery with the ball in its 63rd over, is it, from down Worrell? That bounced as well. Terrific bit of bowling that from Dan Worrell. I think to Leaning's credit here, just seeing it again, he's just playing the line of that. I'm not even sure the bat's going towards the ball. I think he's just playing the line of it, and it's just gone away past that outside edge. Terrific bit of bowling again from Dan Worrell.
On that point though, I'd be interested to know what Stokes McCullum's England would do if they were blocking out, or they were trying to survive a day.
Exactly.
How they would go about it.
Exactly.
Because we haven't seen that yet, have we?
Oh. Apologies everybody, there is some drilling going on.
Blocked into the leg side, dot ball.
Yeah, apologies for that. Really adds to the ambience. Drilling going on up here, but yeah, it's an interesting. They will be in a position at some point when they have to do that, and it will be how do they go about it, or is there thinking that if we play the way we are, we're not going to get into that position of trying to save it? I don't know. It's
80 ball 100 for Bairstow, batting for the draw.
Well, yeah, exactly. Well, but that seems to be the mindset.
Worrell again, right arm over the wicket, right on the stumps of Jack Leaning there, blocked up the pitch to Hashim Amla mid-on, nicely played, end of the over. 156 for 2. Jack Leaning is 11 off 47 balls. Bell-Drummond back on strike, 17 off 45 balls. So they trail by 186 here, Kent. Trying to see out these overs here on day 4.
I suppose they might be thinking it quite simply and saying, look, if we play like this, we're either going to win or lose. We're never going to get the opportunity to draw unless it's the opposition.
I haven't thought about it.
Trying to bat out the day, and then we'll be bowling. So it may be that they're sitting there thinking, well, if we bat like this and we keep being aggressive, we sort of take the draw out of the equation from our end.
We either lose by an innings or we win by day 4.
Yeah.
Or early day 5.
It could be that, as Conor McCurr from the pavilion end is into Daniel Bell-Drummond, who's forward and plays this one out towards extra cover.
You do think at some point, with the current mindset, now I don't want to tempt fate or anything, that at some point it has to go a bit wrong, doesn't it?
Yeah, you would think it
nearly did, but in the last test, 55 for 6, it nearly went very pear-shaped.
But then they still managed to find a way to do what they've done. So I think we're all saying, a lot of people saying at some point, maybe it won't. Maybe they'll keep doing it, and all they're doing is taking England trying to draw a game completely out the equation. As in over the wicket comes Conor McCurr, short ball, looking to pull on the leg side is Bell-Drummond. And Sam Curran was about to try and boot the ball onto the stumps, but missed it completely there. I think that was on purpose. I hope it was for Sam Curran. Otherwise, he had an absolute air shot at that. Did Sam Curran? But it'll be fascinating to see sort of when they get to Pakistan and places how they go about it then. But I just wonder whether they've sort of sat round a table somewhere and gone, we are taking us batting out for a draw on the last day out the equation completely. We can go at an opposition who are trying to bat out for the day, but we're taking that out. In over the wicket comes Conor McCurr, and this has bounced on Bell-Drummond, and again it's gone straight down into the ground and run behind him, but he's again there with Daniel Bell-Drummond. You can sort of see he's in two minds there. He's sort of, should I be aggressive against this, let it go or play it? And in the end he didn't really do either or any of those three, and sort of just, yeah, he just didn't look like he really wanted to defend that, Daniel Bell-Drummond.
It's very easy to get caught in two minds in this situation, but that is the sort of length that Daniel Bell-Drummond is very strong off the back foot in other formats, but just look to pull for 4 or clip for 4 through the leg side.
Still got Jacks in this close catching position as Conor McCurr is in. Forward comes Bell-Drummond, plays him straight back up the pitch, and there's no run. And Bell-Drummond now, they're equal balls. Not now, 49 now for Daniel Bell-Drummond for 17, leaning 48 for 11. So they've almost put shots to bed now, which is a great art form. Talk about Hashim Amla doing it last year at the Aegeus Bowl, but Amla's done it before. He's done it in test matches. It's a real art form, this. Sort of leaving your shots in the locker is a real art form. As in comes Conor McCurr then to Daniel Bell-Drummond, shot driving down the ground, slightly over pitched, and Daniel Bell-Drummond on that occasion has just full face of the bat, straight back down the ground for 4. Lovely shot from Daniel Bell-Drummond. On to 21 he goes, and it's 160 for 2.
Yeah, it's a great shot from Daniel Bell-Drummond. We're just talking about the importance of him not getting caught in two minds in this situation, and long half volley from Conor McCurr. It can be very easy to nick those if you're in that sort of no man's land, playing a half stroke at it, but he really committed there. I think that's the way to go. 160 for 2.
As Conor McCurr once again comes charging in over the wicket to Bell-Drummond, who's letting this one go. It comes back at him and taken by Jamie Smith, going away to his left. End of the over then, 160 for 2 Kent. And I know it sounds a strange thing to say, but runs at the moment are sort of not important. Kent are just going to look to bat 62 overs here, and sometimes, well, that is difficult. That's a long time to bat 62 overs. So and Surrey have a new ball. I wonder whether as well it's exactly what you were talking about, is that these two need to be there when that new ball arrives. This might be they're batting 19 overs at the moment till the new ball arrives.
Yeah, as you said, I think that they'll be happy just to get one of them out, open up one end, but to remove both of them is a dream scenario for Surrey. Of course, blocked down into the surface, thick outside edge through to gully. Worrell full of a length there, trying to attack the stumps. And you mentioned to me when I was here on day 2 how much of a find Worrell has been for Surrey this season. What have you made of him, and why do you think he's had the impact he's had?
Well, I just think he's got all the skills. I think he can take the ball away, he can bring the ball back, he's quick enough, he's pretty relentless as well. And the other thing you notice with him as well, that even when the ball goes past the bat for the keeper, it's a nightmare because it just keeps wobbling. I just think he's a very experienced bowler.
Worrell to leaning, thick outside edge, into the turf again. Jack Leaning pushing forward, blocking that into the offside. Another dot ball, 160 for 2. Sam Curran giving the ball a polish.
But what I like about him as well is he's done it again here. Denley in the first innings, Denley in the second innings. He more often than not will take an opener when you need him to, and then if the tail, he'll come in and take the tail out as well. So he's just an extremely skilled practitioner. He must be captain's dream actually, because you can just sort of let him go.
Yeah, can clean up the tail, but also get the opposition's best players out as well. Superb. Short ball that time to Jack Leaning, through to Jamie Smith, ducked underneath by Leaning. Another dot ball.
Because I was saying that at Mornay Moorcourt 2018, when Surrey won the championship, huge amount of forfers from Mornay Moorcourt in that season. But when you looked at the wickets he was taking, top 3, top 4, probably 2 of the top 4. If it got all flat in the middle, he'd come back, make something happen, and then at the end, knock a couple of the tail over.
You wouldn't want to face him as a 10 and 11,
no,
would you?
No. And he just sort of finished innings off very, very quickly.
Worrell again bowling to Jack Leaning, full of a length width through the leg side. Nice shot from Leaning. Might run away across the practice pitches for 4, or will they get round? They will. So Kent will have to settle for 3. Fine leg running around to deep square leg to retrieve the ball.
The other thing that sort of might happen in this situation, the old run out comes into play as well, doesn't it? How often do you see it in these situations where 2 players are getting their heads down and they sort of have changed that, we're looking for singles, and then all of a sudden get themselves in a bit of a Horlicks, and there's a run out. It's always worth keeping an eye out for a run out in these situations.
Worrell again, 2 gullies, 2 slips to Bell Drummond, who blocks into the offside. Quick single, there is a chance of a run out, and he doesn't throw. Churchy, I thought you set us up there.
Sam Curran there was a little bit on his heels for that, because there was a little bit of indecision from Leading and Bell Drummond there.
I think the thing is, the safest place in this situation is to throw your mate up into the firing zone and stand at the non-striker's end, isn't it? So those quick singles in the ring. You're right, I think Sam, if he had been a little bit more awake, Sam Curran at cover, he may have had a chance there running Jack Leaning out.
Leaning was in a slight panic for a second there, wasn't he? He was in a slight panic.
If that had actually been a run out, that would have been one of the most clever bits of commentary, I think. Worrell in even. Worrying Jack Leaning through to Jamie Smith, another one to shape away late. Leaning got nowhere near that, played inside the line. 164 for 2, Worrell 1 for 30 in his 15 overs. Brilliant economy of just 2 and over, 65 overs bowled. And to be specific, how many overs have we got left in the day? Plenty.
61 to bowl. 61 minimum of, I suppose. Minimum of, you have to say. But yes, 15 overs until the new ball. Leaning's playing that well, I think, in the fact that Worrell is getting that ball to go away from him, and he's just playing the line of it and just letting it go. So it looks from here like he's actually playing at the ball, but I don't think he is. Seeing it again on the replay, he's just letting it go away from him, but he's getting it to swing, is Worrell. Here's McCurr coming in over the wicket to Daniel Bell Drummond, and Bell Drummond just stabs this one down into the leg side, rolls in there towards short mid-wicket. Rory Burns is wandering across to have a word with umpire Burns, that is, up there, I think, at the pavilion end. Of course, sorry, the other thing that Surrey managed to get done yesterday was got the ball changed. 75th over, I think it was, because that was when young Mr. Laws came into the attack, and which over did, yeah, 75th over he picked up, 76th over he picked up Jack Leaning, his first one, as McCurr is in. Bell Drummond drives, they've got the sweeper out there, he'll just take the single, but again Leaning was thinking about 2. We saw this at Taunton, it happened at Taunton. Tom Abel was going along really well, forming a partnership, and then took on Gus Atkinson's arm for a second that he didn't really need to be coming back for, and got run out. And it just, for some strange reason, in these little passages of play where players are playing for a bit further on in the game, the old run out can come into play. Conor McCurr coming in over the wicket to Leaning. Lets this one go outside his off stump. He really, Leaning these days and Bairstow look identical in their setups, don't they? Because Bairstow as well just stands with that bat held high. How many sort of reincarnations of your stance did you go through, Fabian Cowdrey?
Well, I often had a problem with quite a heavy head where I fell over towards the offside and brought in the LBW. So I tried to lift the bat up higher, a bit more like Rob Key, my captain, had that sort of high back lift, bit like Jack Leaning does now, and of course Johnny Bairstow in the test team on that in second.
Driving is Leaning, nicely played shot. Round comes Ben Geddes. Are they coming back for two? They are. So Geddes gets round to do the fielding, and that's 2 more to the total. Leaning will move on to 16, 167.
The one thing I didn't do, which would be interesting to have tried, was the trigger. I often stood quite still, as opposed to getting myself in a position where you could go back, you could go forward. I was always taught to
stand still.
Stand still. But you see so many top players with some quite dramatic triggers, some with very simple triggers, and I just never tried it. But it's interesting. There's so many different ways of doing one thing.
Conor McCurr is in, and this one's left alone outside the off stump by Leaning. And would I be right in saying that there are certain times where you might be in the nets or something, and you just try something and it feels great, and you just think, ooh, oh, I'll keep doing that.
Yeah.
Without any great sort of theory behind it, it just feels good.
Sometimes things just fall into place and you go with it. And yeah, you're right. In the nets, whether it be practicing a type of sweep, you think, oh, I've hit that quite well. I might continue to explore that, and then you start working on trying to sweep different lines, different lengths, and then you become a sweeper all of a sudden. Yeah, it can happen. Not without hard work, but it can.
Absolutely. It's Conor McCurr is in again, and this is just tucked off his hip by Leaning down towards the fine leg boundary rope for 4. So nicely put away by Jack Leaning. As I say, runs aren't that important at the moment for Kent, but Leaning there, just a ball on his hip and making sure he got bat on it to rush away for 4. Leaning is on to 20. And Kent move on to 171 for 2. That's still trailing. Just to give you an idea, still trailing by 171.
I remember that happened to me actually, but more in a game. I hadn't played the shot before, and I'd scored lots of runs in the second team in the 4-day competition, 3-day competition. Actually scored a double against Surrey, which was one of my better innings in the second team at Whitgift. And then got picked in the T20, which was probably completely the wrong decision, because I'd been used to leaving the ball outside off stump. And they said, right, I want you to go in a 5 or 6 and have a slog against New Zealand's touring side. So I was playing an international side at 19 years old. Anyway, here is Worrell, left alone outside the off stump. And they said to me, right, we want you to go in the middle overs and give the ball a whack. And I said, Jimmy Adams at the time, I said, Jimmy, I've just been batting for a day, trying to leave the ball on length outside off stump and get in behind it. And I've not really played much T20 cricket. And we said, well, it's the only team we can get you into. So I said, okay, no problem. Well, you're not going to say no, are you?
No, of course not.
So you go in there. I went in there, and the second ball I faced, I tried this little ramp shot, which beat fine leg, and the crowd went up, and I thought, oh,
that was
a bit of an endorphin.
I'll do that again.
Bit of adrenaline. Worrell again. Balls to Bill Drummond, who whips that through the leg side. They'll run away towards the pavilion for 4. And a good shot that from Daniel Drummond, and from that day on it became a shot that I just went to. But the danger of that is when you get a shot in your head mentally as a batsman, you forget you can play other shots as well, and all of a sudden in T20 you try and ramp everything instead of realising that for 20 years or something you're quite good at hitting the ball straight as well.
Down the ground
so
as well.
It can go the other way.
Who was the bowler that you ramped? Do you remember?
Butler.
Was it?
Yeah, and then Tremlett I ramped here. That was one of my better ones that my brother quite enjoyed from the stands. He said, "Oh, you ranked Chris Tremlett?" He said, "That's brave." Blocked into the leg side by Bell Drummond, thick inside edge, got through for a single.
I saw you score some great runs.
I scored some runs here actually.
Yeah, you like batting here. Yeah.
Lovely wicket.
Yeah.
Lovely. And I don't know what it was. It was just I remember one of the games I played here against Surrey. Almost felt like I was in a big band or something for Oasis, or one of these
big crowds,
and then all of a sudden the songs would come on the big screen, and everyone's had a few tins of beers on a Friday night, and
good atmosphere.
I remember Sam Northeast was captain, and he was trying to move the field, and we had to stop the game because it was so loud.
No, you couldn't hear.
And I think I was at short fine leg or something. He tried to move me around. I said, "Sorry, Skip, I've no idea what you're saying."
Yep.
So we had about 2 or 3 minutes just where everyone just let everyone simmer down and they took the music off the big screen. But a pretty amazing experience to play under the lights here at the Oval on a Friday night, for sure.
Yep, it's certainly lively, I think it's fair to say. Certainly lively.
Not shy of a beer on a Friday evening.
No.
Well, why would you be?
No, absolutely.
Worrell round the wicket. Looks like he's going to try the short ball. He isn't on that time. That's a bluff. Jack Leaning whipping the ball away through the leg side, beating fine leg for 4. You just want to run through this field, really. Worrell's coming round the wicket. You've got a wide mid on, catcher mid wicket, square leg, and a deep fine leg, and a leg gully on the leg side. So this is quite astonishing field.
Interesting, this. He's just trying to get Jack Leaning to play round that front pad a bit through the leg side. Now it's interesting. He played that shot really well, Jack Leaning, but from round the wicket on the angle, and he's blocking it out. But those are catches. Got 3 catches there at mid wicket now.
Worrell round the wicket, full of a length. Nicely played by Jack Leaning on this occasion. Got over the ball there and whips it straight to mid-wicket, dot ball. Didn't find the gap. But
Obviously coming round the wicket to the right hand is going to be tricky with the LBW, but he doesn't want to miss these. He doesn't want to bring the umpire into play. He might come back over now. Yes, he is.
I think just as a batsman you need to make sure that your weight is coming forward. The tendency is when you think the ball's going to be short to just sit back a bit and clip the ball in the air around those areas in mid-wicket or square leg. And
it might be. It's one of those as well where it might be just to get Jack Leaning thinking about something.
Still 14 overs until that new ball. Worrell running into Jack Leaning, full of a length, stifled appeal, leg by down to fine leg. Jack Leaning looking for 2, and there was nearly Churchy's run out, and Beltram returns to strike. No, he doesn't. It's the end of the over. 181 for 2.
I'm going to leave you, Fabian Cowdrey. No, you're staying, old boy. And we're going to bring in it's two of the greats. Two of the great cricketers together now as well. Mr. Ben Watts and Mr. Fabian Cowdrey. So after a few words from Fabian Cowdrey, he will be joined by BBC Radio Kent's Ben Watts.
181 for 2 then. Beltram 28 not out following his 100 in the first innings. If he can make the close of play or close to the close of play, he would have played a serious part in Kent's fight back in this match. Obviously just looking to pick up the draw here at the Oval today. Wicket looks really good. Old ball, there's still a while till the new ball as well. Atkinson in, left alone outside the off stump. Conor McCurr bowling, left outside the off stump by Jack Leaning. And Ben Watts, first time we've been on air for a while.
Hello, yeah. I can't remember the last time.
It must be a year or 2 ago.
I think it might even be longer than that, to be honest, because of COVID and whatnot. But yeah, good to see you again. You keeping well?
Very well, thank you. Very well. Even better after some fantastic lunch the Oval provide here.
Well, I must say the couple of days food has been really good. Yesterday at tea there was some sort of chocolatey cake that
McCurr is brought down the pitch by Jack Leaning, and as far as Amla, dot ball.
I must confess, I nipped in there at the end of play as Churchy and I were leaving the building, and there was still a few little slithers left, so I put 2 in a napkin and ran. And I don't think they made it out the gate. I'd already seen them off. They were really nice.
I missed that. I love how you're rubbing that in. That was the only day that I wasn't.
Sorry,
I wasn't here.
Sorry,
we actually, to be fair, on day 2 there were some amazing brownies in the kitchen.
Oh, nice.
So whatever the chefs are doing here at the Oval, they're doing it brilliantly well. Even for us in the media as well. Apparently it's the players' food, but they cook too much, so they send it over to the commentators. I've heard. Anyway, that's just the rumour. Left alone outside the off stump by Jack Leaning, watchful as ever. 24 not out for him, 28 for Beltram. This has been a thorn in Surrey's side so far in this match, this partnership. Beltram, who scored 102 of 202 balls in the first innings, and Jack Leaning, who batted for a similar amount of time, 75 off 175. So these two have been the two that Surrey are desperate to get rid of. A bit like Blundell and Mitchell for England. They just seem to just bat and bat and bat and bat, you know. Anyway, here is McCurr bowling to Leaning. He drives beautifully straight at captain Rory Burns, dot ball.
I think from Kent's point of view, having had the really good partnership yesterday with Denley and Compton batting out that entire final session. It was a long session as well, 44 overs. So for those two to have put together that big partnership, okay, a blow to lose them both so quickly this morning, but for this partnership to follow on from that and bat time and look solid and frustrate Surrey and put a few on the board, they'll be pleased with that.
Baker bowls to leaning, blocked off the back foot into the offside as far as point. 181 for 2, another dot ball. And sorry Ben, I was just going to say, and it's 13 overs of course. That new ball, that's going to be the big point.
Well, of course it is, and that's all part of the fact that, as we know, in a way, the two big partnerships that Kent have had, they needed those, because otherwise Surrey really could have skittled through, and as we've pointed out, it's a longer Kent tail as well. So plus the two wicket keepers, you know, you're into the bowlers and the all-rounders, and Surrey all think they have a sniff.
McCurr driven beautifully by Jack leaning down the ground through mid-on, and a generous round of applause by the Surrey faithful. They enjoyed that. Nice front foot drive for 4, end of the over. 185 for 2.
Yeah, feels like Jack Leaning's got going now in county championship cricket for the season. Had a really frustrating start to the year, missing the first 3 matches because he tweaked a hammy 2 days out from the start of the season when he was meant to be captaining the side in Sam Billings' absence. Of course, he is doing that this week. Norton 36 away at Yorkshire, his old county, made just 9 against Surrey in the drawn game at Beckenham in the reverse fixture, but since then, half century against Northants, made 100 against Gloucestershire, half century in the first innings as well. And then, as you say, that was shot of the day so far, that on drive to move to 28 apiece for these two, and Surrey turning to spin. Kent trailing by 157 runs. They're 185 for 2 here on BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Kent, and BBC Sport Online. Will Jacks about to come back into the attack. Surrey inquiring about the shape of the ball as well, and it was the change of the old ball yesterday which really brought about a lovely change in Surrey's fortunes. They got the replacement old ball really swinging, and Tom Laws managed to take some vital wickets with it, and they've managed here again to get the ball changed.
I love how they ran that by Jack Leaning as well. Look, the umpires turned around to Jack as if he had a say in the matter and said, look, we're just going to change the ball, Jack. Yeah, all good, he would have said, and not knowing what on earth is going to be thrown at him in the next 10-15 minutes with the ball change.
Yeah, quite.
You so often see it, don't you? The wicket that follows the ball change from a Kent perspective.
Yep, if from a Surrey point of view, this ball's not doing much. Should we get it changed, folks? But you know, umpires are quite often, you know, happy to turn around to a skipper and go, nah, get on with it, chuck it straight back at them if they think that the shape of it is still absolutely fine. So yeah, they're just having a look at the box of balls that's been brought out and deciphering which one they would like to use. And then Will Jacks will be coming in to have a little burst with, as you say, 12 overs now to go until a new one is available once again. And it feels in a way like it hasn't been that long. It doesn't feel like we've come round to the time where there should be a new ball, because of the fact that we saw Curran and Worrell steaming in this morning. It felt like that was almost a new ball period when they obviously got the 2 wickets at the start of the day, whereas in reality that ball was 44 overs old and was actually midway through its lifespan, if you like. And so Jacks from the Vauxhall end giving this one a nice bit of flight, and it popped up off, I think, some sort of padding from Bell Drummond into the leg side, landed safe.
Yeah, a bit of bite there from Will Jacks. That will interest him. He's going to have to bowl a few overs before that new ball, trying to get Surrey as close to it as possible and as quickly as possible. So yeah, perhaps Roy Burns will consider a man round the corner at leg slip after watching that bite fiercely into sort of the upper pad glove region of Bell Drummond.
He's not afraid to toss a few up. Bell Drummond this time padding the ball away. No real stroke offered, but well wide of the off stump.
It'd be interesting to see whether Bell Drummond just goes into his shell or tries to take the attack a bit to Will Jacks.
Goes for a cut shot here and doesn't get any timing. Ball out towards Hashim Amla at backward point.
185 for 2. 28 apiece for Bell Drummond and Jack Leaning here.
In he bowls, forward comes Bell Drummond, plays defensively into the onside, covering up on that occasion.
Yeah, just thinking about what Will Jacks might have to work with. Sam Curran, of course, bowling left arm over the wicket from the pavilion end. He might have his footholes to aim into.
Bowling well wide of the off stump once again, and Bell Drummond does appear to be batting well across his stumps, knowing that if then he uses the pad, he's not going to be out LBW, trying to take that out of the equation. He's effectively batting on, or maybe even outside off stump, as he defends this one on the back foot into the onside. End of the over, Kent, 185 for 2. You can get in touch with us on email, kentcricket@gmail.com, and more than happy to take your messages as well from Surrey fans. And Neil Thomas Allen is one of those. He says, "Hi guys, Neil here. First time watching proper 4-day county cricket, and wanted to thank you guys for the coverage. Really enjoyed it so far, especially as Surrey are doing so well. They certainly dominated the early proceedings of the game, putting that massive 673 for 7 declared on the board. Kent 331 bowled out in their first innings yesterday, and 2 down in their second innings, still trailing by 157 runs on this final day. And just as Surrey did with the changed older ball yesterday, they're going back to Tom Laws from the pavilion end."
Here is Tom Laws. Right arm over, bowls to Jack Leaning, who is on the front foot, and blocks nicely out into the cover region to captain Rory Burns.
And from Leaning's point of view, he won't want a repeat of a few moments of madness where he was dropped, caught and bowled by Tom Laws, then dropped at first slip, regulation chance, spilt, and then the next over he went for a defensive stroke inside edge onto the stumps, and Laws removed him.
185 for 2. Here is Laws, bowls to Leaning, left alone outside the off stump. Good length up from Laws, just needs to be a bit tighter to off stump to bring in Jack Leaning's outside edge.
And actually he did quite well and had some success by bowling that slightly wider line, because at that point Kent were chasing bonus points, and so they wanted, you know, inside 110 overs to get a few more runs on the board, whereas now the onus needs to be on him to bowl, as you say, that a bit straighter, because Kent have put shots away.
Laws to Leaning, who thick inside edges that onto his back pad, nearly drags it onto his stumps. He remains out there, 28 of 68 for Leaning.
Yeah, as I said, that's how he got out to Laws yesterday.
It's that sort of area of the wicket where if a bowler lands it in, you don't know whether to go back, you don't know whether to go forward, you're not committal in defence, it's just a bit of a clouded judgment there from Jack Leaning. He needs to commit more on the front foot. Left outside the off stump, through to Jamie Smith. Good length up from Laws.
Yeah, he's a lovely little bowler. Really impressed with what I've seen from Tom Laws so far. Talking about how repeatable his action is, how smooth it looks. That away swing as well. Happy to pitch the ball up. The only thing I guess will be that his first team opportunities at Surrey, he's going to have to really work hard to get in this team when other players are back.
Laws again, bowls to Leaning, full of a length, blocked straight back at him. Another dot ball, so it's been a tight over from Laws.
I wonder if Kent after this game might turn around to Surrey and go, yeah, if there's an occasion where you've got a few too many seamers, want to lend us this young lad, we'll give him a bit of a bowl.
I don't think they'll be being so generous with a young talent like Laws. He looks pretty good, doesn't he? 4 for in that first innings. Fairly consistent as well with his lines, blocked down the pitch by Jack Leaning. A bit of extra bounce off a length there for Laws. 185 for 2 at the end of the over. 70 overs bowled in this innings. Bell Drummond and Leaning looking to fight back as hard as they can, try and salvage a draw out of this match at the Oval.
Yeah, still 56 more overs to go. As we're mentioning, that new ball 10 overs away now, so then they'll have 46 with the other ball. They've got, well, Jacks to face at the moment, the two Kent batters. Bell Drummond trying to drive this one away, and he gets it very square, in fact behind square on the offside, and the backward point fielder just chases that to the boundary rope. It was a strange shot really, because Bell Drummond looked like he almost hit the pitch. I'm not sure he was really trying to hit the ball in that direction. It was very full from Jacks outside the off stump. A little bit similar actually to the way that he got Bell Drummond out in the first innings, chopping a delivery out to point. Quite a soft dismissal after he'd gone through to 100. Jacks bowling to him again. This time he goes back and plays defensively into the pitch, which is looking nice out there, certainly with the sunshine on it if you're watching on the live stream. A little bit of green tinge, but he's played well this wicket. As Bell Drummond comes forward, batters know that, you know, even with a bit of grass on the pitch at the Oval, you can, as you mentioned earlier, Fabian, you can trust it. You know that it's going to be good for batting. It's going to give you a chance to score runs as Bell Drummond defends this next one. Around about fourth stump from Jacks, the off spinner. 189 for 2 the Kent scorers. 2 balls to come in the over. Jacks bowls once again turned away out towards mid-wicket, keeping the likes of Verdi out of the side with his spin now. Well, Jacks obviously a prolific top order batter in white ball cricket, but really adding this red ball bowling element to his game, bowling well wide of the off stump, spinning delivery into the hands of keeper Jamie Smith, and the end of the over. Well, Drummond now on 32, Jack leaning there on 28. This partnership for Kent now worth 61, and still Kent trailing by 153. 9 to go until the new ball is available. They didn't take it straight away, Surrey, last time around because Laws was bowling so well with it. I suspected it might be on the cards. I've just realised that there is a partnership on the scoreboard that I was looking at. It actually does say what the partnership is, rather than me trying to do my mental maths.
Here is Laws, bowls to Leaning, who blocks comfortably into the leg side, just back of a length out from Laws, nice and straight, trying to hit the stumps of Leaning. Yeah, credit to Laws that Rory Burns did hold back that new ball actually, then didn't think it was a rush to throw the ball to Worrell, the new ball to Worrell, but actually keep the youngster going. Obviously had his tail up at the time, and again he's been tight. 8.1 overs, none for 14 so far. That is blocked thick outside edge from Leaning, who rocks forward and didn't intend the ball to go through the third man region, but will get back for 2. 191 for 2 here. Leaning now into the 30s. Bell Drummond 32 not out. And Church is right, you know, Jet Leaning does have that high pickup, a bit like Johnny Bairstow, doesn't he? I suppose if you watch him from around the ground or on the stream, if you've got him on the stream, he does have that very Bairstow-like pickup.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to try and whack the ball, really send it baseball style out the ground.
Blocked down the pitch by Jack Leaning. They've got a fairly different approach in the way that they go about their red ball cricket to Jack Leaning and Johnny Bairstow at the moment, but
if you watch him again, this ball, although that backlift starts really high, it then almost, as the bowler bowls, kind of crouches into a stance, and it comes down to a more of a orthodox height at around about waist height. Have a look at him here.
And again, Laws full of the length, blocked down the pitch by Leaning. That is solid defence by Jack Leaning. Yeah, I see what you mean, Ben.
And I guess it's one of those that he's over time worked on different little tweaks to his technique, and he's found something that works for him. Helps him get a nice flow with the bat when he does try and play those attacking shots as well.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of trial and error as well as a batter. Always small changes you make through your career. Laws again, blocked into the offside. They'll push through for 1. Laws will pick up, but they will scamper through in the end. Bell Drummond making his ground safely. 31 for Leaning. Bell Drummond 32 of 69.
It's good running actually, that one.
Yeah, just dropped it at his feet to Jack Leaning, got in behind it and handed over the strike and the responsibility to Bell Drummond, who's played well in red ball cricket, hasn't he, this year? You would have seen a lot more of him than I have.
He really has, and it's just his white ball form that's been baffling, just because he's been so consistent over the last few years in that format.
Laws to Bell Drummond, left alone outside the off stump. You can hear the ums and the ahs from the Surrey slip cord, and that's nearly knocked out his off stump. As always, 2 types of leave. He survives. End of the over. The score is 192 for 2.
Yeah, but of course, Ben Compton, a lot of the focus has been on him, hasn't it? And how many runs he scored for Kent this season, over 1,000 in the Championship. Crikey, just in the lead there, and the ball just did come back from Laws, not far away from the off stump. But Bell Drummond now just quietly scored 300s, a couple of 80s. Having a really good red ball campaign. I'm going to nip next door briefly to update BBC Radio Kent's DAB FM listeners, and I'll leave you with Faber and Cowdrey.
Thank you, Ben. 192 for 2, and it will be Will Jacks to continue in 73rd over here in Kent's second innings as they try and salvage a draw here at the Oval. If you're just tuning in, Jack Leaning is on strike, captain of Kent this week, blocks into the leg side dot ball, and rejoined by the wonderful Mark Church.
That's very kind of you, Fabian Cowdrey. I don't think anyone's ever said that. Thank you, that's made my day.
Will Jacks is in, blocked into the leg side by Jack Leaning, dot ball.
Yeah, at the moment there's not a huge amount going on. They got the ball changed. The interesting one was that last delivery from Laws, because let it go and it did come back, did reverse a touch, so that was interesting. And Laws yesterday, again, they changed that ball, and it was in the 76th over that he got rid of Leaning, then the 78th over that he got rid of Robinson, and then he got rid of Linda in the 82nd, and then Surrey took the new ball. So with the old ball, he did some damage yesterday, so we're just waiting, I think, for some helmets to be brought out for Ryan Patel now to get another close catcher in for Will Jacks.
Well, that is a compliment to a young bowler, to say that he can deliver the goods with an old ball. You know, that's what teams are desperate for, is someone who can do something with the old ball when there's nothing happening. So credit to him. I missed that day where he picked up those wickets, but it sounds like he got on a bit of a run.
Yes, he did. He bowled really well yesterday. I was delighted last night when I spoke to him. Lovely lad as well. But yeah, and he had Leaning drop. Well, he dropped him himself, and then dropped by Dan Warwick slip before he actually did bowl Jack Leaning. So yeah, bowled really well with an older ball yesterday. But these two are doing a terrific job, because as we said, they want to get to that new ball.
Will Jacks threatens to bowl. Jack Leaning just pulls away for some reason, maybe something behind the bowler's arm, or someone said something to him around the bat. Perhaps a little bit of sledging or something, who knows. Anyway, here's Will Jacks. Blocks down the pitch, does Jack Leaning straight to Jacks. 192 for 2. 16.5 overs, none for 42 for Surrey's off spinner. Tell me then, Chachi, what's happened to Amar Verdi?
A number of people have asked this very question.
Whipped into the leg side by Jack Leaning, 4-1.
Well, he's been in squads, as has Dan Moriarty, but Surrey now regard Will Jacks as their number one spinner, and also what he brings with the bat as well, of course. So
Jacks again, angled through the leg side of the front foot by Daniel Bell Drummond, past a leg slip, and it's looking to run away for 4 into the pavilion. It doesn't, well fielded by Rory Burns, running round all the way from first slip to make sure that they only get 3, do the Kent batters.
So yes, he will come into play, as will Dan Moriarty, if they arrive somewhere and there is a pitch that you want to play 2, even 3 they've done before.
Must be more than second. Will Jacks again, right arm off spin, blocked into the offside, another dot ball. Must be a bit of a shame for Amar Verdi after the part that he's played in the last couple of seasons in championship winning sides, where he had a big part to play, didn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. In 2018 he certainly did. Frustrating for him, but I think it start of the season they looked at it and said, right, Will Jacks, this is your role. You're going to be our spinner, but you're going to bat 7 as well. And you add the batting with the off spin and the fielder.
Not too bad, is it?
It's a pretty good all-round package that you got in Will Jacks. But at some point this season, I'm sure they'll get somewhere, and they'll think, right, this is the one where we play 2, might even play 3. But yeah, it's just a question. But Moriarty's played a couple of T20 games now, As here is Laws then over the wicket to Drummond, who's playing this late down through the gully region. He'll get a couple here as Gus Atkinson goes back to do the fielding. 2 more to Daniel Drummond, 2 more to the total, but it's a question of just staying patient as much as anything. They're playing second team cricket. Talk of whether anyone would take him out on loan, but at this time of the year would Surrey want to put him out on loan? I don't know, with the sun coming, and we're in that time of the year, aren't we, where you might think about playing a couple. So yeah, very interesting, because as you say, Amar Verdi, huge part to playing that 2018 season as forward. Once again goes Drummond, and he will have a huge part still to play for Surrey, as will Dan Moriarty.
Well, you could argue, you know, Amar Verdi was around the England setup for a bit as well, wasn't he? Things could have gone very differently for him had he been selected at that time.
Absolutely.
It must just be incredibly, as you said, the word is frustrating, isn't it, for him? But
the fascinating thing is the Will Jacks red ball pathway now. It's sort of a bit different now, as in comes Laws, and this is down the leg side, and Jamie Smith won't get to that, flings himself to his left, but that's going to run away down to the boundary rope for 4, and that will bring up the 200. 202 for 2, Kent.
If Surrey did decide that they were desperate to play Amar Verdi again, would Will Jacks, you'd think, would be good enough to go up the order, to open up that slot down the order for Amar Verdi.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just think, though, from a pure Jacks point of view, his red ball career is an interesting way it's going now, as in comes Laws, and this is turned leg side. I think he's playing that off the stumps, is Daniel Drummond. Now this partnership is worth 74. The end of this over, Mr. Cowdery, will allow you to depart, sir, and Mr. Ben Watts will come in, and he's wearing his Richie Benno t-shirt today, is Ben Watts, looking very cool and trendy as always, with his Benno morning everyone t-shirt. As in over the wicket comes Laws, and forward once more goes Drummond, plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run.
202 for 2.
202 for 2. And before you leave us, your thoughts here, Fabian Cowdery? Kent doing a good job at the moment, aren't they?
I think there's a motive for Jack Leaning to stay out there, isn't there, after putting Surrey in on that first day. 673 Surrey got, and Kent bowled out for 331 second innings, so they're doing well at the moment, aren't they, Church?
They are, as Laws is in, and forward goes Drummond, and well, he punches this out into the offside to the sound of drilling away to our left end of the over. Fabian Cowdery, an absolute joy to see you, my friend. We'll see you again before too long, I hope.
Thanks for having me, Churchy, and yeah, it's been fun to be back on air for day 2 and 4. See you soon. Cheers.
Take care, Mr. Cowdery. Send my best to everybody this afternoon and this evening, if you would. That would be lovely. Ben Watts. Oh, now somebody's dropped their pack of gum. There is that. Yes, needs that just in case, obviously, and get those teeth whitened and that glinting smile golden for chatting later. Here is Ben Watts. He's not to the sound of drilling, as Will Jacks is over the wicket here, and Leaning turns this one into the leg side, and there's no run. I know the jobs have to be done, but there are times where it doesn't really add to the ambience. But then I say that, we're so used to the sound of here we go, sound of a siren, as in over the wicket once again comes Jackson now. Leaning just kicks this one away from outside his off stump. There's no great turn there, but what Jacks wants to do here is just sort of get Leaning to do something he doesn't really want to do, as he's forward. Here is Leaning. This is nicely bowled by Will Jacks. Something just beginning, I think, just something beginning to build here for Will Jacks. That bounced, I think that hit the glove of Leaning. What he'd love is one just to spit and bring in that leg slip and that short leg into play, as Jacks is in again, and oh, here we go, forward goes Leaning. He's just beginning to get this to spit a touch, isn't he, at Jack Leaning? He's pushing forward, but it's the bounce at the moment, and Gus Atkinson wants something from the dressing room. Not sure what it is, as Jacks is in quicker this time. Leaning gets himself forward, plays it straight back up the pitch, and there's no run once again. Are you well, Mr. Watts?
Yeah, very well.
Excellent. Good t-shirt, by the way.
Thank you.
Very, very good. As in over the wicket once again is Jacks, and Leaning's kicking this one away from outside his off stump end of the over. So 5 until the new ball becomes due. 202 for 2. Kent leaning and Baldrummond doing an excellent job here. We said that their first thing on the agenda at lunchtime would have been be there for the new ball. So they're nearly there. 5 to go until that new ball is due.
Yeah, absolutely. Can want these two on strike and at the crease when that point arrives. And at the moment, these two doing a good job. Partnership now worth 74. Ooh. Following on.
School party.
Yeah, there seems to be something going on, isn't there?
Sounding like the local swimming baths again.
Yeah, having lost Denley and Compton in quick succession, will be grateful that these two have managed to knuckle down as this one's whipped away by Baldrummond out towards deep square leg, just as they did in the first innings when they put together a significant partnership.
Yes, that will be the thing that Surrey keeps saying to themselves, isn't it? That Leaning and Baldrummond did a great job, took the score up to 216 for 3. Then Daniel Baldrummond was out, driving at Will Jacks to backward point, and then sort of saying that was when Laws then came in and took Leaning, Robinson and Linda.
Yeah, partnership of 151 first time around, as this one's defended away by Jack Leaning up towards mid-on. Before, yeah, that wicket of Baldrummond, and from that point onwards, when they then got Leaning as well, somebody really managed to get through the rest of the order, and still with 50 overs to bowl, so much time in the day, if they can go bang bang, get these two out, they'll believe that they can get the rest of the wickets. From Kent's point of view at the moment, this feels like a really pivotal partnership as Leaning faces up to Laws, defends, collected well in his follow through.
I must say what they have done really well here is sort of put their attacking instincts to bed. Messrs. Leaning and Baldrummond, they have let balls go and defended balls that on other occasion I think they'd definitely be going after, so that they've really reined it in here for their side.
Laws bowling again. Leaning lets it go outside the off stump. Peculiar field at the moment with the wicketkeeper seemingly quite lonely out there, Jamie Smith.
Well, I think again this is as much to make Leaning think something's happening, because they've got the man catching it short mid wicket. They've got the one just in front of square on the leg side, and I think this is as much to make him think something, because if they do bowl on his legs, he's going to be a bit annoyed if he flicks one straight to one of those two.
Laws bowls again, Leaning defending, and then you've got the two slips that are
close.
Third and fourth, third and gully, fourth and gully. Well, you're missing 1 and 2 at least.
The pitch isn't quick, and even though it's a newish ball, it's still in its 76th over. It's been swapped, so they're there because it's not going to fly to slip.
Geddy says going under the helmet as well, so going to add a short leg into the mixture as well. Or is it going to come
short
more
mid
to
wicket really?
Yeah, silly mid-on.
There he is, right in the eye line of Leaning.
Hashim Amla basically stood behind him at mid-on.
Waiting for a bus, he looks like, doesn't he, Hashim?
Lures in and bowls. Oh, clipped into the ground, and lightning reflexes from Ben Geddes to stop that ball.
Wow. Yeah, that just hit him, I think, actually, more than anything. If that hadn't been into the ground and up again,
show no pain, he's walking away.
Could have sort of ricocheted off. End of the over, 203 for 2, so very well done by Baldrummond and Leaning.
I'm glad you said that comment a moment ago about Hashim Amla, because he looks like someone out there who doesn't. He's from the Rob Key school of I don't really care for fielding.
No, well he does what he needs to do, I think, and this time in his career, because I was told by one of the great men at Surrey County Cricket Club, "Ooh, I'd like a coffee please, my friend, thank you very much indeed." Look at that, in the modern way of doing things. But I was told that over 22 yards he's in the top 3 for Surrey. Ooh. So he can still run his singles, and actually, you know, it stood up there at mid-off and mid-on. If it's a 5 foot to his side, he's not going to dive full length, but actually he can still does his fielding. He's in there at backward point, which is where he caught Baldrummond yesterday, of course, and it's Baldrummond on strike, and this one is wide outside that off stump again. If Daniel Baldrummond wants to play his square drive, Will Jacks is quite happy for him to do it, because that was the way he picked him up yesterday, as Jacks is in, and Bell Drummond lets this one go. Bounces. Nicely bowled by Will Jacks. Taken high up to his right by Smith.
cricket@gmail.com for your emails. Well, yeah, Andrew's just tweeted in.
Excellent. As forward comes Bell Drummond. Nicely taken by Jamie Smith. He's trying to just turn that into the leg side. He's got to be a bit careful because he's got Ryan Patel lurking in there at leg slip.
Yeah, Andrew will be listening in from Japan.
Excellent. Hello, Andrew. This one's turned leg side by Bell Drummond, and they should get 2. They're coming back for the second. Throw comes in from Conor McCurr. 2 more to the total. 2 more to Daniel Bell Drummond. He moves on to 40, 205 for 2.
Yeah, as a Kent fan saying, hoping it doesn't come down to the wire. I couldn't bear to watch the Kent tail trying to survive the last few overs. Yeah, that could get real dicey.
Yep, could do. As in comes Jack Skens, giving that one a rip, but it's punched off the back foot by Daniel Bell Drummond. Just trying to get that ball to stand up on Bell Drummond, but nicely played by Daniel Bell Drummond. Another helmet's being brought out, I think. So another helmet. Sam Curran, where is he?
I mean, there was 3 out there a minute ago.
He's going in at leg slip, Sam Curran. So yes, he is. Always. Yes, Sam Curran's going in at leg slip. Don't tell the ECB. They're getting 2 leg slips in. Don't tell anybody. Sam Curran's at a close catching position with the helmet on at leg slip. Don't tell
It's
anybody.
alright, he looks far enough away.
Don't tell anybody. Here is Will Jacks in over the wicket to Leaning, and it's a full toss which Leaning will put away. Again, he's just trying to get it up there outside the off stump, but that's put away through the covers very nicely for 4, and Leaning on to 36, 210 for 2, and that was nicely put away by Jack Leaning. Now Ryan Patel is coming into the attack. Now this is the first time we've seen him in the game. He does have something of a golden arm.
Did he bowl a couple of overs first innings?
I don't think he did he? He might have done.
You're right, he didn't.
No, so I'll tell you what he's bowled this season, because he took an absolutely crucial wicket against Somerset here.
So a couple of overs second innings so far, so he did have a cheeky bowl yesterday.
So
late in the day, I think it was.
Didn't. So hasn't bowled today. I'm just looking at what he's sort of just done the odd over here and there, but then 1 for 27 against Somerset in the second innings, and that wicket was Tom Abel, and that sort of opened the door for Surrey. And that's exactly what they're looking for here from young Ryan Patel.
He's done very well to spring himself into action to get ready to bowl, because that previous ball that Leaning hit for 4, it was basically underneath Patel in his silly point position. He leapt high in the air to make sure he didn't get it in the shins. He's obviously not wearing any shin pads, because he won't be bowling medium pace in shin pads, so did well not to get clobbered by that previous Jack Leaning drive that went to the boundary.
Can he get it to wobble? He normally does.
A little go with this old ball then. Probably only a couple of overs. If they take the new one straight away, Ryan Patel bowls wide of the off stump. That one did just come back. Whether it was off the pitch or a bit of cross seam, maybe wobble seam delivery.
No. Cake as well.
Look at that.
You are. Now, I might move the cake towards Ben Watts, if that's all right. Thank you, because I'm being good these days. But that B Watts certainly isn't.
I will gratefully
He took
take
a couple
the
of
cake.
pieces last night and legged it at the end of the day's play. I've never seen anybody move so quick. Wrap them up and then off he went.
As I said, they didn't last. Before I was out the gate, they'd already gone.
Oh!
Big edge from Bell Drummond down towards the third man boundary. He's had a big old swipe at that one.
Oh, it's almost worked.
Almost did.
It's a horrible shot from Daniel Bell Drummond. I hate to say it, but this boy, he's played so well, and the only reason he's playing that shot is because it's Ryan Patel.
And there's no first, second, third slip. He's kind of got a fourth in a gully.
But if that could have gone anywhere. And
Yeah,
you could see as he played it, he was cross with himself. Sort of stayed down on one knee. Did Daniel Bell Drummond. He's got away with that.
I think Surrey have done that quite well, actually. Chuck stuff a bit wider out there that batters will think, oh, hello. And it's got them playing shots they don't want to. Patel again bowls, and this one is on the stumps, and Bell Drummond defending it up towards mid-on.
It's interesting, isn't it? For me, the two key fielding positions now, or three actually, that short straight mid-wicket, short extra cover, and the deepish backward point. Those three, there could be one that just swings in late and he whips it straight to that short mid-wicket position, or we've seen he went after that, he could drill one straight, if he's not careful, could drill one straight to Gus Atkinson.
Patel bowling again, going a bit wider on the crease and cut away hard by Bell Drummond out towards the sweeper on the offside, who's good 20 yards in from the rope. There's a few pigeons loitering on some of the practice wickets that are behind Conor McCurr out there.
It's a very good cup of coffee, this. Yeah. It's quite like a pint of bitter. It's got a lovely head on it. I'm being serious. So it's come out the machine. Look at it though. It's got proper frothy head.
Very happy customer.
Lovely.
Mark Church as Ryan Patel bowls. This is a more orthodox stroke from Jack leaning, getting forward and playing defensively. No aggressive intent from him apart from that back left, which looks like he's going to come at you, and then actually he just brings it down quite nicely in a smooth motion to defend. Here again, that high back lift, but then it comes down and he defends into the offside. Dead bats the ball into the turf. 2 overs to go until the new ball is available. Kent at 215 for 2 here on BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Kent, and BBC Sport Online and via the live stream. 87 runs this partnership is worth. Kent still trailing by 127 at 215 for 2. Second time around. Bell Drummond 46. Jack leaning 36.
Yep, they're still putting the shed up somewhere nearby. 215 for 2. I'm finding this very interesting because this is all a little sort of game within the game here, with that new ball around the corner. Now, Bell Drummond and Leading have done brilliantly at this point. What they do not want to do now is do anything silly before that new ball comes up. Easy to say that from here, obviously. Oh, hello. In round the wicket comes Jackson. Forward goes Daniel Bell Drummond. Plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run.
Could they save the drilling to tomorrow when we're not playing?
Well, there is that, but this place runs 24 hours. 24 hours. As in round the wicket once more comes Jacks. Oh, and Daniel Bell Drummond's played that round the corner. It wasn't too far away from Ryan Patel at leg slip. Bit of bounce. Again, not completely in control of that. Daniel Bell Drummond picks up a couple. Key thing is it didn't go to Ryan Patel, so he picks up a couple, moves on to 48, but he almost brought Ryan Patel into the game there. Just flung himself to his left, did Ryan Patel.
Like it just kind of darted underneath his outstretched hand.
Very interesting all this at the moment. Partnership worth 89 excellent runs as in round the wicket goes Jackson. Bell Drummond's driving up the ground. They'll take the single. Probably more important than that is that they've been together now for 29 overs. Coming up for 30 overs batting together after that wicket of Joe Denley. Good effort. There's Jack leaning. Takes his guard. There's a quick survey of the field for Will Jacks. Again, it's just those two men catching in the slip. Around the corner on the leg side as forward goes Jack leaning. Again, tosses that up there, does Will Jacks. Leaning comes down to do some gardening. So Leaning's 97 balls, Bell Drummond's 90. As Jacks is in and leaning forward he goes again. And plays this one down into the leg side. Round comes Tom Laws to do the fielding once more. I think what they're doing is they're drilling in advertising boards.
Oh, really?
Yes. As forward goes the right-handed leaning and pushes this one down into the leg side. End of the over. 218 for 2. It's either that or they're putting up a shed. One of the two. Big shed, mind you, with the size of that drill. Like a shed.
We talked about the big Crystal Palace spire in the distance. And one of my favourite half-time challenges was when it was sponsored by a sort of garden manufacturer that sells, you know, garden items, etc., sheds included. And there was a shed that came out and was basically wheeled onto the halfway line, plonked it there, had the roof open. They hadn't got a roof on it. You had to try and take a goal kick the ball and land it in the shed.
Did you win the shed?
Well, I didn't, but people tried to. This one's wide of the off stump from Ryan Patel to Daniel Bell-Drummond, and the challenge was called On Me Shed, Son.
Ah, very good.
I think it's still my favourite half-time challenge.
Very good.
Try and land the ball in the shed. And then obviously if you did, you won it.
What, the whole shed?
The whole shed.
With a roof or without?
I think it would then come with a roof.
You'd have got the roof. Would you have had to put the shed up yourself, or would they have come and constructed it?
I don't know, actually.
Yeah.
It's a good question.
I mean,
it was already constructed.
Terms and conditions of the small print of the competition.
The roof, just needed the roof adding to it, really. So,
I had a lovely story once about Helen Chamberlain. You remember from TV and the great football programme.
This one is short and wide from Ryan Patel, and Bell-Drummond resists the temptation to take a big old swish at it.
There was a game on at Griffin Park, the old Griffin Park. And she was there doing the hosting, and the floodlights went, and it was a game that was on BBC Radio London, and great Phil Parry was telling me, because it was our commentary game, so obviously there's mad scrambling, that everyone was about to leave as in over the wicket is Patel.
And bowling once again to Bell-Drummond, who's forward in defence,
and everyone was leaving, and then over the loudspeaker in the dark, Helen Chamberlain said, no, everybody can't go, I haven't done the raffle. So everyone had to sit down in the dark and do the raffle. Now that's half-time entertainment when the game's been abandoned for you. Raffle in the dark. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
Stunning.
I like that. I quite like on Me Shed, Son.
Yeah.
Very good. Very good.
Here comes Patel, bowling a full delivery on the stumps to Bell-Drummond. Had to defend that one and was on the walk, and it wasn't convincing. Yeah, there's a few in the T20. We've seen some different bits going on in between innings. I think certainly out west there's a particular brand of cider that have been doing some sort of kind of obstacle coursey race type thing going on.
Very good.
Sometimes you can hear the antics when when we stay on air for DAB during half time. T20s as Patel bowls to Bell-Drummond. He pushes this one out to the deep point fielder. One ball until the new ball is available. And Daniel Bell-Drummond with that goes to a second half century in the game.
Had a very good game so far, Daniel Bell-Drummond.
Oh, I got 100 in the first innings, but you know what I mean.
Yep. No, he's had a great game so far, Daniel Bell-Drummond.
95 balls for this one, 6 boundaries, strike rate at 52.63, which I'm sure we'll hear from Varun Chopra in a moment. That's a pretty, feels like a pretty good rate when you're effectively just trying to survive, but actually you do want to bat normally to an extent, and that feels like a good kind of tempo to me from Bell-Drummond. Partnership at 91 now with Leaning, who ducks underneath this one. From Patel goes through to Smith, end of the over, Kent, 219 for 2, 123 they trail by. I've got an update in a couple of minutes time, so I might take this opportunity with a new ball available to dart out, leave you with Mark Church, and then you'll hear from Varun Chopra.
And Mr. Watts will be back after his update. But yes, well, there we are. There are some. I was actually involved as Varun Chopra comes back in. And the reason we're discussing half-time entertainment in 2020 games and things is the fact that it sounds like they're putting up a shed next to us with the drilling that's going on. I was involved in one of the most excruciating, won't surprise anybody this, excruciating half-time entertainments in a 40-over game here, where it was just after Surrey had won the famous bowl-out against Warwickshire here in the T20. And the powers that be at Surrey thought it would be an excellent idea in the next game to have at half-time in the 40-over game members of the public coming out to do it. Well, I knew we had to stop when nobody had hit, when Otis Gibson was opening the bowling for Durham, and he'd just marked his run-up, and we were still out there with me on the microphone going running in and misses. It took 45 minutes, nobody from the general public actually got anywhere near the stump, so we came off. So that was the half-time entertainment. So
still remember it all these years.
Yes, indeed, because it was excruciating. As Dan Worrell is in from the Vauxhall end.
New ball in hand. Maybe not actually. Did they take the new ball now?
I'm sure they've taken it yet.
No, I don't think they did with the...
They are now.
Yeah, just the classic one ball loose and a short ball just to get the body lubricated after a little bit of a time off there. Dan Rohr, and you think for Surrey this really is last chance saloon now. This new ball has to do some damage. You know, it can't have to be 4 or 5 down going into tea.
Yep. This is the key time now.
So 2 slips in the gully, short pad, short leg still in. As Dan Rohr bounds in. Nice delivery there, just played away comfortably enough. Conditions have improved slightly out there as well. It's a bit warmer. The clouds aren't as ominous as they were in the morning, and generally it feels a bit more comfortable for batting, doesn't it?
It does, and these two have done their first job brilliantly, which I was saying at lunchtime, they'd have had, if there was an agenda, it would have been be there for the new ball tick.
Yeah.
19 overs, they've done that bit now.
Yeah, it'd be important they don't relax now. Keep up the good work. Dan Rohr into Bill Drummond, that's cut beautifully away for 4. A little bit short, a little bit wide. And Bill Drummond continuing his fine form in this game.
He's had a terrific game. What he won't want to do here, he batted beautifully in that first innings for 102 and then played a loosish shot to Will Jacks, which slightly opened the door for Surrey. What he won't want to do here is he won't want to give Surrey a sniff, will he? He'll just want to keep doing what he's doing here, Daniel Bell Drummond.
Comes Worrell again. Oh, that's a good delivery. Beats him outside the off stump. It's a little bit of movement away from the bat. Too good for Bell Drummond.
Oh, yes, this is very good. Nathan in Singapore. Hello to you, Nathan. As always, he's saying, yeah, I do remember this. This was at Whitgift School. There was a half-time entertainment of try and get Adam Hollyoake out. I do remember this, actually. So, yes, very good of Mr. Hollyoake there, wasn't it? It's sort of at half-time to go in. But, yes, you could try and get Adam Hollyoake out. I do remember that, actually.
And the 40 in the shirt, Worrell in again. Good delivery on the top of stumps. Played nicely. But Ben Drummond, who's got a good chance of hundreds in both innings here. Not looking too far ahead.
Yeah.
Put the curse on him. He's not sure if he's done that before in his career, but it's a pretty good achievement.
Well, he's had a very good season with the batting championship
in Red
cricket,
Bull,
hasn't he?
Yeah.
And I've always thought, you know, he got everything to be a brilliant Red Bull cricketer. He was at the start of his career as well.
In comes Worrell, just a little bit straight, just off the thigh pad, trickling down to fine leg, and they decide against the second run wisely. So Kent now move on to 222 for 3 after 81 overs.
I suppose the key thing, and you'd know better than anyone with all of this stuff, is so you got to this point now, right? But you've got to sort of start again, not start again, but not relax. You know what? And I just think that ball from Worrell where Bell Drummond was just pushing forward and it went past his edge and ends up in the gloves of Jamie Smith. It sort of just makes you think, oh, hang on, nobody else wants to come out and do this and start against this.
Yeah, exactly. And sometimes we've had obviously Patel and the more change bowlers coming in. That can be a danger period where you relax too much, and sometimes a new ball, it just makes you a bit more alert again and refocuses the mind. So, you know, you get against Curran and Worrell, you're going to have to be on it as a batsman. So
Sam Curran's bowled 11 overs in this second innings, 1 for 29. If I'm honest, I don't know what he's under at the moment and whether he is still under, because he was under sort of number of overs he could bowl with his coming back from his back. He's played a one-day international. In he comes over the wicket to Bell Drummond, who plays this one straight back up the pitch, and there's no run. He was sort of working in 5 over spells.
I think he must be on restrictions because he was in great rhythm this morning, wasn't he?
Yeah. So I think he still is, but I'm not sure what they are. I'm going to sort of guess along the lines of before it was 15 overs an innings, so it might still be that, I suppose.
Yeah.
As in he comes once more, left arm over the wicket to Bell-Drummond, that's a beauty.
Ooh.
That is a beauty. And Daniel Bell-Drummond has got nothing on that, and that's taken by Jamie Smith, moving away to his left-hand side. You sort of, if you're Daniel Bell-Drummond, you sort of think, well, I didn't hit it. That's the key thing, because it's a lovely bit of bowling again from Sam Curran.
Fine delivery. So watch it again, the replay. Just hinted to shape in and a little bit of swing in, but then just held its line.
Yeah.
And everybody says you got to play and miss the score runs.
He's done the right thing. He missed it, Daniel Bell-Drummond. He's forward here, plays this one out into the offside, and there's no run. The other thing with Sam Curran is these are the sort of situation he loves. He loves these moments, the Sam Curran. Seen it do it for England, of course, in Test match cricket, where sort of something needed to happen, and he suddenly steps up and makes something happen. And he loves this. He loves sort of being quite, in a nice way, the centre of attention. Sam Curran, as he comes bustling in once again, left arm over the wicket with this whippy action, and he's got Bell-Drummond feeling for this one outside his off stump. Good bowling from Sam Curran. Bell-Drummond's so aware of that one that came back that now he's playing at balls he doesn't really want to be playing at, because he's terrified of that one coming back again, and he's going to either lose his off stump or BLBW. So he sort of played at that one. Good bowling this from Sam Curran straight away. He's right on the money here.
He's done everything but get the edge so far, hasn't he? It's over.
He's got 3 slips in there. Short mid-wicket catching. Sam Curran is over the wicket to Bell-Drummond, who's turning into that short mid-wicket, which is Ben Geddes, who does the fielding, and there's no run. But you see now, if Surrey did get one of these two, how difficult it's going to be for Robinson, Cox, Linda to sort of come in against this. So this is still an absolutely critical time, because Daniel Bell-Drummond, who's played really well, 54 off 106 balls, has genuinely been beaten twice in this over with the new ball from Sam Curran. It's not going to be easy if you haven't faced 106 balls. In comes Curran, little outside edge from Bell-Drummond. It's going down though, and that's past Will Jackson. Whistles off to the third man boundary rope for 4. It's the new ball now. Of course, I think the reason that Jackson Patel stood like that, like the end of the world is coming. That's the 100 partnership, a very good one between Jack Leaning and Daniel Bell-Drummond. But I think the only reason they're like that is, of course, we did see Will Jackson with the helmet on against that softer, older ball further up. But obviously he's thought, newer ball, I can go back to where I was, and that one didn't carry. So I think that's why there was the sort of look of the end of the world between Ryan Patel and Will Jacks, because Jacks had taken a few yards up under a helmet against the older ball, but that one definitely didn't carry to him. So, but again, good delivery from Sam Curran, but fine partnership this, worth 100 now between Bell-Drummond and Leaning.
Yeah, he played it with soft hands there, didn't he? He did push at it, but he just softened the hands enough to just guide the ball short of second slip. As you said, there was closer with the helmet on earlier on. Worrell comes in again for the 83rd over. This one's nicely played by Leaning. Nice straight bat.
In many ways, as important as the 100 runs is the fact that they've now been together for 33 overs, I think it is. These two have been together now. Yeah,
and we see now Surrey bringing the field in, 2 slips at gully. They haven't got the sweepers out, which they had early on. I'd have to say that I didn't really understand the in-out fields that they had earlier. I think they could have given away a few boundaries. Worrell in again, full and straight at the stumps, but nice straight back again from Leaning. I think Surrey perhaps missed a little bit of a trick there, where they could have just angled the carrot, brought cover up, have a catcher or a short cover, and forgone the odd boundary, because Kent haven't really gone anywhere, have they? They're still scoring well under 3 and over. Surrey still have a big lead.
Yeah, just to put that into context, Kent still trail by 114.
Yeah, and they've actually batted for 30-40 overs more than Surrey did. And this one's full and straight, and it's just whipped away off the pads, in the air and over square leg. Not sure if that was intention or not, but he timed it really nicely. And that's what the hard ball does bring. It does bring a little more runs. Yeah. It does allow scoring, and it does come onto the bat obviously a bit better as well, as I watch the replay.
Yeah, it's a nice shot that. He was on leg stump and But he's clipped it beautifully, has Leaning. He's played very nicely as well in this second innings, as he did in the first innings, of course, the captain.
It was upish, but well over square leg and into the ropes for 4. Worrell into Leaning. Oh, that's a good one. Beats him outside the off stump. How many times have we said that about Dan Worrell these 4 days?
Absolutely.
He's gone past the bat numerous occasions. Only got 2 wickets to his name in the game, but he's bowled significantly better than the figures suggest.
He's a wonderful bowler. He really is. Wonderful bowler.
That's just a classic away swinger there.
Actually, the good thing from Leaning again there is he just played the line of it, and it's just gone away.
That's it.
Beating the outside edge by quite a distance, that one.
And he comes again. Leaning awaits. Similar delivery, fraction straighter this time, and then he defends that solidly. Back to mid-off. Sam Curran shining the ball.
Rory Burns with his hands on his knees at first slip, just hoping something happens in a minute. Always these situations as a captain are tough. Well, you know better than anyone, of course, Mr. Chopra.
I remember, I think it was 2011. We needed 7 wickets to win the championship at Warwickshire, to win the league, and they couldn't get him. Mr. Carberry, Mr. Mackenzie at Hampshire decided to dig in front of the cameras. Sky cameras were there that day. This is nudged away to the offside for a scampered single. Good running. And that's the end of the over. 233 for 2 now. Yeah, I still remember that game as a flat wicket at the GS Bowl, because I think we just played on the test wicket. I just finished a test match, so the cameras were there. It was a test wicket, so I was very well prepared. Didn't break up at all, and the wicket just got flatter and flatter and flatter. And, we found it really difficult to create anything on that last day. And not down the road, Somerset managed to, I think, win. Can't remember who they were playing, but they snuck home in the last session, and that was it. Second place.
And as a captain as well, you try everything, I would have thought, and then you almost get to the point of, can one of these two just play a horrible shot, or can we have a bit of luck here, please? Because we've tried absolutely. We can't try any harder to take a wicket. Here's Sam Curran then from the pavilion end, and he's into Leaning, who's forward and playing this one out into the offside, but not quite at that point yet. But I think obviously Rory Burns has stood up there thinking a wicket here would be handy. It would be handy. Tea's in half an hour's time.
Yeah, you think they have to get 2 wickets in this half an hour?
Absolutely. If Leaning and Bell Drummond are still there at tea time, then I think we'll be shaking hands. Unless someone pulls, but it hasn't looked like anything like that's going to happen, a hat-trick or anything like that. As over the wicket again comes Sam Curran, and that's a beauty. That's just stood up on Leaning. Going across him, but just stood up a touch. Oh, Sam Curran's all the way up. Where's he off to now, Sam Curran? Oh, he's turning the bails round, is Sam Curran, so that's an interesting move from Sam Curran. He's run all the way past Leaning and turned the bails round. Just maybe he's hoping for a change of luck here.
I'll turn him back if I was batting.
Sam Curran, but I don't know whether Leaning spotted that or not, really. He's sort of so focused on looking straight down the pitch. But maybe Sam Curran's just looking for a bit of luck here.
Yeah, I think that's... Surrey again, I think they've bowled well, they've beaten the bat, plays and misses, and they just almost look a bit resigned to the situation at the moment.
In comes Sam Curran again, and Leaning again. He's played it pretty well. He's sort of just about bringing the bat inside the line of that and playing it late, and it's well played that by Leaning.
Yeah, it's something that we see a lot of left-handers do, actually, isn't it? Play inside the line. Trescothick, probably the biggest example of that. Just drops the bat inside the line, isn't really playing at the ball, but I've never seen so many right-handers do it.
It's a new thing,
both
isn't
of
it?
These guys have actually used that.
Is that trying to play it as late as possible? Is that?
Yeah, I think they're kind of saying we'll cover the in-swing, and if it goes across, we'll play a miss.
In comes Sam Curran again, and forward comes Leaning. Plays this one up to Rory Burns, stood up there at mid-off. Wonder if Sam Curran at the end of this over might follow all the way through and change the bails round again. But just looking for a change of luck there is Sam Curran. Ben Geddes is being deposited out towards deep mid-wicket 233 for 2. Trail by 109, but a partnership here of 105. Tremendous stuff from Leaning and Bell Drummond, as Leaning stands with that bat high in the air. Sam Curran's into him. Leaning will take a single. That's good batting, because he just put Geddes out from short mid-wicket, and Leaning still looking for runs and turns that one into the leg side, and they'll pick up a single. One more to the total. 234 for 2. Daniel Bell Drummond comes back onto strike on 58. But yes, Leaning and Bell Drummond here, this has been so far an absolute masterclass of how to do this. But they know they've still got some work to do. Tea, as I say, is 27 minutes away. Now Sam Curran's going to go left arm round the wicket to Daniel Bell Drummond. Bell Drummond is forward, solid looking defensive shot this from Daniel Bell Drummond, and well, Sam Curran's rolled the ball straight back and hit the stumps. Bell Drummond moved his foot, and Sam Curran's asked the question, how was that? Wasn't out, but he's going to make a very good crown green bowler is Sam Curran later on in his life, because it's just rolled back to him and he's gone straight back at the stumps, and Daniel Bell Drummond let it go, and then sort of feigned that it had hit him on the ankle. But end of the over, 234 for 2. Another one ticks by for Kent. 42 a minimum of on the board to be bowled today. But I think if Kent got to tea with these two, Surrey would sort of come out, give it one really good go after tea, and hope for a miracle, really, as much as, or a hat-trick or something along those lines.
Yeah, and the problem Surrey face now is time is obviously against them. And as a bowler, you try things, don't you? And sometimes that puts you off. I'm sure Sam Curran on day one would have stayed over the wicket. It was beating the bat, but now he feels the pressure to try and get wickets. He's maybe on a restriction of overs as well, so he's going to come round and try so many things, which may work, or Surrey may find themselves just chasing their tails a little bit.
Yeah, they're getting a leg gully in now for Jack Leaning, with Dan Morrell coming in from the Vauxhall end.
Change of field. This is in full of a length, just played away defensively to back-up points for a dot ball. And yeah, we've got a leg gully, a deep square leg in front, mid wicket catching, and a fine leg.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because I think
when it's a new ball in hand, isn't it? And it's
absolutely.
He did get a few plays and misses, did beat the outside edge, but Surrey feel they've got to really force the issue now.
Yep.
And Morrow's the man to do it. Ball in hand. Jack Leaning waits. It's a short one and he sways out of the way. It's a good delivery, but this is such a good wicket still. Yeah. You can trust the bounce.
Yeah, and that was very short from Dan Morrow.
Surrey have been in the field now for a very long time, haven't they?
They have. Well, we're into 2 days with the follow-on, because it was were we 104 in the first inning, and we're now into the 84th in the second inning. So they've been out there nearly 190 overs now. Sorry.
That's right. This one's driven firmly straight to Sam Curran at mid-on, who again is determined to throw the ball at the batsman at the moment.
He is. He's trying to. This is all about just trying to pick a fight in a way, not a proper fight, but just trying to get Leaning's juices going.
Yeah,
and he did it.
Back Sam Curran in any sort of fight, really.
No, but in a cricketing sense, he's just trying to get Jack Leaning's beans going here.
Yeah, a little stare back there from Leaning.
And Leaning will know exactly what Sam Curran's up to.
Sometimes they can be painful on the back of the ankle, on the calf. And again, this is flicked away off his pads to a deepish mid-on for a single, and Leaning can just regather his thoughts.
He's done it very well so far, and well, these two in the first innings, a fine partnership between them.
And this was the reason, just having spent some time with the Kent management there during the lunch break, the reason why they chose to bowl first, because they felt this was their best chance of not losing.
Right.
Obviously to back their batters and to get the best result for them. Royal comes in again. That's a short ball which jags back sharply. Cramps Bell Drummond for room, but he just keeps it out anyway with not too much harm done.
Yeah, well, that's interesting, isn't it? And I suppose also with that is if on that first morning, yes, okay, bowl and Surrey are going to get big runs and we're going to, but I suppose as well that with their strength being in the batting, there was a bit there on that first morning.
And yeah, they've had a few players out with injuries and depleted bowling attack, so a draw here is not the worst result for them. It's a good short ball to finish the over for Mora, who's still running in, still trying his socks off.
Yeah.
For the moment, it's looking a bit flat out there, isn't it? Really.
Well, so in a way, if they get through this, the game plans work perfectly.
Yep.
So 2-3-5 for 2.
And I guess the risk was if you win the toss and bat against a pretty strong Surrey team attack, where it was a little bit green, a little bit overcast, and you do get bowled out for 300, 250, 300 on day one. Surrey then go and get 500-600. Then you are well and truly up against it, aren't you?
And also you'd fancy chasing on this pitch. I'm just thinking back to Taunton as well, because on the opening day at Taunton, 180 all out Somerset were. So 180 all out, and then Surrey in their first innings got themselves a big old lead, and Sam Curran is in. Oh, he's bowled Jack Leaning, looking to drive Jack Leaning. He's gone straight over the top of it. We were saying Sam Curran was trying to get something going, and he has. He's bowled Jack Leaning. He's knocked his off stump out the ground. How big a moment is that now? It's a good bit of bowling, but Jack Leaning sort of played the wrong line. He sort of played for the one that's going across him. It hasn't actually swung too much, and he's just driven outside it, and it's knocked out his off stump, and Leaning's fine innings comes to an end. And sort of mentioned it, Sam Curran was trying to get something going, and he's now picked up that wicket. Leaning goes for 43. There are still 40.5 overs to go, and now Surrey have a little chink of light. 235 for 3.
Yes, that man Sam Curran again. That's often the case, makes things happen. It was slightly more round arm delivery, wasn't it? And just deceived Jack Leaning, who just lost his balance a little bit, played the wrong line, and sees his off stump dislodged for a well-made 43. So now Jordan Cox strides out to the middle, who looked in good form. First innings, has had a pretty good season with the bat in all formats, and it'll be up to him and Bell Drummond now to try and build a new partnership, get to the tea interval, only 3 down. Surrey, of course, they can just pinch one more 4-5 down at tea. That makes it a very interesting session with that long tail.
Cox played very well yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah.
47 from Jordan Cox. Very, very compact, and he sort of watched those wickets tumble at the other end, and he was actually the 7th out after suddenly after lunch 270 for 6, when it had been 256 for 3 at one point yesterday. But Sam Curran's just slightly opened the door here, and this is going to be a tricky 20 minutes now up to tea. But see, again, Sam Curran just likes to be, as I say, the centre of attention in a good way, in a very, very good way. And his captain will love the fact that he's bunged in the ball, and he's bowled Jack Leaning. So Jordan Cox getting ready for his first delivery. 3 slips are in there. Jack's definitely come up a couple of foot now. In there at second slip with Ryan Patel. Sam Curran, first ball to Cox, and Cox playing at this one. And that's past the edge and into the gloves of Jamie Smith. But as I say, this is not going to be an easy 19 minutes now.
And there's just that Kent dressing room reveal. Little bit of a rush of pads. It was all very calm and everyone was being comfortable. The 2 guys sitting out there, and just that wicket just changed the complexion of things a little bit. Still, you'd imagine Kent are favourites to draw the game. Of course, it's a very good wicket.
Sam Curran is in. There he is again. He did one of these before. He goes very round arm looking for the Yorker, I think it is. He bowled a great Yorker. I think it was to Bell Drummond before lunch. Where he just goes a bit when it's more of a whip than anything. trying to get that ball into the block goal. And that's obviously something he's been working on. Because it's sort of noticed it a couple of times today.
Yeah, just trying to get a little bit more swing out there.
In over the wicket he comes once more. And, full toss. Cox will like that. That's a nice way to get off the mark. Still put it away, though. Did Jordan Cox. Still had to put it away. Got bat on it and drives that straight down the ground and away for 4. So Jordan Cox is off the mark with a boundary, and Kent to 239 for 3.
Yeah, he went for it again, didn't he? Tried to get it for a full swinging delivery. But nicely drilled. Back down the ground. Full face of the bat. Showing the maker's name.
Well, there you are. As you mentioned, drilling. They're off again. Putting up the shed or the advertising board away to our left. As in over the wicket once again is Sam Curran, and Cox. Again, very compact defensive shot from Jordan Cox. Always enjoy watching this lad bat. Very neat and tidy, isn't he? Always looks like there are certain players that everything looks like it fits them perfectly.
Yeah.
Gloves, bat, pads, everything's neat. He's one of those, Jordan Cox. Once again.
Yeah, he's a bit too neat for a keeper, isn't he?
He is a bit neat and tidy for a keeper.
Scruffy.
Absolutely.
Characters aren't the keepers.
In over the wicket once again is Sam Curran. This is nicely played by Cox out towards deep mid wicket. Just a roll of the wrist, but Sam Curran's made the breakthrough. It means that Dan Worrell will get to have a bowl at Cox before tea. 240 for 3 then. Jack Leaning going for 43. And Sam Curran has a couple today now. Obviously got it all going this morning with Ben Compton, and then bowling Jack Leaning there for 43. 240 for 3, Kent. And we've got 16 minutes until the tea break.
How nervous can he bowl, though, is the question.
Well, I'm just wondering now, he's had 14. If he's still on the same, he's got one more. I think it was 15 in innings. Was it 15 innings or 15 a game? So no 15 in innings.
Game, yeah.
So I think if he's still under that, it'll be one more for Sam Curran.
Cox facing up to Dan Worrell then from the Vauxhall Road end. Nice delivery. Just pushed away to square leg. A couple of strides down the wicket and a big no with the glove from Jordan Cox.
Yeah, sort of. Kent and Surrey both know another one here before tea would make that post-tea session very interesting, wouldn't it? You'd still expect Kent to see it out, but they just probably wouldn't eat their tea quite as happily as they would do.
That's right. Got some inexperience in that lower order for Kent. Worrell in again to Cox. This one's played nicely again, back down the ground, fielded by the bowler.
Yeah, well, Milnes can bat. Definitely saw that in the first innings, but sort of Duffy and Petman and Singh. Petman and Singh very early in their careers, and Duffy a duck in the first innings.
Yeah,
if Surrey could get somewhere near there.
Did a lot 3 number 11s really.
Yeah.
9, 10, 11, but still a lot of work to do for Surrey to have a look at those guys. Warren again. This one's punched beautifully off the back foot. Lovely shot just behind square on the offside. A little bit squarer than he intended, but fully under control, and Cox keeps playing his way.
Yeah, well, that's why I went. Is the fact he's come out and he's going to play his way, which is great, and that's a nice shot. That whistles off towards the boundary rope for 4. But yeah, he's going to play. He's not going to miss out. If he thinks he's got a scoring chance, he's going to go after it.
And sorry,
in a controlled way. No, not at all.
It was away from the body. It wasn't a bad delivery. Comes in again, and this is a snorter. Oh.
Well played, Jordan Cox.
Lifts, just beats the gloves, beats the outside edge. It's another play and a miss that goes into Worrell's box. He must have had 30, 40 of those.
Yeah. Definitely. This one he's bent his back on as well, and he's played that very well. As Cox just managed to get the gloves and the bat down, and yeah, but those deliveries always look spectacular on the old replay as well, don't they?
Yeah, that makes it look even better than he was. Worrell's in again. This one's a bit fuller, left alone. Good leave this time. Cox.
Yeah, he's Now into 19th over.
Yeah, he's a workhorse as well.
Oh,
isn't he?
absolutely. But I think what happened at Gloucestershire for him was whereas here he might bowl, I don't know, 25 overs.
Maybe 30 plus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he did bowl long spells as well. Whereas here, Surrey sort of can use him in 5-6 over bursts really, with the other options they've got.
I think he'd want a bit more grass on the wickets. Moving forward. And he comes again. This one's driven. Oh, attempted drive, and just got in a bit of a tangle really. It was full, it was there to be driven. And somehow there was an inside edge onto the boot, or as we watch the replay here.
I think it was inside edge. Definitely away from his body. That could have come straight back onto his stumps. But again, it's good to see Cox obviously playing his game, but Surrey won't mind seeing that sort of shot either, so it does make it interesting.
I think Robinson will play the same way as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Play your way, that's the key.
He likes to play shots, and
Linda as well, positive player by nature. So it's going to be Sam Curran. He's going to do the old right arm round the wicket here. Left arm round the wicket, apologies. Left arm round the wicket to Daniel Bell-Drummond, and then Bell-Drummond's forward and pushes this one up towards mid-off. Huge expanse through the covers for Daniel Bell-Drummond. Conor McCurry is miles away out there on the just probably 10-15 yards in from the cover boundary rope.
Just him and
two pigeons, yeah. Although they obviously weren't getting on that well because the two pigeons have just flown off and given themselves even more distance, and they've gone now. So whatever the chat was from Conor McCurry, the pigeons have gone. There's leg gully in there as well now, as there's that whippy action again from round the wicket from Sam Curran, trying to get that right in the block hole. Hashim Amla with some nifty footwork there from Mr. Amla.
Two kick-ups from Hashim. Obviously, Surrey must play football in the warm-ups. He's working on his skills.
He has indeed. He hasn't seen a lot of the ball today up there at mid-orders, Mr. Amla, under his white floppy sun hat. But, the advice he's given, as in round the wicket again goes Sam Curran, and that's well played by Daniel Bell-Drummond. Just hopped on him a touch. He's just worked it down into the leg side. Did get that one to spit a touch, did Sam Curran. One more to Daniel Bell-Drummond. 245 for 3. Cox comes back on to strike on 9. Jack Leaning, if you've just gone to make a cup of tea. Jack Leaning bowled by Sam Curran in his last over for 43 to break his excellent partnership with Daniel Bell-Drummond. Yeah, going to bring Conor McCurry up. He was out on the cover boundary rope for Cox.
Yeah, we've got Will Jackson, a very advanced second, third slip position, just taking a couple of steps forward now.
Just making sure that Tom Laws is squarer out there on the leg side boundary rope. Sam Curran then round the wicket to Jordan Cox, and Cox drives nicely. Control there. Yep, that's going to keep going across the netted area as well that they use in the mornings, and Gus Atkinson gets it inside the rope, but they'll get back for 3, and was in complete control of that was Cox. Nicely played, just leant on it, picks up 3. Cox moves on to 12, and Kent move on to 248 for 3. I know it sounds a strange thing to say, but I keep forgetting this is the last day. I don't know why, it just doesn't at the moment feel like it is, but just 38.2 overs on the board remaining. Sam Curran comes bustling in once again. Round the wicket to Bell-Drummond. There's the tempter. Bell-Drummond not tempted, just lets it go outside his off stump, watches it all the way into the gloves of Jamie Smith. Of course, these two sides then back to T20 action on Friday night. So I think I'm right in saying that Surrey obviously have already qualified for the quarterfinals, but a win or a tie or it rains would guarantee the home quarter-final for Surrey, which will be the following week. But obviously we won't know who's in it until Sunday evening. Funny, isn't it, having it all on Sunday evening, the last round. As left arm over the wicket then comes Curran to Bell-Drummond, short length delivery, and Bell-Drummond just sways inside it And if that is it for Sam Curran, well, he's done his job because he picked up that wicket of leaning, end of the over, and Kent 248 for 3, so still trailing by 94 following on. But Daniel Bell Drummond, very good innings again, 59 not out, and Jordan Cox is 12 not out.
Yep, a running ball 12. He's settled into his work very smoothly, hasn't he, Jordan Cox? So Worrell with the ball in hand again now. This is his 21st over this innings. He's pounded in really from the Vauxhall Road in whole game. You can see his footmarks there on the run-ups. He's in again. A nice delivery, but played equally well for no run.
Again, even that defensive shot from Jordan Cox, very compact. So everything in the right place, all neat, all tidy.
Yeah, it looks a very simple technique, doesn't it?
Organised.
The ball makes a nice sound off the bat, and you can tell he has something maybe a little bit more than some of your average county cricketers. Worrell in against him again, and it's pushed. A little bit hard hands there, but again, just for no run to Sam Curran, who shines the ball.
I think Mr. Tenderscarter and Mr. Walker are pleased with the way that today has gone. Just with the application that's been shown, and the fact that you know they're getting themselves to tea with a very good chance of leaving here with a draw.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure on you when side's got 673 in quick time. It's quite a daunting challenge to bat 2.5 days, or best part of. This is a short ball. It's hooked away. It's a top edge, unconvincing, but it's flown.
I think that's gone for 6.
It's over the boundary for a 6.
Might get a couple more of those, Jordan Cox, because that was more top edgy than anything, wasn't it? And Colin McCurr is down there. It kept soaring and soaring and soaring, and went into the pavilion.
Yeah, he didn't get into a very good position there to play the hook shot. It wasn't a bouncer as such. It was kind of chest high, just dug in, and he's just got enough about it, and it's flown away. This hard ball. He swung hard enough, and it sails over the ropes for a 6. Will you get another one? No, this one's fuller, and it's driven lovely drive straight down the ground. Beautiful balance. Didn't move. No need to run for those.
Yeah, great shot. Really good shot from Jordan Cox. And as we've been saying, he's just come out and played his game here. There is a chance he'll create a chance for Surrey. See the top edge hook for 6, but he's played some lovely shots. He really has it. And the other thing is, for Bell Drummond as well, it takes a little bit of the pressure off in the fact that I know the runs aren't that important, but the scoreboard's moving. He's not taking everything on here. Daniel Bell Drummond can have a bit of a breather at the other end.
Yeah, and sometimes when you're the set batsman, the focus isn't on you, really. You just get a single, get down the other end, and you can chill out. Worrell's in again. He's been hit for a 4 and a 6. That's another short one. He hits him quite hard. I'm not sure if it's on the helmet or the back of the neck, maybe.
Yeah, I think they're getting the physio out.
It seems okay though.
I thought he'd get another one after the top edge hook, and he does get another one, but I think the physio will have to come out and do the old concussion protocol, because that has hit him straight on the side of the crash helmet. So even though he's saying he's alright, they'll quite rightly have to go through all the concussion protocols. Got himself in a bit of a tangle there, did Jordan Cox, with that one as well.
Yeah, I think he perhaps a weakness to his game, and this is as we just take a bit of time out of the game as a physio runs on. This is also the challenge for young players who kind of having their first major season, the likes of Compton, Cox. You know, they've been around a little bit, but it's kind of their first breakthrough season, you would say. Is that teams don't know much about them, so they kind of get away with a few starts. They get away with a few balls because they're not known about their strengths, their weaknesses. So the second year will be a real test to see
and
the
also,
quality of the player.
We were saying this the other day with the live streaming, and also with the sort of the technology at county's fingertips now, that you can have a look quicker probably at players and see the way they play certain deliveries. And the one thing this is doing, and it's not ideal for Jordan Cox here to get struck obviously on the side of the helmet, but there's one ball left in the over, that, and then it might be tee. Just looking at the big hand on the clock, but this is obviously eating up a bit of time till tee. So tee will be at 3:40 because it's the last day. So if I was the physio, I'd be adding in a couple of extra questions here. Just what's my address?
What do you fancy for dinner tonight?
Yeah, what do you fancy for dinner tonight? But yeah, so now that big hand is sort of moving round towards 22, and Danwell has got the ball back in his hands now. But yeah, Jordan Cox is fine. He was sort of indicating he was fine anyway, but quite rightly they have to go through all of this now. And
yeah, there's another field change, 3 men out on the hook, so I think there's going to be some chin music coming.
And it was after the first one as well, wasn't it, that went for 6, but he wasn't in control, and he is very fine now, is Conor McCurr down there.
There's 5. It's a 6-3 leg side field. So you've got a fine leg, sort of a normal fine leg, a deep square just in front, of course, a deep mid wicket and a mid on and a short leg, and this one's a bit tame really, wasn't it?
After the big build up,
just a length delivery played away for no run.
Yeah, all the big build up there, and then Jordan Cox lots of time just to play that one into the leg. So I think we are going to get one more in now, in a little way. That if a wicket goes in this over, slightly careless that from Kent. They could have eaten up a bit more time there, so little careless. But here is Ryan Patel. So Ryan Patel is into the attack here with his swinging deliveries. Now, of course, he famously took the quickest 5 in first-class cricket from the start of a spell at Guildford 3 years ago now.
I don't think he's going to beat those figures, career best figures ever again.
In fact, they're 5 off 11 deliveries.
Did he get 6 in the end? Was it 6?
I think it was something like that, but Somerset just kept missing it or nicking it. As here is Ryan Patel, and this one's left alone by Daniel Bell-Drummond outside his off stump. But it sort of just either kept missing it or just nicking it straight to slip. And all of a sudden, the Somerset, nothing was happening in that game, and then all of a sudden the Somerset innings was over, and Surrey won. So it was an extraordinary passage of play. But I don't think Somerset could quite believe it either. As waiting is Daniel Bell-Drummond, as Ryan Patel is over the wicket to him, and that's left alone outside the off stump by Daniel Bell-Drummond, and that's taken by Jamie Smith.
Rory Burns go over with a hunch, should we call it?
He's golden on. Well, he did it, I was saying earlier as well, with Tom Abel this season, and Somerset were looking very, very happy, ticking along quite nicely, and then it was Abel and Banton, and then Ryan Patel got rid of Abel, and Surrey just, well, knocked the rest over very, very quickly.
Yeah.
Here he comes again over the wicket, and this one's left alone outside the off stump. Just good work at the back of the box there, because they just put up the career figures for Ryan Patel. It was 6 for 5. That was that's what it was at Guildford.
Astonishing figures.
It was, and the astonishing thing about it was there was the look on some of the Somerset batters as well. Remember dear Stephen Davis going out there and got a straight one and just missed it and was LBW, and it just kept in 11 balls. It was 11 balls from the start of his spell. Extraordinary passage of play as Ryan Patel is in again to Bell-Drummond. Ooh, now that one's come back a touch, and just Ryan Patel and Dan Worrell sort of thinking that was going to hit the off stump, but it's pretty good leave that from Daniel Bell-Drummond. So we've still got, after this over, 36 to go. 36 to go. But I think Kent now will sort of go to tea and say to themselves, unless either someone from Surrey bowls the most unbelievable spell, we shouldn't be getting bowled out now after tea, as In over the wicket again comes Patel, and solidly forward goes Bale Drummond. He's played extremely well here. Really good innings this from Daniel Bale Drummond.
Hopefully we get to see a bit of Hashim Amla's off spin, potentially.
I actually walked past Mr. Amla this morning and said good morning, and then the great man that I was with said, you might have to do some bowling today, Hashim. And he just looked as if that will not be happening. Absolutely no chance of that at all. Rory Burns might fancy it, though. He likes a bit of a bowl. With hair down, with hair down, obviously. As in over the wicket once again comes Patel, and that's a short one which Bale Drummond just sways inside. That will be tea. So Bale Drummond's done a great job there for Kent. He'll be 59 not out, Cox 22 not out, and as I say, I think Kent will sit at tea and think someone from Surrey has got to do something spectacular here, because Kent would have to bat badly after tea, but the way they've gone about it up to this point has been absolutely spot on. Surrey have given it everything, and leaning the one to go there, bowled by Sam Curran for 43. So that is tea. We have a 20-minute break, then we'll all be back with you for whatever happens will be the final session of today and this game. And Kent 258 for 3 at tea. Following on, come back to us in 20 minutes time, and we will have the whole of the final session for you here on BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Kent, and on the Surrey live stream, of course.
Been called up into the England squad.
Oh, there we go. Laws gets his man. Good length. I think it was an inside edge, just dragged on to leg stump out the ground, and you have to say it is.
At the moment in Championship.
Oh, that's a good.
Well, a very warm welcome back to the Kia Oval here on BBC Radio London and on BBC Radio Kent and on the Surrey live stream. And the tea break is over on this final day with Kent 258 for 3, meaning they trailed by 84 runs still after being asked to follow on a very fine partnership. Really has dominated today between Jack Leaning and Daniel Bell-Drummond, but Sam Curran then bowled Jack Leaning just before tea really for 43, but Daniel Bell-Drummond still there on 59, Jordan Cox on 22, and Surrey sort of, from a Surrey perspective here, they need something very quickly spectacular after tea. From a Kent point of view, they just need a quiet half an hour, 40 minutes here with nothing too exciting happening. Varun Chopra is alongside. Ben Watts will be back in a mo. It's going to be Gus Atkinson with our first ball after tea. I've already nicked Varun Chopra's first ball, as that's banged in short. That'll be a no ball taken by
re-bowled. Don't worry about it.
Don't worry. So you can have it now. I knew it would be a no ball, and taken by Jamie Smith. So that's 2 more to the total. But as I say, Mr. Chopra, I think Surrey need something spectacular, and Kent just need a quiet 40 minutes.
Yep, and it's been a fairly quiet day, isn't it, for Kent, which is exactly what they wanted. Yeah, not too much drama out there, just a nice quiet calm day. Atkinson comes in again. This one's left alone outside the off stump.
Interesting field again.
Yeah, we've got the fine leg, the deep backward square, the deep square leg. We've got a mid wicket lurking and a mid on and a short leg, a slip, a gully and a mid off. So 6-3 leg side field. A little bit of chin music coming, I believe. So we had a top edge 6 and a blow on the head just before tea. Atkinson comes in again. This one's played nicely. Good timing from Jordan Cox. Just a block really, just pushed away. It's nice, beautifully fast outfield here at the Oval. Always get good value for your runs. That's 2 more to the total. 262 now for 3.
Yeah, just to explain to everybody that obviously the other thing that we've got in the equation here is that Kent trailing by 80. So there are situations in games to sort of get it done if it is all very quiet that might just try and help Kent get past that 80.
That's right. This one's push off the back foot straighter now. Beats mid off, who went wide, and this one's gone straight. So good batting again. And another couple. Jordan Cox moves on to 26 now, and off just 22 deliveries.
And yeah, I think from a Kent point of view, their game plan of what they came to do has gone fine, hasn't it? You know, they're looking very, very much like they are gonna leave here with the draw. So we've tried everything as well.
Ian Acton, this one's a good short ball, well directed, that one.
Yeah, it's a good short ball from Gus Atkinson. With this field as well.
Yeah, there's no value for taking it on now.
Absolutely not. And there were a couple of times before tea that he did. Jordan Cox, one top edge. Yeah,
it doesn't look like to be a natural shot for him to pull on the hook at the moment, so certainly getting out of the way of it is the safer option. Atkinson, number 37 again, almost a repeat delivery really, an action replay.
I'm going to leave you, Mr. Chopra. Mr. Ben Watts is here to join you to pick up commentary as well. So yeah, as I say, Surrey needs something spectacular. Kent need this to be very, very quiet.
So they've toiled away, they've tried hard, they've thrown everything they could really at this Kent batting lineup, but ultimately it seems the pitch is winning at the moment, isn't it, Ben?
It certainly is. From Kent's point of view, if they walk away with a draw, 2 draws against Surrey this season, they'd take that.
And again, another swaying at the line of delivery. Well played there from Jordan Cox. Just had a little bit of a rethink of his strategy. Was taking those on earlier on, just before tea. Now decided the safer option is to get out the way. Brings the end of the over. 264 now for 3. We have Tom Laws from the pavilion end having another blast. 11 overs for him this inning so far.
Yeah, no wickets in this one. Hasn't managed to follow on from the 4 in the first, but you could just see from his economy rate, 1.82 runs and over, that Kent have played him very differently to how they did first time around. In the first innings there was the possibility of batting bonus points and they wanted to score up to the 110th over, and as a result they got themselves out against him as Bell Drummond plays off the back foot out towards gully where it stopped. Whereas this innings, you know, nothing really to gain run scoring wise, and therefore they've played him that bit better because they've just been a bit more watchful, a bit more respectful of what the young man can offer. Learned a little bit from that first innings.
Yeah, Kent were dismissed for 331, weren't they, first innings, and there's quite a few soft dismissals in there as well, really.
Yeah, they were from a position of strength at 216 for 2 as this one's left alone, and then 250 when leading went to a bit of a collapse really to, on a good wicket, end up 330 all out. And Surrey will know that that is a possibility, but they need to get through these two plus the next man to come in Robinson, George Linder after that. Then you're into the bowlers, and if they get down to those guys, Surrey will believe that they can win the game. But at the moment the Kent top order doing the job. Bell Drummond defends into the onside and no run. Neil on Twitter pointing out that I actually tweeted a while ago that Kent were 3 down, and at that point they weren't. Jack Leaning was still in. So then when he did get bowled by Sam Curran, the blame came my way very shortly afterwards.
Don't miss a beat, do they?
It was like yesterday when I tweeted how well Bell Drummond was batting in red ball cricket this season, and then he got out as Curran bowls, and he's, sorry, not Curran, Laws bowls, and this one's defended away into the offside.
Yeah, he'd like to be at the end, wouldn't he, Bell Drummond? He's spent a long time out there on that surface now. 100th first innings. Good achievement for him if he can be at their end and when they shake hands.
Yeah, 125 balls he's faced for this 59. Second time around, not really his natural game. He's normally a pretty quick scorer in red ball cricket. Likes to play shots, and that's a good swinging delivery, which he almost just plays inside the line of, hanging the bat out in case it didn't take that angle and that movement away from the off stump. Just covering those stumps in case. So we do have a slightly more orthodox field. 2 Laws as he bangs one in, and Bell Drummond has to duck his way underneath that. End of the over. 2-6-4 for 3 in every over that passes. Kent will believe that they can bat out the remainder of the game. 34 to go. 78 runs, the difference between the teams. If they're still down, 3 down at 5 o'clock, do you give up the ghost of Surrey, or do you keep on going, believing that you still have enough time? At that point, what will it be? Like 20 overs left?
I think Surrey's going to try for half an hour, 40 minutes or so, and then they might see a few fun and games from Rory Burns and co, having a little bowl. A few impersonations. It was quite comical, but no, it's a flat wicket. We've seen 20 wickets fall over the course of, you know, nearly 4 days. This one's played again nicely off the back foot by Jordan Cox for a single to mid-off. Yeah, 20 wickets in the best part of 4 days. It tells you everything you need to know about this surface. Flat.
Yeah, despite the fact that Kent won the toss on it, which in hindsight was maybe a little bit optimistic, but hey, it's...
No, but as we said, it was their strategy, wasn't it, of backing their batters. As Atkinson comes over the wicket now to Bell Drummond, and this one's hit him. I think that's on the shoulder.
Yeah,
it's ballooned up off the shoulder, it's taken the gully, there's no appeal.
Pretty sure there wasn't any bat of glove.
A nasty delivery. He's in a bit of pain here. It's Bell Drummond who's clutching his right forearm, is it?
I thought it was a little bit higher than that, but I see the replay now sees the catch being taken. So I'm not 100% sure where it hit him, but physio will come out.
Yeah, it was a good short ball from Atkinson. and it was sort of chest height and around that region. It seems okay.
Yeah, an awkward one for Bell Drummond. Yeah, as you say, he does now seem like he's ready to carry on. The physio had got halfway down the stairs and has now begun to walk back to the change rooms, and Bell Drummond is going to carry on and seemingly okay. But yeah, Darren Stevens has been out since the start of the T20 and he got hit by a ball in the shoulder.
It's another short ball in those ribs. This one's just tucked away behind square for a single, and Bell Drummond can just relax that. I'm not sure if it was his arm or his shoulder or what it was, but you can just have a little breather there at the non-striker's end. Darren Stevens was here, of course. We've seen him running out drinks for the boys, so he's approaching match fitness.
Yeah, played a bit of Kent League stuff for St Lawrence and Highland Court last weekend. Got 150. Dartford's bowlers, bit of a challenge for them when you rock up for on a Saturday, and Darren Stevens is playing for the Oppo.
Jordan Cox safely defends this one. So pretty horrible throw comes in from Worrell there. A nasty one for Ben Geddes to collect that short leg right into the old bowler's footmarks.
That's when you can tell even the fielders are a bit fed up with how flat the wicket is when they start throwing the ball at each other to
there'll be a few
entertain themselves.
Grumpy fast bowlers out there now. Oh, he's had a kind of a duck pull almost. He thought about ducking, then thought about playing.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's wise with man out long leg, man at fine leg on the boundary as well.
And this is certainly an area of his game we'll have to look into, Jordan Cox. As we know, the bowlers around the country will be studying footage. They'll be on all the apps and on your mobile phones. You can see how players are getting on.
Sending another man back now to.
Yeah, we've got a fly slip.
It's like a backstop.
Yeah, nothing against Jamie Smith's keeping, of course. Or for a potential top edge. So again, a good short ball this time. And we can see the game plan from Surrey and their bowlers, where Jordan Cox prefers the sway, doesn't he? So you feel like you can follow him because he does tend to sway and not just duck. So he's potentially not really picking up the line in the ball and just trying to get out of the way of it. So as a bowler, you probably could try and slip one down leg side a little bit more.
Yeah, that one was almost a bit too straight, wasn't it? It was a short ball, but it was over the top of the stumps. Like you say, if you really direct it at him, if they had someone like Jamie Overton who's that bit quicker, really follow him. He's already done some damage to a couple of individuals, hasn't he, in recent weeks?
His brother, of course.
Well, Drummond defends as Laws continues from the pavilion end. Slip. Kind of a second and a third and a half, plus a gully. Sort of a very wide first, therefore a pretty wide second. Effectively third slip Jacks, and then Patel in the gully. A couple of men out a deep point and deep square leg as this one gently swings away, and Bell Drummond hides that bat between his legs almost as he tries to play inside the line. 60 from 130 balls for him. Cox 27 off 29, courtesy of the 10 he took off 2 balls of Dan Worrell's. 266 for 3. So again, still, despite having batted for so long in this match, are still trailing Surrey by 76 runs.
Shows you how quick Surrey scored.
Really was extraordinary how quickly they got 670. To Bell Drummond defending again into the offside.
You can just see that the easy nature of this surface. It's so true, even with no footwork and sort of just shuffle at the ball. You can still keep the ball out. No real danger of nicking it. If you do nick it, you got a good chance of it not carrying into that slip cordon.
It's the lack of footmarks as well. Like,
yeah, it hasn't broken up, has it?
Just hasn't worn really, seemingly over the 4 days. As Bell Drummond allows this through, again half kind of dabbing at it. Yeah, just where the sort of, if you're watching on the live stream, where any footmarks are, effectively it just almost looks like the grass has been worn down a bit. kind of that top layer of grass that they didn't cut to try and allow a bit more extra carry on the wicket has actually just almost turned it into a normal wicket, as if they'd have cut the grass a little bit more. As Drummond defends this one down into the gully, that's where those footmarks are now. So yeah, the pitch is still looking in really good nick out there. Well, Drummond, having scored a century in the first innings, the key man for Kent in this second as well. Now they'll be looking at every ball, every over. After this one, 32 to go to negotiate. As Laws is in again, defended up towards mid-off. There was half a shout there from mid-wicket. I'm guessing it was Sam Curran who decided to have a speculative appeal about whether there was any pad first before bat.
Yeah, I think it's approaching that time of the day now where the field is just starting to lose their marbles. As we are in a commentary box. Yeah, you can start playing a few games out of this fieldsman where someone has to just randomly appeal, which that one was, I think.
I keep telling my team this. when a bowler bowls and it hits someone on the pad and the wicketkeeper doesn't go up, I always have a go at the wicketkeeper. It's a short ball here from Atkinson.
Yeah, another short one from Atkinson, who's continuing with this tactic. I mean, this is interesting though, because I think there's still a chance that Cox is going to take this on.
Yeah, he just isn't quite playing it convincingly at the moment, is he?
No, I think round the wicket or really wide of the crease could be a good option, because he can potentially follow him as he sways. There we go, and he's hauled out. Would you believe it? Just as we spoke about, just had a feeling Jordan Cox wasn't going to keep swaying, and he's you'd have to call it a daft shot, to be honest. It's a mind blank really from the young Jordan, and he's just pulled it straight to square leg, and it's Sam Curran who's had a cheeky day really.
He's giving him a little wave.
Waves him off.
Jordan Cox caught by Sam Curran.
And that just throws a little cat amongst the pigeons now. Kent 266 for 4. Still plenty of batting to come, and you know, you think they can defend this game, but just give Surrey a little boost.
Yeah, I think this gives Surrey a genuine sniff. I really do, because Ollie Robinson comes in now. Then you've got George Linder, and then you've got Matt Milnes, probably a place high at number 8, and then you've effectively got 9, 10 Jack are you know, bowlers. They don't bat, and so 30 overs is still a long time. With Surrey now having a sniff at a new man, suddenly I think they'll think maybe this is on after all. Maybe we can. And if Kent don't draw this game, Jordan Cox is going to feel like a real wally tonight, having played that shot, because like you say, he's just almost ran out of patience swaying out the way and wanted to play at one. Well, and he's picked out the man.
Yeah, we speak about, I mean, people around the circuit will be watching that dismissal. They'll be seeing it. Didn't look comfortable really against the short ball, did he? And
I don't think it's something we've really seen this season as well. People really target, say, Cox with short stuff.
And that's the good thing about playing on flat wickets. You know, you see more spin bowled. You see bowlers having to hit the deck hard and try things, bowl short, bowl around the wicket, set fields for the short ball. And looks like Atkins is going to continue again as Robertson, a new man in at the crease. And this one's a little bit quicker now. Springing a step there for the Surrey men out there. Safely through to the keeper. But Robertson, he's a bit of a dasher, isn't he, as well?
Yeah, I mean,
he likes to score. He plays away from his body.
Does like to feel bat on ball, likes to drive through the covers.
Yeah, I mean, he's very good through the offside, but it does give you a little sniff.
Yeah, I would agree.
Not seen him face the short ball a great deal over the careers, over his short career so far. Oh, beautiful shot. That's a truly characteristic shot, really, of Ollie Robertson, just slightly open face, just leant back, pushed it off the back foot through point for 4.
Yeah, I think if you're going to bowl short, bowl bumpers. Like, don't just bowl back of length, because Ollie Robinson, shorter in stature, you know, that's just lovely, simple foot movement, technique.
Yep.
Times the ball so well.
Yeah, especially through offside. But yeah, no, it's good to see guys getting challenged in different aspects of their game. As this one's another short ball dug in, but a little bit wide. Comfortable leave this one.
Yeah, Robinson looks more inclined to the sway rather than the kind of technique that Cox was using, or at least, yeah, so far early signs suggest that Robinson might be slightly happier with the short ball, but Atkinson's just going to change his angle of attack and come around the wicket here, and
it's a good move around the wicket.
Man back as well, which I think, yeah.
Oh, does he leg gully in though, if possible?
Good shout.
In he comes. That's a good ball. Oh, it's really climbed. It's gone over the head of Jamie Smith. Behind his thumps, who just got a few fingers on it, but yeah, just Atkinson now just bending his back. So that wicket's just giving him a little boost, and Surrey just feel like they've potentially got a little opening here. 270 for 4 now. Still, what, 30 overs remaining, is it? I can't quite see on that board.
Yeah, 31. Kent trailing now by 68 runs with a couple of boundaries since Cox has departed. Bell Drummond out there on 60. So yeah, I think.
Yeah, I don't know why I'm trying to look at the old scoreboard. Trying to find the overs remaining on that one when you got the new digital scoreboard just to the right.
Yeah, that's the one to look at.
Bit more informative, isn't it?
Yeah, I still think. Let's say Bell Drummond went now. If Surrey could get rid of him.
Yep, the pressure's on him now.
Then they really would fancy their chances in these final 31 overs. This ball is 15 overs old, or will be after this delivery. Surrey are just maybe sniffing a victory here. It's down the leg side. There's half an appeal from a couple of fielders for a little glove to the keeper. But nothing to it in that situation. Sorry, I'm just tweeting that wicket. So trailing by 68 runs, 31 overs to bat. And Bell Drummond playing this one away into the onside. Got to admire the powers of concentration from him, because he was out there batting on day 2 and much of day 3 when he got that 100, and then he's come back out again today. He felt like he's had a really good stint out in the middle in this match. Been examined, even though it is a flat wicket. Law's bowling to him, and again defending into the pitch. Maybe, well, I say a little bit of the intent seems to have gone from the way that Kent were playing, but it's felt like, for much of this day actually, Leaning and Bell Drummond have put their shots away. It's only Cox's little cameo, if you like, where he's looked like he wanted to score. As Laws again bowls. Bell Drummond, that's a slightly more forceful stroke, trying to clip the ball into the onside. I think that man is a sub-fielder out there at mid-wicket. He's just done the fielding there. One of the academy boys, perhaps.
Yeah, there's not much of him, is there? Small lad at mid-wicket.
He's got some shiny blue shades on the top of his cap. As Laws running in hard and bowling to Bell Drummond, and he glides this delivery defensively, but just with that slightly open blade. Quite characteristic Bell Drummond stroke, that one. Away for a couple of runs. Quite often plays it in white ball cricket, actually. Just steers one down to third man for a single. So he moves on to 62, and Kent trailing by 66 runs. Of course, that could be something that comes into the equation, that was in and bowling, and this one left alone outside the off stump. If Surrey did get Kent all out, there could be a point where they have to chase something. So a number of overs then really would come into play. 30 of them though left on this final day here on BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Kent and BBC Sport Online, with Ben Watts, with Mark Church, with Aaron Chopra, the former Essex and Warwickshire batter.
Yeah, it's Atkinson who's actually off the field, so his spell's done. Could be his work done for the day as well. So it's going to be McCurr who's following him, who suggests will probably be continuing a similar mould, won't he? Just try and bang the ball in halfway down. He's got the same field.
Yeah, change of bowler, but seemingly not a change of tactics.
Yeah, he's a big unit, isn't he, McCurr?
Yeah, even more so than Gus Atkinson, arguably. So, a bit of short stuff coming Robinson's way.
So moves away for us. It's well bowled into the ribs, but played nicely from Robinson. Just tucked it down. So maybe they could get a man in at leg gully.
No, I think that's a really good idea. They've got men out for the hook, but what if he's not going to hook?
Yeah, I think let's always start with the men in, and you can always move them back.
Yeah, and as I mentioned earlier, Robinson being a shorter guy, if you do get it in around that rib area and he tries to ride it, tries to get on his toes and use the bat to block it, that is when leg gully really would come into play. Short leg is in.
McCurran again over the wicket, just firing this one at the rib cage again down the leg side.
But say Rory Burns, where he is at mid wicket, could you almost stick him at leg gully instead of mid wicket? Your mid on's kind of going to cover that area potentially. Yeah, that's being suggested to him. Whoever that is at third man is waving at Rory Burns and saying, stick a man at leg gully.
That's it. Obviously they were listening to us in the box, and the man from deep backward square moves into a leg gully position, which is a good move. So you can't have three men behind square on the leg side, of course, being no ball. So we've got that leg gully in position now. It's McCurr, where number 3 moves away from us. This is tucked off his hips really for no run. As we welcome back Mark Church into the hot seat.
Well, it's all got a bit more interesting since I was last with you, Mr. Chopra.
Yep, slightly.
And Jordan Cox there sort of has opened the door a touch for Surrey. And there's still a lot of overs to go today. There really is. While Cox and Bell-Drummond were there, you were thinking, oh, these two just keep going the way they are.
Yep.
Now the door is open.
Here comes again. This one's ducked under from Bell-Drummond, who's having nothing to do with it. Showing his experience.
Have it on good authority that is Ollie Pascal out there at extra cover. I think it's an academy boy.
Is it academy?
I think so. So he's out there doing the 12-man duties. Gus Atkinson off the field of play at the moment. So the authority has told me that is Ollie Pascal out there at extra cover.
McCurr over the wicket. And this one's calmly played again by Bell-Drummond. No fuss. Just pats the ball back down.
The problem
the wicket.
The other thing for Surrey here is actually where they've done pretty well is this is still a pretty slow surface, isn't it? So to actually get Cox with the short ball was a good effort, really. And he knew it was coming, young Mr. Cox.
I think he's going to get a lot more of it as well as the season progresses, unfortunately for him. Bell-Drummond now. Bat up in the air, bends his knees. And this one is worked off his hip, just short of the man. At leg gully, Will Jack's good fielding, picks it up on the bounce on the half volley. But would have had his heart in his sorry, would have just forgot what I was saying there. Would have just lost his train of thought, haven't I?
Yeah, well, he would have had his heart in his mouth.
Sorry,
absolutely.
I've had a complete moment.
No, don't you worry about that. I do this all the time, to be honest with you, where I completely forget what I was saying beforehand. But yes, he would have definitely
Heart in his mouth.
Had his heart in his mouth there for a second. Would Mr. Bell-Drummond?
Yeah, because it's quite a tough shot to control when it's in off your hip and in your body. You don't really know where it's going.
So here's Tom Laws from the pavilion end coming into Robinson. Robinson tidily gets himself forward and pushes this one up towards mid-off, and there is no run. So on that board, minimum of 28.5, because there will be 16 in the last hour. That's the thing, 16 in the last hour. It's not beyond the rounds of possibility that Surrey could have a little chase, but they're not scoring at all at the moment, Kent, understandably, as this one's left alone outside the off stump. So I think this is going to be more along the lines of, can Surrey somehow take this deep and pick up the last 6 wickets and get themselves a chance to have a bowl at Duffy, Petman and Singh? That's going to be what we're looking at here.
Yeah, I think this is an interesting contest going out there. Laws against Robertson, who I think dismissed him first innings with that flashing cover drive, which it's a favourite shot of his, but Laws does get a bit of a way-shaped movement.
He's in here, and this is pushed off the back foot by Robinson. Yeah, well caught by Ryan Patel in the gully.
Yeah, it was a good catch.
Yeah, it was travelling, flashed at it, Robinson, and it was a good catch from Ryan Patel in the gully. Well, Jacks, I suppose, could come into this as well. The off spinner, feel around the bat. So, yeah, it's a bit more interesting than we sort of suspected at tea time. As Laws, with the pavilion behind him, comes in over the wicket once again to Robinson, who's pushing off that back foot out towards cover point. So at the moment you've got Worrell at first slip, Jacks at second, or at third really. Big gap between him and Worrell, and then a big gap between Jackson Patel at sort of a fifth slip position. Then you've got the backward point is Conor McCurr, Sam Curran out at cover, who's really enjoyed himself this afternoon, Sam Curran. Wideish mid-off, then 12th man Pascal's coming across into the sweep up on the cover region now, deepish cover, so that Sam Curran can go and catch a short extra for Robinson as Laws is into him, and Robinson's forward plays this one up towards mid-on. Nicely bowled by Tom Laws. Tidy figures in this second innings as well for Tom Laws. Picked up his 4 wickets yesterday, of course.
Yeah, it looks a good prospect, I must admit. Nice action, looks repeatable, looks athletic.
What I like about him is the way he sort of said in an interview, it's all happened really quickly, but it's been great fun. Really enjoyed it. And he comes once again over the wicket to Robinson, and Robinson's letting this one go wide outside that off stump. Looks a little frustrated there, but shouldn't be. Tom Laws still got 28 overs remaining, so 28, but as I say, that's a minimum of, with 16 in the last hour. Do you want to take a break, Mr. Chopra? We'll bring Mr. Watts in.
Sure.
Yep, we'll bring Ben Watts in for Varun Chopra. So Varun Chopra vacates his seat, and Ben Watts will make his way in behind us. I enjoyed the brains trust of man who's been there, done that, got the t-shirt in Championship cricket and Shib and CC there. That was magnificent at the back of the box. I enjoyed that. Welcome back, Mr. Watts.
Thank you very much.
It was good from both of you there with getting the leg gully in. I'm expecting Shibben's next game peppering with the short ball.
To be fair, I'm definitely that annoying bloke that has no authority in the team, not vice captain, not captain, but is like tweaking fielders and giving the captain suggestions, and then giving him the little signal when he needs to bring a bowler off.
You need one of those. Will there come a time where you take over, do you think?
I think it's just because I'm not available enough almost to be captain. That's the problem. When the football season starts, I'm disappearing.
McCurr is in here too. Bell-Drummond is up on his toes to a short ball, playing this one down the ground, and Hashim Amla, as always, his hat's fallen off as he gives chase down below us very slowly, and they pick up 3. So that will bring Robinson on to strike. Bell-Drummond moves on to 65, 280 for 4. But Kent have got to be careful here. They really have.
Agreed.
That wicket of Cox has opened the door up I know it's only 1 wicket, but it has opened the door up for Surrey.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree. And it's one of those as well where nothing seemingly happening. Somebody in the team almost has to take on the role to be the chief mischievous man.
That was Sam Curran earlier. This is a short ball from McCurr, and that's lifted at Robinson. Played it very nicely because he was, and then he picked up the wicket of leaning.
Yeah.
And then he's just so enthusiastic, and then he was out there to take the catch off Jordan Cox.
He gave him a little wave, didn't he? As well?
I didn't see any of that.
He did.
But,
little bit of a wave. Yeah, somebody just has to take it upon themselves to just try and wind the batters up a bit and unsettle them.
In the nicest possible way. The expression is picking a fight in the nicest possible way. Get a batter out of their comfort zone. Just try and make them do something they don't really want to do. As round the wicket again comes McCurr, and this one's pushed off the back foot by Robinson out there towards cover.
I remember one time when I took this role upon myself in a club game and almost got myself in trouble because I was playing for Loughborough Town, and so I sort of decided that, well, I'm not going to play. This was while I was at uni, so I wasn't going to play in the reverse fixture later on in the season. So I was thinking, right, they're not going to remember me next summer, so I think I'll take it upon myself to try and wind this guy up. And then obviously managed to do that because on his way off gave me a little bit of a mouth. Yeah. Wasn't very pleased.
As around the wicket comes McCurr, and ducking underneath this one is Robinson.
But as far as I'm concerned, I'd done my job because I'd got under his skin and he got himself out, and then we shook hands in the bar afterwards and made up.
Good.
When I said that, you know, so that was the main thing. But yeah, and I think Sam Curran, you know, to some extent, just, you know, makes the concentration waver just by.
Well, he just makes things happen.
Yeah.
Sam Curran, that's what he's about. He just loves it all. As in round the wicket comes McCurr then, and Robinson, solid looking shot that from Robinson, plays this up towards mid-off, and there is no run. I think Will Jackson got to, yeah, here he comes. I think it sort of makes sense now with them playing like this. This is all about now, so runs have sort of gone out the equation. So if Kent are thinking along those lines, then Surrey can get people round the bat, because 62 more, but at the moment runs aren't being scored. Now Kent can't declare. That's the other thing here. So they've either got to bat out these minimum of 27 overs, because of course 16 in the last hour, or get the 62 runs to get them into a lead to lose 2 overs. That's what we're looking at here. So Will Jacks is going to get his first bowl from the pavilion end as well. Here is Will Jacks. The other thing this do is speed them through towards that last hour. It normally is 16 though in that last hour. And someone getting their pizza delivered there at a very fast pace. Have you ordered? Someone ordered a pizza in the back of the box there, because it's getting here very, very quickly along the Harleyford Road.
So Will Jacks to Daniel Bell-Drummond, drives up towards Hashim Amla. That's a wide mid-off. He's got a slip in, he's got a leg slip, a short leg. Catching mid-wicket as well. Defending this one back to the bowler here, Bell-Drummond.
I quite like the fact that he's having a bowl from the pavilion end as well now, because he's bowled from the Vauxhall end. Can he find something from the pavilion end here?
Yeah, I didn't get a lot out of it. Bell-Drummond plays this nicely, little dab into the onside. He's run the first one really hard here as well, and he's going to come back for 2. Good intent from him. Purposefulness about his batting. Moves to 67. The Kent scored a 282 for 4, trailing by 60 runs. Bell-Drummond's the key man. They're going to bat out these 26.5 overs. Kent to get a draw in the game. Will Jacks the off spinner once more. Clipped away by Bell-Drummond for 4. Very nicely played in the gap. Bell-Drummond moving on to 71.
Yeah, nice shot that. Just a roll of the wrist, wasn't it, from Daniel Bell-Drummond? But the thing is, they're going at around about just under 3 and over. So that 56 to get that, if they're going along, without boundaries being few and far between lately, understandably, I think it would take them. We've got 26 to go.
Jacks bowling. Bell-Drummond turns this away into the onside. Short leg was almost interested for a moment. 1 run taken.
It's going to take around, let's say, between 15, 16 overs to get those 55 if they're going along at that. And take it. So you're basically taking you to the last hour with those 16 overs to go. And obviously, then if Ken batted, I don't know, 10 of those overs, didn't lose a wicket, but if wickets did go down, Surrey might still have to go out and get a few runs. But I think it's more likely this is can Surrey get these wickets.
Jack Storley Robinson, there's a short leg and a silly point now as this one is defended and it's wide of the man at slip for a single. So end of the over from Jacks. 288 for 4. Worth pointing out that with the two right-handers at the crease, there's not a lot of rough for Will Jacks to work with. But if Surrey could break through this partnership, it would bring George Linder to the crease. And he's a left-hander, of course, and then there'd be a bit more rough for the off-spinner to work with.
But the other thing as well is, and you know, nothing against Petman, Duffy and Singh, but from what we know of them, you know, they're not really batters.
Nope.
So it's almost as if, can you get to that point if you're Surrey? Can you get to that point if you're Surrey? Now they might play brilliantly, but the sort of logic says, can you get those three in? As Conor McCurr is in, and it's a very nicely played short ball by Robinson, up on his toes, playing it straight down in front of him, and that rolls back up the pitch, and the fielding's done by Conor McCurr off his own bowling. Because sort of between them in that first innings, it was about the grand total of 5 runs. So Surrey would just be very, very keen to get those 3 to the middle. As Robinson waits again, McCurr is into him, another short one. Robinson's up on his toes once more, just playing this one out into the offside. Gus Atkinson is back out there now. So Gus Atkinson back out there now, shining the ball up at the moment. 288 for 4. 25.4 to go. Still trailing by 54, Kent. Now we're going to get a man catching. So Ryan Patel, Surrey trying everything here. They've stuck in there pretty well today, I think, Surrey, on a pitch that's not offering a huge amount to them. They've come up with ways of trying to get their wickets, and now they've got right under his nose. Robinson has Ryan Patel for the short ball, so he's got to get right on top of it. As in comes McCurr again. Another short one, which he's ducking underneath. But Robinson will see Ryan Patel there right in front of him, and the short leg as well. There's wickets to go today. Early one, Ben Compton and Joe Denley, the not-out batsman overnight. Compton LBW to Sam Curran for 48. Denley LBW to Worrell for 69. Then a great partnership between Leaning and Bale Drummond until Leaning was bowled by Sam Curran for 43. As round the wicket now goes McCurr. Oh, and forward goes Robinson to the good length ball. It's an outside edge, but obviously Surrey have set up for the short ball. He wasn't far away from Rory Burns in that gully position, and he'll get a single. Well, Robinson, one more to him. He moves on to 7, 289 for 4. And then after tea, Jordan Cox with the field set for the short ball. He still took the shot on and pulled it straight to Sam Curran at deep backward square and went for 27. Daniel Bale Drummond comes back onto strike. Leg gully's in there again, and Patel stays in at that silly point position, and Bale Drummond ducks the short ball, taken by Jamie Smith. So again, Conor McCurr here, he's having to work very, very hard to get that ball up there over the top of the batter. If you're watching on the Surrey live stream, that the bowling figures are there for all to see. So Sam Curran has a couple today. He's out there stretching away at the moment. He'll want to go again, Sam Curran, but whether he's allowed to, I don't know, because he's bowled 15 overs in this innings. As in over the wicket comes Conor McCurr. Look for the Yorker there. That's well played by Bale Drummond. Got bat on it. Tucks it into the leg side. End of another over. Another one ticks by. 25 to go here on BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Kent. and on the Surrey live stream. 289 for 4 Kent. 53 more needed to make Surrey bat again.
Is Mr. Samuel Curran contracted by Surrey or by England?
He's got an England contract, didn't he, as well?
Okay,
that's the thing.
So that's the...
But I don't know.
The bit about them dictating overs,
potentially. That's what it was before he went off and played the one-dayers. But whether it's still that, I don't know. But yeah, he's got a central, hasn't he, Sam? He's doing his leg slip duties again here for Will Jacks. Yeah. 4 men. Here we go. 4 men round the bat of Robinson.
Burns at slip. Patel at silly point. And defended away out to backward point where McCurr is. No run there. It's Geddes at short leg.
All still pretty firm, although I say that with these balls this year, I don't know. But it's only in its 22nd over.
In again. Robinson defending this one back down the pitch. Paul on kentcricket@gmail.com, getting in touch, and I think questioning that decision by Kent to bowl first, but we're seeing now that the pitch is still good to bat on. This one's defended by Robinson. Kent might have felt that day one, first morning, was the time to potentially bowl on this wicket if you were going to get some assistance.
And the game plan, it sounds as if the game plan was always this: batting's your strength, bat out for a draw.
Oh, edge by Robinson. Going back to that delivery from Jacks, and he's got an edge wide of Rory Burns at slip, and they're going to come back for 3 here. Decent running. Rory Burns' weight almost looked like it was on the wrong foot. He wasn't quite anticipating that to come his way.
It's a good bit of bowling, that. I think that's just held its line. I'm not sure it's gone the other way. I'm not sure how much he's been working on that, but that one's just gone on, and he's thinking spin back in alternate leg side, and then all of a sudden it's just gone straight on, hit the edge, and that's why Rory Burns was going to his left and he's had to come back to his right.
Jacks bowls on the leg side and clipped away by Bell Drummond out to deep square leg for a single. Just saw 2 great men on the live stream there, working behind the scenes. That's Surrey here, of course. Alex Stewart, former England international wicketkeeper, opening bat at times in white ball cricket. Azam Mahmood of both these two teams. As Robinson goes back and plays nicely off the back foot this time, and he'll get a couple of runs here out to deepish extra cover, and that'll take his score up to 12. Kent's to 295 for 4. 24 overs to go. Kent trailing by 47 runs, and so they are almost within sight of having a lead over Surrey, and at that point there's an extra element to the equation as Ryan Patel looks like he's going to come back on.
He's going to have a go now from the Vauxhall end. Here's Ryan Patel. Well, Azam Mahmood, of course, was the one that sort of with Jamie Overton before the season started, and said, why don't you just try shortening your run up a bit? You won't lose any pace. And, well, he's now obviously made a Test match debut, Jamie Overton, so it looks a lot more controlled. Yes, he's had an impact as Mr. Mahmood. Wonderful man, Azam Mahmood, wonderful bowler. He'd have enjoyed all this. Not a lot happening. Bung me the ball, I'll make something happen. He was one of those that made something happen, Azam Mahmood. Didn't mind trying stuff. He get it to swing, of course. Extraordinary. As here is Ryan Patel, then from the Vauxhall end, coming in to Daniel Bell Drummond. It's a short one first up. That's probably not what Bell Drummond was expecting from Ryan Patel. Ryan Patel's come on to go full of length and swinging either way, and he's bowled him a short ball. Bell Drummond settles over his bat once more. Over the wicket comes Ryan Patel to him. Another short one. Oh, Ryan Patel's like the enforcer here. He really is. And he's following all the way through. Overton-esque there from Ryan Patel. He's almost ended up standing next to Daniel Bell Drummond. But yeah, he's coming in, he's banging it in. Halfway down, he's got men back on the hook as Ryan Patel. Well, actually, Daniel Bell Drummond there has almost flicked that into the top corner with his head. Now they're just moving That fine leg a little finer now. As in comes Patel. It's another short one. Oh, now he's hit Daniel Bell-Drummond in the chest. As Daniel Bell-Drummond, to say he was through that early would be an understatement. But it's ended up hitting him in the chest. Well, this is a new plan from Ryan Patel. The swing bowler is bowling the short delivery and softening up Daniel Bell-Drummond. Although, as I say, he was through that very, very early.
Yeah,
was Daniel Bell-Drummond.
He was.
Yeah, and fell over in dramatic fashion. He's fine. He's a strong boy anyway, is Daniel Bell-Drummond. Where does Patel go now? He's in again. Another short one, and well, he's pulled that off his hip, Daniel Bell-Drummond. He's taking him on. As Laws does the fielding. It's worth a go, this.
No, it is, on the basis that Bell-Drummond's thinking I can play, I back myself to pull this or hook this if it comes at me short and really get us up to, you know, parity. There's 46 runs between the teams now. How will Robinson go about playing Ryan Patel here?
Patel is over the wicket too, Robinson. Oh, another short one. Robinson's just letting that go. This reminds me of you were talking about the great Alex Stewart there. Test match, I think it was Antigua. He bunged the ball because it looked like the West Indies were going to win anyway. He ran in and bowled Richie Richardson a bouncer first ball. It's a marvellous moment. And Jack Russell, who was standing up, took it beautifully behind the stumps, but yes, bowled him a surprise bouncer. As in round the wicket goes Ryan Patel, and Robinson, short ball again, just gets up on his toes, pushes this one down into the leg side, and there is no run. The other thing, of course, this is doing is whacking it in halfway down. It's just getting that ball might start to go a bit quicker now for the quicker bowlers, because Dan Worrell will definitely get another go here at some point, I'm sure of it. But by banging that ball in halfway down, it just might get that ball to reverse a bit earlier. It's going to be hard work to get it to do that, but that'll be part of all of this as well. That over from Ryan Patel. End of the over. 23 to go. 296 for 4. Trailing by... Oh, it's gone off the board now. 46. And it's going to be Conor McCurr switching ends. What I like here is Ryan Patel, like the tear away quick. He's now down at fine leg.
Elsewhere, meanwhile, in other matches, I'm assuming this one between Northants and Warwickshire is it is now a draw. Hands have been shaken, but Rob Keogh is dismissed by Mr. Burgess, who is of course the Warwickshire wicketkeeper. He's taken off the pads. He's rocked up to bowl a bit of medium pace, and he's got Rob Keogh out.
Yeah, indeed. Well, it often happens, doesn't it?
Here comes McCurr, then bowling to Bell-Drummond, defends on the back foot. It's the opposite fortune to our friend Sam Billings, who has bowled one ball in his career, and it went for 4.
That's disappointing. I'm sure he'll get another opportunity at some point. What does he bowl, Sam Billings?
I've got
Other
no
than
idea.
The ball?
I've no idea.
Yes. Well, you never know. You may get that opportunity again at some point.
Here comes McCurr again. Short ball, hooked away by Bell-Drummond forcefully. He's really swatted that like he was trying to take a fly out in the kitchen.
Yeah.
It's away for 4 runs.
Yeah, Ben Geddes wouldn't have enjoyed that at short leg. They've got it set up again, but this pitch now, he's banged that in as Conor McCurr, and lots of time just to get on top of it. Great shot from Bell-Drummond, and that has brought up the 300 for Kent. So 300 comes up now for Kent, trailing by 42. And a very good innings this from Daniel Bell-Drummond at the moment. McCurr in again, another short one, and this is pulled once more by Bell-Drummond. Half a hand on that by Rory Burns. They'll get a single as Dan Worrell does the fielding. And there in the distance, 301 for 4. Willie Robinson comes back onto strike on 12. I think Ryan Patel's coming back up to his more customary fielding positions than fine leg. He's come up to get his helmet, so he might be under under the helmet again, right underneath Robinson's nose, which was what we saw from Kerr when he was bowling from the Vauxhall end.
We may have Sports Extra coming our way shortly.
Ooh.
There was a delay in the women's test at Taunton.
How exciting.
I'll tell you again if they do come to us, as this is a short ball. It's dropped away. Is it caught?
Just in front.
Just short of short leg. Hands on heads for Surrey. They thought that that was in the bucket.
Yeah, he's pretty deep there, Ben Geddes, for off the hip more than anything. But Conor McCurr has done wonderfully well to get this up around head height from round the wicket. And it's just in front of Ben Geddes on the half volley.
Thought he had that.
Yeah.
Really did.
He dived forward, Ben Geddes, but just on the half volley in front of him. Now he takes a couple of paces forward. But he was more there for off the hip, but actually Conor McCurr did very well to make that go so big.
Surrey continuing with his short pitch stuff. McCurr around the wicket to Robinson. This one really dug in and miles over his head. If that was a T20 blast game, it would be a no ball. Oh wait, it is a no ball.
It is indeed.
So 2 runs chalked off. Kent trail by 41. They have 300. In fact, it's now 39. That's 303 for 4. 79 Bell Drummond, 12 Ollie Robinson. 6 wickets remaining in their second innings.
Conor McCurr once more comes striding in around the wicket.
This one left alone outside the off stump by Robinson as it goes through to keeper Jamie Smith.
It's good paces from Conor McCurr on a slowish pitch. He's getting that ball through there at good pace, but he's really having to bend his back, and that was why that delivery when Robinson sort of popped it into the leg side, great effort to get it up there high enough to make Robinson play that.
So coming back over the wicket with the final ball of the over. McCurr to Robinson. Oh, edge down towards third man. There's no slips. Like it kept a little bit low, that delivery, possibly. As Robinson, either that or he misjudged the length, because he went back.
He's gone back to everything. I don't really blame him here, Robinson.
Gets one down to third man. Just seen the replay.
Yeah, he's just stayed on the crease.
Yeah, he has, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Wasn't particularly short.
No, and he's just hit the toe end of his bat. He was hopping as well there, was Robinson. Hit the toe end of his bat. They picked up a single down to third man. There's some photos being taken away in the distance, because there's been a flash on the... There we go, look, can you see that on the...
Oh, yes.
Yes, in the committee room balcony. So Will Jacks is now going to get a go from the Vauxhall end, so he switched around now, as Will Jacks. That was the one over of the enforcer, Ryan Patel, to switch ends. So the enforcer Patel switching ends from Will Jacks from this Vauxhall end. You're off to do your update for BBC Radio Kent, Mr. Cox. Mr. Cox, Mr. Watts.
Yes, I'll be back in a minute.
Cox and Watts. It's Cox on strike, and Watts is off to update BBC Radio Kent. As here is Jacks then with his off breaks, and Robinson will push that one down through backward point. They'll pick up a single. So Robinson nicely played. He's on 14. Daniel Bell Drummond comes back onto strike on 79. And BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra are coming to us in a second. This is very exciting, as this one's pushed by Bell Drummond down into the leg side. Rolls in there towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. 305 for 4 the score remains. Kent trailing by 37 here, after being asked to follow on by Surrey. And we are now with BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra on this final day here at the Kia Oval. Good afternoon to you, as this one's whipped by Daniel Bell Drummond off Will Jacks into the leg side. They're going to pick up a couple here. Now the state of play, as Conor McCurr does the fielding there, is Kent following on. Have got to within 35 of making Surrey bat again. They're 307 for 4. There are 21.3 overs remaining in the day, as Daniel Bell Drummond, who's played brilliantly today, he's 81 not out. He's pushing the off spin of Will Jacks down towards backward point. and there is no run. Surrey batting first in this game, stuck in by Kent. 673 for 7 declared, and then Kent all out for 331. Started today 121 without loss, following on as Jacks is in, and this is pushed away by Baldrummond out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. There is Gus Atkinson to do the fielding. So started this morning on 121 without loss, Kent, and then lost Ben Compton, LBW to Sam Curran for 48, Joe Denley LBW to Dan Worrell for 69. As round the wicket with his off breaks goes Will Jackson. Robinson pushes this one back up the pitch. Jacks boots the ball back down there to Jamie Smith. End of the over, so 21 remaining today. 21 remaining in the game. 308 for 4. Kent hanging in there. Jack Leaning and Daniel Baldrummond. Fine partnership between those two gentlemen. Came together at 128 for 2. Took it on to 235 for 3 until Sam Curran bowled Jack Leaning. And then after tea, Jordan Cox. Surrey just kept going at him with the short ball, and eventually he obliged by pulling Gus Atkinson straight to Conor McCurr at deep backward square. Now that opened the door for Surrey. That was after tea, 266 for 4. That was a 42-run partnership here between Ollie Robinson and Daniel Baldrummond. But there is still enough time for something dramatic to happen, or for Kent just about this out. Here comes Conor McCurr from the pavilion end, over the wicket to Daniel Baldrummond, and he tucks this one into the leg side. She's going to get some short stuff again with the field set up like this. There is Hashim Amla at mid-on, then Rory Burns just in front of square, catching a short leg on the leg side. This is a short leg, a deep mid-wicket, a deep backward square, catching a fine leg. We've got a sort of fly slip in Sam Curran down below us. Will Jacks at gully, and Ryan Patel wandering around at extra cover. He's going to come round the wicket to the right-hander. Now is Conor McCurr. He's in, and that's short, and that's cut for 4 by Daniel Baldrummond. There's nobody out there bar some pigeons, so that has raced away for 4 runs, and it could take a while to retrieve this because Ryan Patel's got to go all the way over towards the stand in front of Archbishop Tennyson's school. So our pitch is sort of over towards the gasometer side of the ground, and it's got to go all the way back there, has Ryan Patel. So someone could order a taxi for Ryan Patel to bring the ball back, please. That will move everything on quickly. 312 for 4. And turning down below us once more is Conor McCurr. He's going to come into Daniel Baldrummond. Geddes under the helmet at short leg, lurking as this is turned off. He's hit by Baldrummond, and Hashim Amla flings himself to his right and doesn't get anything on it. And round comes Gus Atkinson to do the backing up with a grin on his face as he looks at Hashim Amla. One more to the total, 313 for 4. So Kent now trail by 29. And after this over, 20 left. 20 left in the day. So these two Kent batters have done a terrific job. Baldrummond in particular, fantastic innings from him today. Got 100 in the first innings, 87 not out of 170 balls in this second innings. But Surrey aren't giving this up. As round the wicket goes McCurr from the pavilion end to Robinson. He's solidly in behind a short ball. Rory Burns comes scampering across to do the fielding up there at mid-off. And there is no run. Been a good game of cricket, this. It really has. I think Kent's game plan was always to try and get away from here with a draw. And they are now within 20.2 overs of achieving that aim. Of course, raining at Taunton in the women's test. South Africa 27 for 1 in their second innings. As round the wicket goes McCurr off the hip. It goes of Robinson. Turn nicely down there towards Dan Worrell. I'm sure he'll get another go at some point for Surrey. One more to Robinson. Heaves on to 15, 314 for 4. But yes, as soon as they get back out there on BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra, back to the team at Taunton. Of course, fantastic day for England yesterday. Nat Siver's 100 finished unbeaten. Nat Siver, and of course Alice Davison-Richards with her 100, which pleased everybody here, including Mr. Ben Watts, who's back alongside. As over the wicket once more comes Conor McCurr, and full toss that's just chipped down the ground by Daniel Bale-Drummond. He'll want 3 here. Will Daniel Bale-Drummond? He will get 3. Will Bale-Drummond? That'll bring up the 50 partnership. Robinson and Bale-Drummond have done a very good job calming this all down, because when Cox went, that was in the 95th over. So they've been together just about 10 overs now. That run rate's been going at about 5, which is important. And they're nearly up to 3 runs per over. End of it here on BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra, BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Kent. The Surrey live stream with the sun shining here in South London. Looks much nicer over by the Crystal Palace antenna. And at the beloved Selhurst Park of Mr. Ben Watts. The surprised looking flats, looking surprised, away to our left hand side, and it'll be Will Jacks to continue from the Vauxhall end.
It will indeed, yeah. Games elsewhere. That win for Essex, of course, against Hampshire on that spinning wicket yesterday. Northampton, Warwickshire playing out a draw as Jacks in and bowling and driven away very nicely by Daniel Bale-Drummond out to the sweeper on the offside. They're going to come back for... No, they're not. They won't come back for 2. Perhaps a wise decision in the end to just stick to 1 there. Gloucestershire and Lancashire playing out a draw today, and then Division 2, Notts and Middlesex match drawn. Glamorgan beating Worcestershire by 3 wickets, and then an excellent run chase going on at the moment with Sussex needing 87 more to beat Derbyshire. So Robinson is back to this delivery, and it drops away into the offside. Yeah, they're just 2 down. Alistair Orr, 132 he's got, 14 fours, 6 sixes, taking the charge. Allsop with a half century as well. Mohamed Rizwan's out there as Jacks bowls to Ollie Robinson, cutting off the back foot out towards extra cover. Doesn't feel like there's too many fielders out in a so-called ring, because they're all around the bat. There's short leg, leg slip, silly point all around the bat as it's turned away. Almost looked like he nutmegged short leg there with that little nudge into the onside. Ollie Robinson, 15 for him, 91 Daniel Bale-Drummond.
He's very popular at the moment, Ollie Robinson. He's got a lot of friends round him at the moment, Ollie Robinson.
Jacks bowling to him, forward and defending this one. Ollie Robinson, he's been making new friends. He's been up at Durham in the T20 on loan. Back with Kent though for the county championship.
Lovely spot to go for a bit of loaning.
Well, it has been their main wicketkeeper. Certainly when Billings is not around, he's gone for a drive here. How has he hit that into the onside? Inside edge.
Well, it's a big shot against the off spinner at this stage. He's tossed that up wide-ish outside the off stump. He's gone for the big expansive drive, and if that turns, that's going to bowl him, and he's got a thickish inside edge. So as I say, a big old shot that at this stage from Ollie Robinson, but he's got through the over. And Dan Worrell, here he comes. So Dan Worrell, who has bowled beautifully in this game again without a great deal of luck, is back into the attack with 19 overs remaining. So 19 overs remaining. Sam Curran wanders down below us to his fielding position. He sort of made something happen this afternoon, did Sam Curran. Now this is going to be a long chat between Dan Worrell and Rory Burns, the captain.
Is this Surrey's last throw of the dice to try and get this breakthrough?
Yeah, I think so. I think if they could in the next 2 overs knock Bale-Drummond over, I still think it would be difficult from here. But we do go back to what we were talking about in the first innings for Kent. It's quite a long tail for Kent. It really is.
Yeah, George Linder next, the left-hander. So you'd have the off-spin of Jacks to try and turn a few out the rough to him. Then you get into the bowlers. Matt Milnes is a competent batter. But then 9, 10, 11, Surrey would be confident in knocking those guys over quickly if they can get them out there. So the onus is on Bale-Drummond and Robinson, this very partnership, to use up the bulk of these 19 overs remaining.
Dan Worrell from the pavilion end. Right arm over the wicket. He comes to Daniel Bell-Drummond. The right-handed Bell-Drummond allows that to pass. He's on 91 here, Daniel Bell-Drummond. Now, he made 100 in the first innings as well. So I think it's fair to say that Mr. Bell-Drummond has a good game here. I did actually walk past him last night, and he said hello, and I said, well bowled. I was a bit tired. I said, well bowled, and then I went, oh, I mean well batted, although you did bowl well as well. So, well, it didn't go well. But I think he knew what my general gist to him was.
You played some good cricket, though.
Yes, well done, Daniel. As in over the wicket once again comes Worrell to Bell-Drummond, who's slapping this one short off the back foot down towards Sam Curran. Curran in amongst the pigeons, does the fielding, and they'll pick up one more. There's been much to admire in this game. 4 centurions for Surrey in their first innings. Amla, Ben Geddes, his first championship 100, of course. A first-class 100 for Sam Curran, and an unbeaten 100 for Will Jackson. Then, fine innings from Bell-Drummond. Very good innings as well from Jack Leaning. And today, Bell-Drummond's been outstanding for these 92 runs from 174 balls. Here is Worrell then to Robinson. Short one. Robinson sways inside it. And that's taken by Jamie Smith, moving away to his right-hand side. Not tempted there with the short ball, Mr. Robinson there, unlike the film, of course, as that's taken above his right shoulder on that occasion by Jamie Smith. 319 for 4. Correspondence, Ben Watts. Correspondence, Ben Watts, just for listeners on BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra, has 3 phones. As in over the wicket once again comes Worrell, and this one's left alone by Robinson off a goodish length outside his off stump, and that's taken by Smith again, moving away to his right hand side.
Yeah, so one's an old one that has my parents' login for a satellite broadcaster that shows the cricket.
Let's everybody on BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra know, because they've obviously been with Taunton and Alice Davison Richards 100 and Nat Sivers yesterday. Basically, you were commentating whilst watching that on third phone yesterday, which was lovely, quite right too.
And then the other phone's a personal phone and work phone, one of which has got the emails that people are getting in touch with us.
As Worrell's in again, right up on the toes of Robinson, and he pushes this one straight back up the pitch, and there is no run once again.
So Paul Harrison getting in touch saying about that no ball that we had for the one that was dug in and was over shoulder height, saying does there come a point where surely Kent would rather take the 2 runs but not have the extra delivery, because they don't want any extra deliveries.
Very good point. That could be here till tomorrow morning.
He's also saying about, is there any news on Kent's injuries? Will they be back for the next game?
Over the wicket comes down Worrell to Robinson, lets this one go outside his off stump. Does Robinson? Sun's come out now, which is rather pleasant. So the sun is out, and Robinson's got through that over. End of it. 319 for 4 Kent. Another 18 overs remaining in the game. Rory Burns is walking along as if he's going for a romantic stroll there with Daniel Worrell. He's got his arm over his left shoulder in the sun. And 319 for 4, so 23 runs they trail by Kent.
Well, I'm sure county cricket fans up and down the country will be chuffed to hear that Darren Stevens isn't far away from a return. You're probably thinking, Darren Stevens, where's he been? No, he's not retired yet, he's been injured.
He's been here, hasn't he?
He has.
Running drinks out.
Yeah.
Got 100 in club cricket the other day.
Yep, last Saturday. Excellent. 150 he got, so I wonder, would Kent stick him in at the Oval on Friday in the T20? He would love that. He loves T20 in front of a big crowd. That would be just the sort of game that Darren Stevens would like to re-emerge for, as this one's a full toss from Jacks to Bell-Drummond.
Oh, I hope he does play now, because I've got, who was that footballer that emerged from that smoking plastic cylinder when he got signed? Amazing it was. I'd like that for D. Stevens.
That would be
re-emerging.
Yeah, I like that.
Re-emerging out of a tunnel somewhere with lights and flashing bulbs and smoke and music for the T20 on Friday night.
93 for Bell-Drummond. Kent trailing by 22. 320 for 4 in their second innings. Robinson on strike with his team of good mates around him. The close fielders. That's another full toss from Will Jackson. It's been driven away by Robinson for 4 as Ryan Patel had to jump to get out of the way. Don't think he's got any shin pads on at silly point.
Yes, he did jump very, very high there. Did Ryan Patel. I don't blame him, because Will Jack's doing the right thing here. He's just trying to toss it up outside that off stump and let Robinson drive again, because he tried that in the last over and got that inside edge, but that was a full toss.
In again, Jacks to Robinson, back he goes, defends into the pitch, one hand, one bounce for the silly point.
Don't know who's having their photo taken up there on the balcony of the committee room.
Yeah.
I just keep seeing a flashing light.
I know, it's the same chap, isn't it, in the jacket. This is really tossed up and well wide of the off stump. Again, Patel's jumping out the way as Robinson's driving underneath his boots. This time without timing, so just for a single. So Kent trailing now by 16.
Well, I think
17.
Yeah, and I think with 16 to go, if nothing's really happening, Kent do get past that 17.
Bell Drummond on strike, sweeping this one down towards the long leg boundary. Daniel Bell Drummond to move to 97. Very nicely played indeed. 329 for 4. He's having an excellent game, Daniel Bell Drummond. He's having a really good red ball season too. He's got 300s to his name, a couple of 80s. On the verge of maybe a 4th.
Has he done it? Has he ever got 100 in both innings of a game off the top of your head?
No, would be my immediate guess. And I can't think there's going to be too many red ball summers where he's got as many runs as he has in this one. It's been a format that he's struggled in recent times, and white ball cricket has been his stronger suit since he really made that 100 in the tour game against Australia. And there were people talking about him maybe down the line for the test team, as Jack's bowls across him from around the wicket to the right-hander, left alone outside the off stump into the gloves of Smith. So 17 overs remaining in the day here on 5 Live Sports Extra from the Oval with Ben Watts and Mark Church. Kent 329 for 4. They still have 6 second innings wickets remaining. As we mentioned though, couple of wickets for Surrey would really open the door to the possibility that they can still skittle Kent as they did in the first innings. But now just trailing by 13 runs, Kent, it just adds another extra bit of a dimension to this, as Kester's getting in touch on email and saying he thinks Kent might be in with a good chance now.
Yes, well, I agree with Kester there, because of course the other thing is if they do get enough runs ahead, and they can always just say thanks ever so much, that's it. But the problem with that as well now, Surrey wouldn't mind a chase.
Oh, they'd back themselves in a chase.
Absolutely. So you'd have to be 50, 60, 70 with only 2 overs to go. So still here for a bit as Dan Worrell is in from the pavilion end. And again, the field's set up as this one's a fullish length and left alone by Robinson. There's going to be a gully in there. There's a backward point. There's the extra cover Rory Burns. Then Hashim Amla in his normal position of straightish mid-on. And then 3 men catching in that mid-wicket area, including a short leg. Ben Geddes is under the helm. It's a lovely evening now, blue sky. As Dan Worrell turns once more, comes in over the wicket. And this is left alone once again by Robinson. The right-handed Robinson outside his off stump. But Bell Drummond here, 97 not out from 177 deliveries. Made 102 in the first innings. But in this innings he's not given a chance. And this isn't one of those where Surrey will look back and think, oh, we had a chance of catching him, or run out chances, where he's been absolutely watertight so far today. As here is Worrell over the wicket to Robinson. Nice looking shot from Robinson, just pushes off a goodish length. Off goes Sam Curran from cover point through the pigeons. Group of pigeons down there, away to our right. Now they're not the brightest. I've often said this as the throw comes in over the top of the stumps. Not sure if he had a chart of intelligent birds. I'm not sure pigeon would be up there. Mainly because, you know, a number have, as I've said before, a number have picked up injuries during games here and then have come back for more a bit later on. As Jamie Smith is going to stand up here to Dan Worrell. Now this is fun. Jamie Smith has gone to get the helmet, because Robinson's obviously batting out of his crease to Dan Worrell. So Jamie Smith is standing up to Dan Worrell. And now he's just moving Will Jacks up as well. What's Worrell doing here? In over the wicket he comes to Robinson. Oh, and that one now, he's bowled an offie there.
Yeah.
And that's gone down the leg side. He's running off his full run. As Dan Worrell, there's nothing wrong with that. Dan Worrell, he's bowled an off break. And it's actually turned and gone down the leg side. So this is interesting. It's one of the longest run-ups for an off-spin bowler I've ever seen from Dan Worrell, but it did turn a touch.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's running and bowled an off-break.
Well, and Smith's still up to the stumps.
Still is, yes.
Bell Drummond's on strike now, so is he going to
slip
to do the same again? Bowl the off-cutter?
Well, he's got a leg slip in. Now, here he comes again off his full run. Dan Worrell, he's in. Oh yes, and again it's that slow. That's out the back of the hand. Now that was almost like a leg break action from Dan Worrell. That was out the back of the hand, loopy delivery, and then forward came the right-handed Bell Drummond. The embarrassing thing there for everybody who's listening on BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra is that obviously this is also going out on the Surrey live stream. They've got one of these little commentator camera things, and as they panned round there I was attempting to show what Worrell had done. I looked like a really poor magician as round the wicket comes Worrell. Oh, he's bowled another one. It's a leg break this time, and it's been thumped out into the leg side by Daniel Bell Drummond. That was definitely a leggy.
Well, that was almost 100
yep,
for Bell Drummond, but he picked out the man in the deep.
Well, he's on to 98, Daniel Bell Drummond, but that was definitely the leggy there from Dan Worrell. It's the longest run-up for leg spin bowling.
So we really are trying everything now.
Oh, absolutely. I tell you what, if he was allowed to, I know he'd like to come on and bowl a bit of left arm spin now.
Sam Curran, yeah.
He did it at Beckenham, but I think he's had his 15 overs that he's allowed now. 333 for 4 then. Daniel Bell Drummond 98 not out. Robinson 22, trailing by just the 9 runs.
Maybe there's a loophole in his ECB recovery from
about
injury.
Spin bowling.
Yeah, 15 overs. That surely is only the seamers. What about a bit of left arm tweak? Here is the spinner in the side, Will Jacks, bowling to Bell Drummond on 98. Back he goes. Defends down into the pitch. Kent trailing by 9 now. Trying to save this game. They saved the game with a bit of help from the rain at Beckenham in the reverse fixture. Full one here, and it's driven away up to mid-on, straight to Hashim Amla. He's missed out there, Bell Drummond on the 100.
I tell you what, the ball that could be an interesting one for Bell Drummond here is something like a full toss.
Yeah, the low full toss. Here he comes again. This is pulled away by Bell Drummond out to the boundary and goes through to 100. He looks absolutely exhausted out there as he takes off his helmet and salutes the Kent dressing room. 182 balls with 13 boundaries. Daniel Bell Drummond, hundreds in both innings of this match. Here at the Oval to help Kent seemingly take a draw off the County Championship Division 1 leaders if he can. Help his team bat out the final 15.5 overs. As Jacks bowls to him again, forward he comes to defend into the onside, and what he did in the first innings was get 100 and then get out. He can't afford to do that this time around.
Well, he made 102 in the first innings. He's on 102 now. This has been a great innings from Daniel Bell Drummond. It really has.
He's facing up to Jacks. Back he goes and just prods him into the pitch. Kent's Twitter feed have just used the words repeat, and then their little graphic saying century to Daniel Bell Drummond. He's the second Kent batter to achieve that this season. Hundreds in each innings of a game. As Jacks is in, and it's punched away off the back foot by Bell Drummond up towards mid-off. The other, of course, being Ben Compton against Lancashire at Canterbury. End of the over, Kent 337 for 4. Bell Drummond is on 102 not out. Ollie Robinson is there with him on 22. This partnership now worth 71. Kent's top order have really taken ownership. So that century stand between Compton and Denley, Denley making a half century. Compton ended up a couple of runs short of it. Then another significant partnership between Leaning and Bell Drummond. Cox making 27 was the last man to go, and then now this partnership too has pushed Kent to within 15 overs of getting the draw. They trail by 5.
Yeah, and I think just the way they've gone about it, Kent has been brilliant today. I think Surrey have tried everything. I think Kent will be very... I think it was always the game plan, wasn't it, really, from Kent to get away from here with a draw. As Dan Worrell from the pavilion end. They trail by 5 to Kent, and it's all now then driving. What's that hit? Robinson was driving. It went straight down into the turf and to Jacks at leg slip. He's got Smith up. He's still bowling his sort of... they're not even quick off breaks here. Downmore, he's coming in off his full run with a big grin on his face. And it's his leg break.
Oh, wow.
It was the leg break. Now, I think what they thought there was that Robinson had driven it straight into the boot of Jamie Smith. Maybe it was the googly. As over the wicket comes Worrell once again. That's short down the leg side. I think that's his flipper. Didn't quite come out right, and taken by Smith away to his left-hand side. But no, Daniel Bell-Drummond's been terrific here. 102 from 185, trailed by 5. So nearly into the lead here at Kent. Enjoying this from Dan Worrell though. This is Dan Worrell. At the moment he's bowling leggies off his full run with Jamie Smith stood up. And he comes again. Oh, another one there from him. That's the googly again. And that's pushed into the leg side. It may be that he can't bowl the leg break and it's just coming out like a googly. He's definitely looking to bowl the leg break there, Dan Worrell, and as he's running in he's got a big grin on his face as well, smiling away. When you said about the Kent cricket Twitter, which does a fabulous job putting repeat, I thought this was a new thing on Twitter where you could just keep repeating the same tweet, as this is a full toss from Dan Worrell. It's driven firmly and it's taken by Ryan Patel in there at extra cover. Yeah,
I should have explained that better. They wrote the words repeat and then reposted the century graphic that they'll have used in the first innings.
Very good, saves a bit of time. Saves a bit of time.
Yeah,
they have to find another photo. Dan Worrell again. So Dan Worrell is coming off his full run. I'm not quite sure what he's bowling at the moment, but it's definitely not pace from Dan Worrell. Over the wicket he comes once again. And again, it's that sort of leg spin action. Comes out as an off break, and that's turned into the leg side by Robinson. So 4 runs away now. Kent from making Surrey bat again here on BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra. BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Kent, BBC Sports app and website. He seems to be bowling predominantly, if I can say that word, I'm glad I don't have to spell it, leg breaks here, but they're all coming out as googlies at the moment from Mr. Worrell. He's got 2 men catching in the leg side and the leg slip as well, and that one, that skipped on. That was the one that went straight on from Worrell, and Bell-Drummond played that very, very late off the top of his off stump and plays it down towards backward point, but this was the one that just went straight on from Dan Worrell. He's coming in off full run. He's bowling leggies, and that one, hello, that turned a touch as well. I think actually I say he's bowling leggies, he's basically bowling off it or bowling googlies the entire time, but it's with a leg break action. Another over ticks past, 14 remaining, trailing by just the 4 now at Kent. They've done very well today, have Kent. Turned up this morning, 121 without loss. That was still 221 runs behind Surrey after they declared at 673 for 7 declared. Kent won the toss and put Surrey in, and from 121 without loss, 338 for 4 are Kent, trailing by just the 4 runs now. Robinson's on strike. It's Jacks from the Vauxhall end with his off breaks. Robinson goes forward. Very neat and tidy player, Ollie Robinson. Plays this one straight back up the pitch. Now Conor McCur's being deposited onto the deep mid-wicket boundary. There's a slip, a leg slip and a short leg, and a short mid-wicket catching as Jacks is in. He's bowled a quick bouncer down the leg side. That's nicely taken by Jamie Smith. Worth the go. He's got Conor McCur out there. It just wasn't terribly well directed, that one, by Will Jacks. As Jacks over the wicket he comes again to Robinson. Robinson is 4, will take a single, just pushes out to that vacant cover region. And in off the boundary rope comes Tom Laws on his championship debut. Took 4 wickets yesterday, did Tom Laws for Surrey on his championship debut. Ben Geddes with the first championship 100 as well. As Jacks is in, and Bell-Drummond drives, handsome shot that, just for a single, but a lovely looking shot from Daniel Bell-Drummond. He picks up 1 more. Bell-Drummond's on to 103, 340 for 3 now. Kent just about there, I think, now, Kent, on getting this draw elsewhere. As driving once more is Robinson. Gorgeous looking shot, just for a single, mind you. Out there towards Tom Laws. One more to Robinson, so now trailing by just 1 run. Kent trail by 1 run. 341 for 4 they are. Over the wicket once again comes Jacks. That's way down the leg side. It's that quicker one again. That's beautifully taken by Jamie Smith. Lovely bit of glove work, that. So trail by the 1 run now to Kent. 341 for 4 they are. Drummond 103, Robinson 25, 13 overs remaining. Sussex need another 68, 64 in fact, to beat Derbyshire. It's a great chase. And Rizwan is 53 not out. Orr's gone for 141, but Rizwan's still there on 53. This against Derbyshire. So another 64 required. Middlesex Knots have drawn, and Middlesex finishing 261 for 1 declared match drawn. Hundreds for Stoneman and Robson there, the opening pair, so good effort from them. Draws for Gloucestershire and Lancashire and Northamptonshire and Warwickshire, and the draw is looking the likeliest result here in South London as Ryan Patel into the attack from the pavilion end. He's got Jamie Smith up to the stumps. As Ryan Patel is just bringing up Dan Worrell. Ryan Patel normally swings it. Ryan Patel, I've just got a slight suspicion he might try and do a Dan Worrell here. This will be interesting. In over the wicket comes Ryan Patel then, and yes, that's very slow, very short, very wide. Punch by Robinson. Out through the covers, over the boundary rope and away for 4, and it means Kent have a lead. So Kent have a lead. What this might do is speed up the end of this game now, as 3 more. Well, boundary means they lead by 3. So they're in the lead, 345 for 4. It's a lovely evening now. Blue sky, sun. Over the wicket comes Ryan Patel, and Robinson's opening the face, guiding this one off down towards third, and Will Jacks is sort of chasing this. He's jogging up behind it, trying to usher it over the boundary rope, but they're going to get back for 3. 3 more to the total. Jacks a tired looking chase, that. I'm not surprised from Will Jacks, because Surrey have been out there an awfully long time now. If you think it took them to get the follow-on done, it was 103 overs, I think. So they've been bowling now for 216 overs.
Yeah, Surrey only batted for 130 overs of this match, and the rest of it, they've been in the field. They do look tired now. They look like their spirits and their hopes of winning this match have maybe gone.
Yep. Lead by 6 now to Kent. I think I'm right in saying that after Hampshire's defeat yesterday, this morning started with both Surrey and Hampshire on 127 points. So, and I think that included the bonus points that Surrey have got in this game, so they'll add 8 onto that, so they'll sort of have an 8-point lead over Hampshire. Essex sort of beginning their charge as well, as Patel is over the wicket here to Drummond, who's forward solidly, playing this one out into the offside. And of course then attention turns to Friday night. More T20 blast, and of course, as the schedule goes, sometimes Kent, this game finishes today, day off tomorrow, and then Kent are back here on Friday night. So whether Kent are going to go home, they might have a day in London. There's plenty to do. They could have a team day in London. Go up the old wheel and have a look across the Thames. Over the wicket once again comes Ryan Patel. This one's left alone outside the off stump by Daniel Bell-Drummond. Trip to the cinema, of course, is a favourite if you've got a day off, if you're a cricket team. Trip to the cinema.
I did that the other week, actually, when I was in Northampton.
Excellent. On your own, was it?
Yeah.
Oh, what did you see?
One of the Marvel ones, the new Doctor Strange.
Oh, interesting.
I'm quite happy sitting there watching a movie with some pick and mix.
I have to be honest, tomorrow could be me and Tom Cruise for the afternoon tomorrow, as I've got the soundtrack, it's magnificent, and I've now got my aviators.
Absolutely.
I'll be wearing those, watching it. As in over the wicket then comes Ryan Patel. And all cutting is Baldrummond. Thick edge flies over the top of Will Jackson down to the boundary rope for 4. Jackson slips, so 4 more to Baldrummond. He'll move on to 107. That brings up the 350 for Kent. 352 for 4. Kent lead now by the 10 runs.
Yeah, it's been stubborn resistance from Kent today. Princess Leia would be proud. The Rebels up against the so-called Empire. Surrey at one stage were unbeaten, weren't they, across all competitions? Our 5 Live Sports Extra colleague Melissa Story making that Star Wars
analogy.
She told
me about this yesterday, as this one's pushed off the back foot by the right-handed Baldrummond, and he plays it up towards mid-off, and there's no run. Not a lot's happening out there at great pace at the moment. 352 for 4. Kent lead by 10, and we've got 12 overs to go. But it's more about now, I think, how far ahead can Kent go when Surrey wouldn't have a chase. That's the thing here. So, because of course if they can't declare yet, because Surrey would quite fancy chasing 11. It'd be one of the great declarations of all time.
It would be bold.
Be a bold declaration.
Yeah.
So
but yes, since Melissa Story's tweet, Surrey losing a couple of T20s, and then,
well,
Kent are not going to win this game. They're not going to continue that trot, but Surrey don't look like they're going to beat Kent here, thanks to some stubborn batting today. So yeah, they've been inspired, Kent, you might say. Although apparently when Melissa was told that we talked about this tweet on the live stream yesterday, she walked into a bush at Taunton. So we send our best wishes.
Not ideal. No, but better than what I walked into at Taunton when I was down there for 4 days, I have to say.
Anthony Gibson Sports Cabin.
Well, that's how I came out with the Aviators.
Yeah. Here comes Jax, driven away. Robinson out towards mid-off. I was thinking Aviators in the cinema. You'd have to have them on your head, wouldn't you?
Oh, I'm going in full kit and caboodle, my friend.
Full gear, full pilot's outfit.
Absolutely.
Yes, now we're talking. Full toss. Robinson was trying to drive that square up, and he's managed to hit backward point.
First half, Naval Aviator. Second half, Viper.
Here he comes again. Forward Robinson defending this one into the covers. Kent are just making this as boring as they possibly can.
Oh, they've done very well today. I think Surrey have tried everything. Well, they have. You've been with us while Dan Worrell's been trying to bowl leg breaks.
Here he comes again. Jack's forward again. Robinson to defend into the offside.
But no, they've done it very well, and Surrey have stuck in there, and they haven't really created a huge amount today. You know, Baldrummond's been chanceless, absolutely chanceless in this innings.
In bowling, pushed away by Robinson, out towards extra cover for another single. I'm just trying to look at the table and see what it will do for Kent, but certainly as they look to try and avoid the drop. Victory over Gloucestershire in their previous game, and then a draw here against Surrey, about as good as you'd hope for from those couple of matches. They've got trips to Warwickshire and Lancashire to come, as well as a home game against Northants at Canterbury week. This one's defended away by Baldrummond. End of another over. So 11 to go for Kent to secure a share of the points here at the Oval. On BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Kent, BBC Sport Online, and via 5 Sports Extra. 3-5-3 for 4 with Baldrummond 107, Robinson 33. Kent now leading by 11 runs with those 6 second innings wickets still intact, and as we pointed out, those could fall quickly if Surrey could get a couple of quick breakthroughs.
It would be spectacular from here if it did.
Then it would get very dicey.
Not a lot is happening. I've seen some interesting things in my time, but if Ryan Patel manages a hat-trick in this over, it would be right up there, I have to say. And Robinson on 33 as Ryan Patel comes in over the wicket from the pavilion end, and that beats the outside edge as Robinson pushes forward. The other thing to mention here, of course, is that they can basically, what we've got here is we've got 9 overs, in the fact that if they get to within 9 bat out the 9 overs, then pull the plug and declare we lose 2 overs for the change of innings. So that's what we're really looking at. We're saying 11, but it's actually 9 because you lose the 2 overs for the change of innings, of course.
Good point.
Yes, thank you very much. But it's taken me this long. What's the date today? June the 29th. It's taken me this long to get to a point that was good. I'm glad I've got there in the end.
Well done.
Thank you. In over the wicket comes Patel. Forward goes Robinson. Plays this one off a goodish length out into the offside. And there's no run. Will Jacks looks like he'd rather be in the dressing room sitting down with a cup of tea. Lent on his knees. He's bowled a lot of overs today. There's Will Jacks. Had a good game again though, with that 100 as well. 103 not out. Waiting once more is the right-handed Ollie Robinson. 33 not out. As over the wicket comes Patel. Oh, that's beautifully taken by Jamie Smith down the leg side. Lovely bit of work from Jamie Smith. Ryan Patel just down the leg side. Jamie Smith standing up made that look very simple, but it was a gorgeous piece of work from Jamie Smith, who of course keeping wicket with Ben Folkes. Mr. Folkes away with England, and Mr. Billings of course away with England as well. Mr. Billings we thought we'd see here, but then hot-footed it to Headingley, and he's in the squad for the 5th test against India, of course. As forward goes Robinson, pushes this one out into the offside. We'll get a single. One more to the total. 34 to Robinson. 354 for 4.
I'm not sure if it was your good friend Will McPherson, cricket writer, who tweeted this, but somebody suggested that Sam Billings was like the best friend that you go to when you've just been dumped. And then when you get a new boyfriend, you no longer talk to them. So, you know, England got him in that team for the Ashes game, then didn't include him for the next talk because they got a new bloke, Ben Folkes.
Forward goes the right-handed Bale Drummond, plays this one back up the pitch.
But in a crisis, they've gone back to Sam Billings and said, we need you again. Rung him up and said, I'm having a tough time. I need you, mate. And Sam Billings is there. He's that guy.
Lost me.
I thought it was a good tweet.
Love Island, is it? Patel's in, and this one's pushed away by Bale Drummond back up the pitch, and there's no run.
I don't actually watch it.
Well, I think it's a nice analogy.
Not as enthusiastic about it as I was.
Not quite sure as Billings will feel that way, having driven 85,000 miles to get a Test debut, and then having to drive to Headingley as well.
At least he's not going to be a one-cap wonder, as I think Simon Mann put it on the commentary. Are we going to see the shake of hands?
No,
we're going to see Rory Burns.
I think we are with hair down.
Here we go.
This is why I keep coming. It's because RJ Burns, for those who know Rory Burns, of course, has the ponytail. I believe the ponytail's coming down, and he's going to bowl with full hair, which this will look spectacular. Anybody tuned in at the moment on BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra, thank goodness you've come for this. Fingers crossed it stops raining in Taunton very, very quickly and you can get back to the women's test. But Rory Burns, is the hair coming down? No, well it was, but now he's gone back to ponytail, which is a great shame. But yeah, so he's bowling with ponytail, and I'm not sure whether this is going to be his off breaks or his medium pace. He bowls both, of course.
I think 5 Sports Extra might be dashing to the Sussex Derbyshire commentary as we speak.
I wouldn't blame them in the slightest.
51.
Although I would hang around here for a couple of overs of RJ Burns with his hair down. Here he comes. He's bowling his medium pace, and forward goes Robinson. He's got 3 men catching at extra cover and 2 at short mid-wicket. It's like an aeroplane.
It's like a Christmas tree.
Like the wings of a plane, but he'll be enjoying this, Rory Burns. He walks back again. Well, where's Hashim Amla going now?
He's going to wander into a position.
Hashim Amla's walking off. No, he's gone to silly mid-on. As in comes Burns again, forward. This is a heck of a field. Here's Robinson. A proper field this for your quick bowler with a ponytail.
Yeah, on the live stream, you're getting a great view at the moment.
I think
Churchy's going to tweet it out back and across.
It's one of the most dramatic fields that Rory Burns will ever bowl to. As in he comes once again, and that's down the leg side. That's hitting the pads of Robinson. This runs away and down towards fine leg, and Will Jacks is doing the fielding. I think he might, Rory Burns here. He might bowl one with hair down. Surrey have worked really, really hard to try and win this game. Drummond has batted brilliantly, and there's nothing wrong with this at all. Anybody who says, I see anything anywhere from anybody saying, oh, look at the state of county cricket because of this, I will not be happy. As forward goes Robinson. It's taken us a while to get to this point. I will not be best pleased.
This is what we came here for.
And this is pleasing me. 3 men at extra cover, 3 on the leg side. As Burns is in again. That's not a very good delivery from Rory Burns. It's a knee height full toss. That's tucked away down to the boundary rope for 4. Not really bowling to his field there, Rory Burns. He's got his 6 men in front of the bat, and he's bowled a knee high full toss with only 1 person back. But that doesn't matter. He's obviously an experimental delivery that Rory Burns is working on. And that's down to the boundary rope and away for 4.
As we all know, sometimes your worst balls gets wickets.
It does indeed. I'm not sure that one was. As Burns once again, off his short run, comes in over the wicket once more. It's a bit quicker this time, I think. That's pushed by Robinson off the back foot out towards the sweeper. That's Tom Laws on the cover boundary rope. End of Burns' first over.
And there's a shake of hands.
Is that it? Yep, they've all decided that is it. So Rory Burns has bowled that over. Well done to Kent. They have managed to bat today, which is a fabulous effort from them, really. And Daniel Bell-Drummond will finish 107. Robinson finishes 39. There's been a huge amount of cricket to admire over these 4 days. There really has. Again, Ben Geddes won't forget in a hurry, and Tom Laws, and of course first class 100 for Sam Curran. And Daniel Bell-Drummond there walks off 107 not out. Hundreds in both innings from Daniel Bell-Drummond. The match is drawn, and as I say, Daniel Bell-Drummond has 100 in both innings. But yes, Kent will be pleased with that. They've sort of put their game plan out there. They've done it brilliantly. And what a great game for Daniel Bell-Drummond, Ben Watts.
Yeah, smashing game for him. I've just been told that no batter has more hundreds than Bell-Drummond in the championship this summer. 4 for him, same as Ben Compton. But yeah, centuries in both innings here at the Oval. Kent needed their batters to really stand up in this second innings if they were going to walk away with a share of the points. And boy, has Bell-Drummond done that. He's getting a really good reception as he's heading off. His teammates are all coming down the stairs to welcome him back after his vigil. 107 runs, 195 balls, 14 fours, having followed that on from his 102 in the first innings. Chatted to him last night, and well, certainly going to be chatting about him tonight, because he's helped Kent get up to 361 for 4 and to get a draw from the County Championship Division 1 leaders Surrey in this match.
Yeah, and I think, as I say, Kent have done what they set out to achieve, which is very, very good from them. Surrey, I'm not sure what more they could have done, really. They batted quickly in the first innings. They gave themselves plenty of time, but it was a very good pitch. And today they worked really, really hard. They bowled pretty well. They bowled well. I thought they bowled well to knock Kent over for 331 in that first innings yesterday, and enforced the follow on. But they've just come up against Daniel Bell-Drummond today, who was terrific, absolutely terrific. And it's a draw, which means that I think Surrey will stay top of the first division. And I think Surrey will still be up there at the top, still unbeaten this season, of course, in the championship. Now, next up, it's a bit of T20 action, Mr. Watson. As I say, ironically, it's going to be Kent back here on Friday night. So
it is indeed.
Different looking sides for that one, but looking forward to that, of course. I wonder if Kent might, those that are probably going to play 2020 might have a day in London tomorrow. You never know. See the sights, go to the cinema. The aquarium's nice. I like it there. Bit of the London Dungeon, something along those lines.
I mean, Kent's not far to go back to if they did want to pop home for the day, but you know, yeah, I think it, as you say, maybe a couple of tweaks to the team. Maybe Darren Stevens. Will he be available?
That is very interesting, actually, seeing Mr. Stevens sort of, and as you said, unleashed. Was it unleashed? Unfurled?
Re-emerged.
Re-emerged.
Yes.
Very good. So re-emerging is Darren Stevens, perhaps on Friday night, which would be absolutely terrific if it was. But just a quick last thought from you about Kent here. As I say, I think the game plan was there for all to see, and they've pulled it off brilliantly.
Yeah, they didn't bowl as well as they wanted to, of course, first time around, and as you pointed out, Surrey batted so quickly, didn't they? Less than 130 overs it took them to put 673 for 7 declared on the board, 4 centurions in there, an inexperienced Kent bowling attack, bringing in the likes of Toby Petman on loan and Jacob Duffy on a short-term loan deal, the overseas player as well. But to bat out the game, and they effectively, having been bowled out for 331 in that first innings, a little bit of a collapse after Bell Drummond 102 and leaning 75, both of those guys dismissed. They had to bat out 4 sessions to get this draw, and the first one was a very long one, 44 overs on the third evening. Compton and Denley managed to get through that. They both went early on this morning, and from a Kent point of view, supporters would have been thinking, oh, this could be a struggle from this point onwards now, having lost those 2 openers. But Bell Drummond standing up with another century in the second innings, 107 not out from him, carrying his bat through from number 3, leaning, making 43. Jordan Cox 27 before he was out on the hook, and then Robinson coming in and just bringing that calm when maybe there'd have been a little bit of panic that Surrey just had a sniff of an opportunity to go and win the game. 39 not out for him. So yeah, from Kent's point of view, they, after the start they've had, they're looking to try and stay in County Championship Division 1. They've beaten Gloucestershire in their last game. They've got a draw against Surrey here, having drawn against Surrey at Beckenham, of course. So I think they'll be happy, certainly with the recent improvement in their 4-day efforts, and the points that they'll take will certainly help them as they look to try and stay in this division.
Many thanks indeed for your company, Mr. Watts. It's been an absolute joy. Thank you to Varun Chopra, thanks to Eva Gray, of course, to Matt Cole and to Fabian Cowdery, who have been with us here. Thank you to all of you for your company. We'll be back on Friday evening for the Vitality T20 Blast game between Surrey and Kent here at the Kia Oval. Looking forward to that, of course. But the news tonight is that Kent and Surrey has finished as a draw. Well played to Daniel Bell Drummond, terrific innings from him today, and well done to Ben Geddes and to Tom Laws as well. Tom Laws championship debut for first championship 100 for Ben Geddes, and of course a maiden first class 100 for a certain Sam Curran. So we've had a lot to admire. It's been great fun, and we'll be back with you on Friday evening, 6:30 kick-off for that one in the T20. But from us all tonight from the Kia Oval, it's a very good night to one and all.